Good morning, everyone. Welcome back. I declare open this meeting of the Senate Foreign Affairs, Defence and Trade Legislation Committee. I want to begin by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which we meet today and pay my respects to elders past, present and emerging. The Senate has referred to the committee the particulars of the proposed expenditure for the year 2025-26 and other related documents for the Foreign Affairs, Defence and Trade portfolios. The committee may also examine the annual reports of the departments and agencies appearing before it. The committee has set the 16th of October of this year as the deadline for senators to submit written questions or notice, and the 27th of November of this year as the date for the return of answers of questions taken on notice. Under Senate Standing Order 26, the committee must take all evidence in public session, and this includes answers to questions on notice. I remind all witnesses and government officials that in giving evidence to the committee, they are protected by parliamentary privilege. It is unlawful for anyone to threaten or disadvantage a witness on the account of evidence given to a committee, and such action may be treated by the Senate as a contempt. It is also a contempt to give false or misleading evidence to a committee. The Senate has endorsed the following test of relevance of questions at estimates hearings. Any questions going to the operations or financial positions of the departments and agencies which are seeking funds in the estimates are relevant questions for the purpose of estimates hearings. I remind officers that the Senate has resolved that there are no areas in connection with expenditure of public funds where any person has a discretion to withhold details or explanations from the Parliament or its committees unless the Parliament has expressly provided otherwise. The Senate has resolved that an officer of a department of the Commonwealth shall not be asked to give opinions on matters of policy and shall be given reasonable opportunity to refer questions asked to a superior officer or to a minister. This resolution prohibits only questions asking for opinions on matters of policy and does not preclude questions asking for explanations of policies or factual questions about when and how policies were adopted. I now draw attention of witnesses to an order of the Senate on the 13th of May 2009 specifying the process by which a claim of public interest immunity should be raised and which I now incorporate into the Hansard. Witnesses are specifically reminded that a statement claiming that information or a document is confidential or consists of advice to government is not a statement that meets the requirements of the 2009 order. Instead, witnesses are required to articulate the harm to the public interest that could result from the disclosure of the information or the document. An officer that is called upon for the first time to answer a question should state their full name and the position for the Hansard record. And witnesses should speak clearly into microphone. And a reminder to everyone in the room, including senators, please ensure that all mobile phones are either switched off or turned to silent. I remind senators and witnesses in the hearing room that microphones remain live unless I instruct otherwise, and I remind senators of their obligations under the Behaviour Code for Australian parliamentarians to treat witnesses with dignity, courtesy, fairness and respect. I also ask members of the media to follow the established media guidelines and the instructions of the committee secretariat as set out in the guidelines. Senators and witnesses' laptops, mobile phones and other devices and personal papers are not to be filmed or photographed. I also remind everyone in the gallery that they are not permitted to speak or interfere with the proceedings or with witnesses at any point during the hearing. Witnesses and senators who are seeking to table documents during the committee hearing are requested to provide, if you can, an electronic copy of those documents to the Secretariat in advance so that documents can be circulated during the hearing. So please liaise with the Secretariat if you need any assistance. On that note, today's committee proceedings will commence with representatives from the Department of Defence. Good morning to Senator the Honourable Jenny McAllister, representing the Minister for Defence.
Good morning.
Good morning. Mr Greg Moriarty, Secretary of the Department of Defence. Good morning. And Admiral David Johnston, ACRAN, Chief of the Defence Force. Good morning.
Thank you, Chair.
And all your officers who are here today from the Department and from the ADF. Now, Minister, Secretary or Admiral, do you have an opening statement? Minister?
I don't, Chair.
You don't, Secretary?
I think the Secretary.
Okay, we'll start with you, Secretary. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Senators.
The government's 2024 National Defence Strategy highlighted our unpredictable and deteriorating strategic environment. Since then, we've continued to see concerning developments. Russia continues to wage an illegal, unilateral and immoral war of aggression against Ukraine, and recent incursions into NATO airspace are further evidence Russia is a threat to broader European security as well as to Ukraine. Defence works closely with other agencies to support Ukraine and has committed over $1.3 billion worth in material and financial support for Ukraine's armed forces. We have seen ongoing escalation across the Middle East this year between Israel and Hamas and Israel and Iran. Operation Beach is Defence's contribution to the DFAT-led government response to the Middle East conflicts. And in June, we assisted in the evacuation of 147 Australian citizens from Israel. We are seeing the People's Liberation Army continue to expand its military capability, reach and operational tempo. As the PLA operates further afield, we expect the Australian Defence Force will come into close contact more often, including in waters proximate to Australia. In this environment, dialogue with China is vital to register our concerns and manage our differences. In February, Australia and China held our 23rd Defence Strategic Dialogue, and in August, the Chief of the Defence Force, Admiral Johnson, met his counterpart in Beijing. In response to this contested global security environment, Defence is focused on implementing the 2024 National Defence Strategy to ensure we are postured for the challenges we may face in the near future. In August, the Deputy Prime Minister announced the upgraded Japanese Mogami-class frigate as the preferred platform for the Royal Australian Navy's future fleet of general-purpose frigates. Together with the Hunter-class frigates, these ships will deliver a larger and more lethal surface combatant fleet. To enable the critical capabilities in our maritime fleet, the government is continuing its investment in the Defence Precinct at Henderson and recently announced a further investment of $12 billion. This initial funding will support the design, planning and delivery of infrastructure. The precinct will further enable the delivery of the government's imperative for continual naval shipbuilding and sustainment. The delivery of these capabilities is vital to the ADF's ability to project force. Defence is also diversifying our maritime domain capabilities through the advancement of autonomous capabilities, which includes the development of the Ghost Shark. This long-range, stealthy, autonomous undersea vehicle will provide the ADF an asymmetric capability advantage, optimised for surveillance, reconnaissance and strike. In the air domain, the Royal Australian Air Force has put the uncrewed Ghost Bat aircraft through over 130 live sorties, working alongside existing crewed combat aircraft. This is the first military combat aircraft to be designed, engineered and manufactured in Australia in half a century. As autonomous technology advances, Defence is also building counter-drone capabilities, partnering with industry to deliver and evolve our defences against uncrewed systems. This includes an initial rolling wave of contracts worth over $41 million to 20 vendors, including 14 Australian companies. These acquisitions will enhance the protection of our people and national assets. The National Defence Strategy highlights that international partnerships are essential not only to our interoperability, but also to ensuring government can respond to global events that impact Australia's national interests. In August, the Deputy Prime Minister travelled to the United States for engagements with senior administration officials. The alliance, including AUKUS, expands Australia's sovereignty by increasing Australia's ability to protect its interests. The Australian Government continues to engage with the United States on the AUKUS review. We appreciate the constructive engagement we have had with the Pentagon and other US counterparts through this process. Since the last Senate estimates, the Deputy Prime Minister has held ministerial consultations with Fiji, Indonesia, Japan and the United Kingdom, and visits with counterparts from Canada, France, India, Malaysia, New Zealand, Papua New Guinea, the Philippines, Singapore, Tonga and the United States. The Papua New Guinea-Australia Mutual Defence Treaty will elevate our defence relationship to an alliance, our first in over 70 years. This historic treaty, proposed by Papua New Guinea, will help modernise our defence relationship with our closest neighbour by creating a framework for deeper cooperation and integration. Just yesterday, the Prime Minister announced our refreshed comprehensive strategic partnership with Singapore, which includes significant new defence initiatives, including enhanced reciprocal access arrangements. And Canada and Australia have signed a new technology partnership agreement to support collaboration on over-the-horizon radar research and development. Designed to detect and track aircraft and maritime vessels, Australia's Jindalee operational radar network is a vital part of Australia's air and maritime defence capabilities. This agreement will enable Australia and Canada to work across government and industry to pursue advancements that benefit both nations. Senators, the Department is focused in implementing government priorities. This includes creating a better workplace for our people and delivering on the recommendations from the Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide. And then the CDF will speak further on these matters. Work is well underway on the 2026 National Defence Strategy, which will ensure our strategy and investment priorities keep pace with the rapidly evolving strategic environment. I thank the committee for your time and will pass to the CDF with
Thanks
your
a lot,
indulgence.
Secretary. Admiral, you have the call.
Good morning, Chair and Senators. Admiral David Johnson, the Chief of the Defence Force. Our people remain our most important asset. Recruiting new defence members and keeping them engaged in our workforce is a key priority. In my opening remarks to you in February, I forecasted an improvement in recruitment achievement. I'm pleased to provide you with an update. We had 7,059 full-time enlistments in the financial year 2024-25, marking the highest intake in 15 years. Last financial year, more than 75,000 people applied to join the ADF, a 28% increase compared to the previous financial year. These are positive signs that our reforms are working. However, we continue to explore improvements that will enable us to meet our overall targets. The results are pleasing in categories where we have achieved full or near full targets. This includes seamanship, small arms specialists or bosun's mates in the Navy, Army's armoured vehicle crew and Air Force security as examples. We have also seen the commencement of our first non-citizen permanent residents. As of the 1st of September, we have 79 non-citizen candidates in the pre-enlistment phase and 7 have successfully joined the ADF. There are 459 active applicants from citizens of Canada, New Zealand, the United Kingdom and the United States. Retention has also improved. As at the 1st of September, the permanent ADF separation rate was 7.6%. Significantly below the 10-year average of 9.5%. The voluntary separation rate is 4.8%, also below the 10-year average of 5.9%. Last month marked 1 year on from the Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide's final report submission to Government. Defence continues to work closely with the Department of Veteran Affairs and other government agencies to implement the recommendations. Defence has full or joint responsibility for 77 recommendations, with work well progressed on 55 of these. Some practical example of Defence's work include commanding officers providing individuals as they separate from Defence with service-specific testimonials acknowledging their experience, which acts as a formal record for prospective civilian employers. and a pilot program will soon commence at select defence locations that provides former members with appropriate and safe access to bases to support their wellbeing, social connection and continuity during their transition. As a priority, Defence is working to prevent and address sexual violence with a range of reforms including amendments to our central complaints and sexual misconduct policies to provide commanders and managers with clear guidance and instructions on contacting the Joint Military Police Unit on and including return to work protocols for people impacted by sexual violence. These practical changes and others complement a range of more technical policy reforms completed by Defence as we work at pace to implement the government response to the Royal Commission. I turn to operations and activities. The ADF has conducted a significant number of exercises and operations domestically, within our region and globally over this year. This year's exercise Talisman Sabre was the largest and most complex to date, with participation from more than 40,000 personnel from 19 nations. For the first time in Talisman Sabre's 22-year history, an activity was conducted outside of Australia, with Papua New Guinea hosting a joint personnel recovery activity. This is a significant milestone and reflects the deepening relationship between our nations. Some of the capability highlights from Talisman Sabre include Army's first firing of a precision strike missile, which hit a target over 300 kilometres away, and testing of the modular robotic vehicle fleet, which can be remotely controlled by soldiers up to 1,000 metres away from their vehicles, and first-person view drones with a range of 20 kilometres in a combat field environment for the first time. Exercises like Talisman Sabre are an important opportunity for the ADF to train with partners across our northern bases, which enhances the ADF's ability to plan for and project force into the region. This was further tested during Exercise Alon in August, with approximately 1,600 ADF personnel deployed to the Philippines to train alongside the armed force of the Philippines. The exercise highlighted the ADF's operational reach while developing increased interoperability with one of our key regional stakeholders and military partners. While Defence's core mission is to defend Australia and our national interests, the ADF, as a force of last resort, remains postured to provide support under the Defence Assistance to the Civil Community framework. In preparation for the upcoming high-risk weather season, Defence is taking steps to ensure we are ready. An ADF emergency support force of approximately 100 people has been positioned in states and territories ready to respond to Commonwealth requests for assistance. These teams will be capable of light engineering tasks to restore access to critical infrastructure and to clear routes for emergency services and essential workers. Additionally, the reserve call-out process will be exercised to ensure Defence can scale up to a large-scale response if that is required. Earlier this year, the ADF conducted an unprecedented level of monitoring of the People Liberation Army Navy Task Group 107 during its circumnavigation of Australia. Defence used multiple methods, including, but not limited to, air and maritime surveillance, and partnered with the New Zealand Defence Force to monitor and track the task group. Defence expects this type of activity in our region will continue in the future. We are postured to respond as appropriate and are taking measures to enhance our preparedness. If I shift focus now to overseas, the ADF has conducted a number of international activities and further demonstrated our ability to balance and deliver multiple strategic and operational priorities concurrently. In June, 48 ADF personnel deployed to Papua New Guinea to clear explosive remnants of war alongside partner nations under Operation Render Safe. The ADF also provided ceremonial and logistic support for Papua New Guinea's 50th anniversary of independence celebrations in September. This included HMAS ships Jules and Childers, several Royal Australian Air Force aircraft, and Australian Army bands, ceremonial artillery and drill and parachute teams. At the request of the Solomon Islands government, the ADF deployed a C-130J airlift aircraft and 20 personnel to provide air mobility support for the Pacific Island Forum Leaders Meeting. Navy have undertaken 4 regional presence deployments this year, with HMAS Ballarat and Brisbane currently deployed in the Indo-Pacific. During these deployments, Navy participates in several exercises with India, Japan, the United States, Brunei, Japan, the Republic of Korea, Malaysia, Singapore and the United Kingdom. Royal Australian Air Force Poseidon Maritime Patrol aircraft and crews have supported 11 overseas operations and deployments, while also providing additional surveillance activities in support of domestic operations and exercises. Further abroad, ADF personnel and aircraft deployed to the Middle East in June under Operation Breach to assist Department of Foreign Affairs and the trade-led efforts to support Australians seeking to leave that region. On the 24th and 25th of June, an Air Force KC-30 and C-17 Globemaster in a highly complex air safety environment facilitated the assisted departure of 147 Australians and their immediate family members and 1 New Zealand citizen from Tel Aviv. Finally, the ADF continues to provide support to Ukraine through Operation Kudu. To date, more than 3,100 members of the armed forces of Ukraine have been trained by the rotational contingent of Army personnel deployed to the United Kingdom. A Royal Australian Air Force E-7 Wedgetail aircraft deployed to Europe in August at the request of NATO and is expected to conclude its deployment this month. Like with the previous deployment, the aircraft is part of NATO's multi-layered defensive approach, providing early warning of any threat for outside of Ukraine directed towards the gateways for humanitarian and military assistance. I'd like to finish by acknowledging and thanking all our people who have contributed to these activities, as well as those activities I have not mentioned. I'd specifically like to call out those who have contributed to operations in the Indo-Pacific. In recognition of this service, we have introduced the ADF's newest medal, the Australian Operational Service Medal, Indo-Pacific. The medal recognises the vital contribution of ADF personnel to Australia's national interests and their ongoing role in supporting peace, stability and security across the Indo-Pacific region. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks a lot, Admiral. Thank you very much. Now, to kick off today, Senator Cash,
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you, Secretary and Admiral, for those comprehensive opening statements. If I could just turn to 2 points that have been raised by you. The first is, Secretary, you stated, we are seeing the People's Liberation Army, the PLA, continue to expand its military capability, reach and operational tempo. As the PLA operate further afield, we expect the Australian Defence Force will come into close contact more often, including in waters proximate to Australia. And Admiral, you stated, Defence expects this type of activity in our region to increase in the future. The ADF is postured to respond as appropriate and is taking measures to enhance our preparedness. Secretary, to you in the first instance, drawing on this point in your opening statement, is it your expectations that we will likely see a repeat of the circumnavigation of Australia by the PLA Navy, including live fire exercises?
Well, thank you, Senator. I think it's very difficult to make precise judgments about what type of operations. But I think the broader point, Senator, is that as China's power grows and as the power of the PLA and its capabilities expands, it is conducting more and more operations beyond its territorial areas. It's increased over recent years the number of deployments it does outside the first and the second island chain, and we certainly are of the view that those will continue to grow as the capabilities of the PLA increase. We see additional deployments south, including into waters around Indonesia and other parts of Southeast Asia, and we expect that there will continue to be increasing deployments in waters proximate to us.
Admiral, do you have anything to add to that before I go to my next question?
Senator, no, my assessment is the same as the Secretary has offered you.
Okay. Can I also ask then, what new measures is the ADF taking to ensure that the future or that future live fire exercises off the Australian south coast are not quite literally a surprise to the Australian government?
Senator, my first observation for you would be, of course, as with any military force, the conduct of an activity like a live firing or others is the responsibility of the nation who is performing that activity to ensure the safety of civilian aircraft and vessels in the area, adequate notification of those to minimise disruption activities. So that responsibility lies with the nation who is performing it. It's a responsibility that we take very seriously in the conduct of our own activities. You can see as part of the Defence Capability Plan that we are uplifting our capacity to conduct surveillance, improving our intelligence capabilities, introducing new aircraft such as the Triton long-range patrol, uncrewed aircraft to enhance capacity. The recent government decision to accelerate the transition of the Navy with the introduction of the Megami frigate and bringing new capabilities all collectively enhance our ability to meet our national security responsibilities, including the presence of whatever nation might be operating near our waters.
Minister, has the Prime Minister raised any objection to future exercises occurring off our coast or in waters near Australia in his diplomatic engagements with the leadership of the Chinese Communist Party?
Senator, I think we've canvassed issues around the bilateral engagement with China on these questions in previous estimates. On each occasion, when an unsafe or unprofessional event has taken place, in our judgment, we have made and will continue to make appropriate representations to the government of China. More generally, I think the government recognises that this is a challenging relationship for us to manage. As officials have just laid out for you, this is an important relationship, but one that is characterised by significant change in the way that China is approaching the region. And we are very clear that we need to respond to that, and indeed the Defence Strategic Review in particular was very clear about the challenges, and subsequently we have taken decisions in response to that review.
Admiral, just in your answer or your evidence in relation to my previous question, you said that it is the responsibility of the government conducting the live fire exercises to issue appropriate warnings. I just want to be clear in terms of what the actual evidence is. Is it your evidence that the lack of warning was the responsibility of the Chinese government?
Senator, yes, and I think in the February estimates we did talk extensively to that point, that a view it was disruptive, it did not reflect what we considered to be best practice notification requirements and not consistent with the way we perform live firing events. So yes, and perhaps, Senator, if I might just add to Senator McAllister's comment that in terms of raising incidents of this nature, and the Secretary's opening remarks, he indicated that I visited China to meet with my counterpart in the month of August. I raised the conduct of the live fire incidents and its disruption to civil traffic directly with him, and the expectations that military forces conduct themselves professionally and recognise the impact of their activities. It is one of a number of representations that we have made with senior Chinese officials about that activity.
Thank you, Admiral. And Minister, can I just then confirm that the Prime Minister has raised that specific issue with the leadership of the Chinese Communist Party in his discussions over recent months?
Senator, 2 points. I think the Prime Minister was clear, made public remarks in July about the fact that he had raised Australia's interests about maritime incidents. However, I will say that I'm here representing Mr Miles. I know that you were in the estimates hearings where you were able to ask Senator Wong and others questions about the Prime Minister, and questions about the Prime Minister's engagements are best addressed to the Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet.
Admiral, then in relation to your response to the question that you had raised the issues with relevant persons, what was their response back?
My counterpart, who is the Chief of their Joint Staff Department, he reiterated his view that the Chinese forces had conducted themselves consistent with law. That was not the point I was making with him. My point was it was disruptive and not best practice. So they pushed back on the characterisation of the event, but it was an important opportunity for me to be able to speak very clearly about our expectations and view.
So the point that you made was that it was inconsistent with the law, what actually occurred?
No, Senator, it was inconsistent with what we consider to be best practice to avoid disruption to civil aircraft and maritime vessels in those areas it performed.
But they didn't accept your characterisation
No.
of what occurred. They had their own characterisation of what occurred. Could I now just turn to... I think Senator Price just has one follow-up question.
Thank you. Thank you, Admiral. Given what you've just told us, in your opinion, was it then wrong, I suppose, to draw an equivalence between the ADF's activities in the South China Sea and the CCP's activities in the Tasman Sea?
Sorry, Senator, I'm not clear on your question.
Sorry, it's in relation to the Prime Minister's comments that drew an equivalence between the CCP's activities and the ADF's activities in the South China Sea.
Well, Senator, I think that you're asking the official to accept the premise that such an equivalence was drawn. We canvassed these issues extensively at the last estimates hearing. I think the essential point would be that all countries need to engage with the rules-based order, and that includes the UN Convention on the Law of the Sea, and it includes requiring other countries to consider their obligations to behave in a way that accords with best practice. That point was made repeatedly by officials, by government publicly, and also, as you've just heard, in direct conversations with counterparts in China.
So, Minister, you are suggesting then it was wrong for the Prime Minister to draw such an equivalence to the Australian people?
Senator Nampijinpa-Price, again, you are asserting something that, drawing a conclusion about the way the Prime Minister approached it and the Prime Minister's remarks, which I don't accept.
Well, then I suppose the Australian people need to understand that the ADF was not conducting themselves the same as the CCP were and would not do so. I suppose it's a reflection on the ADF that I think is concerning from our own Prime Minister.
Well, Senator, again, that is an incorrect conclusion. That does not reflect the statements made by the Prime Minister. That's your assertion. I just simply don't accept that.
Can I just now ask a line of questioning, Secretary and Admiral, in relation to the threat environment that we currently face? What is Defence's current assessment of the likelihood of a major conflict in the Indo-Pacific by 2030?
Senator, the National Defence Strategy sets out that the government's view is that the strategic environment in the Indo-Pacific is becoming more contested. Our strategic circumstances are deteriorating, and the government's response to that was set out as well in the National Defence Strategy. I think the Deputy Prime Minister, Mr Miles, has talked in the past about the importance of Australia contributing to a favourable balance of power, favourable balance in the region, which we believe would contribute to deterrence and contribute to stability. And I think that the risk of an incident has heightened over recent years, and the trends continue to be very worrying for us. But I'll ask if Mr. Jeffrey wants to.
Senator Hugh Jeffrey, Deputy Secretary, Strategy, Policy and Industry. I'll just add one small point. To your specific question around the risk of conflict, obviously when we talk about this risk, we're talking about the risk of major power confrontation as opposed to border skirmishes.
Correct, exactly,
small state, or small conflicts existing between smaller states. The big risk we worry about is US-China confrontation. Our, either by design or by miscalculation, our assessments about this over the years has been that what defined a benign strategic environment for us was that the risk of that kind of conflict was remote.
Yep.
I think we have begun to change that language over the last decade, where our preference is to use words that don't put a direct sort of percentage on it, but argue that part of the reason why we define our strategic environment as deteriorating is because we judge that risk of major power confrontation is less remote than it was. So as the Secretary said, when we're looking on a spectrum or a trajectory, the trajectory is becoming more risky, not less risky, and that the job of Australian defence strategy is trying to contribute to a set of circumstances in our region that minimises that risk, that contributes to that favourable balance of power that ultimately precludes the use of force as a way of achieving strategic objectives.
And just in terms, Secretary, and in terms of your use of the phrase, our strategic circumstances are deteriorating, just say over the last 5 years, what would you say that deterioration is?
Well, there's higher levels of tension in the region, Senator. I think that's very widely recognised. States are more anxious about their security circumstances. There is more evidence. The Australian government has talked about its concern about coercive Chinese behaviour in the South China Sea, pressure on the Philippines and other states. We've had unsafe and unprofessional behaviour towards ADF assets, and there's a growing PLA assertiveness. But that is a very significant contributing factor. But there's just a general increased level of anxiety and security concern across the region. Many countries are responding to that in terms of thinking about their own defence modernisations, but it's also where we are really constructively engaging by working on those partnerships and those collaborations that build up a sense of common strategic solidarity that we believe makes conflict less likely. So that we are very much responding, the Australian government is responding to that anxiety by doing more with traditional and new partners.
Are there any other issues driving the higher level of tensions in the region?
Other factors?
Other factors.
Beyond
what you've just said, is there anything else that is influencing that higher level of tension?
No, I think the strategic balance is shifting in the region, Senator, and that is changing the broad strategic contours that we have seen in place for decades. And during a period of strategic contestation, increasing competition, there's clearly anxiety, and countries respond to that in different ways.
The Prime Minister, or should I say, sorry, the consensus would appear to be, if you look at, say, the US Studies Centre, ASPI and the Lowy Institute, that we're living in the most dangerous strategic environment since the Second World War. Given the evidence that you've given, would you agree with that assessment?
Yes, and Mr Miles has used formulas quite similar to that,
Yep.
Senator, but I would certainly agree with that.
And I'm not sure if you're familiar with the evidence that Andrew Shearer gave on Tuesday to the Finance and Public Administration Committee, but the evidence he gave was that across the Middle East, the Ukraine and in our region, and you did touch on this in your opening statement, you're seeing increasing aggression from autocratic states and aligned non-actors states. Does Defence share that view from its operations and intelligence activities?
Senator, there's certainly there has been collaboration between China and Russia have for a long time collaborated. That collaboration has deepened since the onset of conflict in Ukraine, and the Australian government's been very clear in its views that China's support and the support of Chinese entities for Russia's war efforts is something that we are very deeply concerned about. The Foreign Minister and others have made that clear. The provision of Iranian military equipment to Russia for use in Ukraine has again deepened. There's an element of commercial support for that, but I think it's also the Iranians have seen an ability to meddle, to cause difficulties for the West in Ukraine, and that's very, again, deeply regrettable. And the DPRK, its provision of troops to the conduct of combat operations in Ukraine, again, is deeply concerning. So there's a number of things that we are watching very, very closely, and all of those are very consequential and deeply worrying strategic developments. And we are particularly focused on the Indo-Pacific region, and I believe that the DPRK's provision of troops to combat operations in Ukraine is very potentially deeply unstabilising and represents a threat to South Korea in a different way to which its a very significant missile and nuclear capabilities represents a threat to South Korea, Japan and the broader region. I mean, the return of combat experienced troops to North Korea is of concern to us, but it's deeply of concern to South Korea and to Japan.
Just building on that answer, which thank you very much, that was incredibly comprehensive then. So then, sort of to what extent does Defence then view, say, the European, Middle Eastern and Indo-Pacific strategic contest as interlinked?
They are connected.
Connected. So there's a difference between interlinked and connected?
Well, they are certainly connected. Some European ministers have talked about an indivisible theatre.
Yep.
I think that there's a lot of complexity here, but certainly the theatres are interconnected, and that interconnectivity has increased in recent years.
Just in terms of, there are reports currently of North Korean soldiers reinforcing the front lines in the Ukraine in exchange for rearmament, and Chinese military observers on the Ukraine front. Is Defence aware of and concerned of these reports, and does it pose a risk to our region?
Senator, I wouldn't want to go into specifics of what particular pieces of information we might receive from partners. I know that there have been suggestions in the media, but we certainly, the Defence and other government agencies and the ADF is putting a lot of focus on the Ukraine conflict for what lessons we can learn for our own theatre, but also to study how various forces are performing their tactics, operations and equipment. So it is a big focus of concern for Defence and the ADF.
Just in terms of the recent Chinese military parades, obviously we saw what I would term, I'm not going to ask you to term this, as the spectacle of former Premier Andrews appearing alongside Xi Jinping, Kim Jong-un, Vladimir Putin and the President of Iran. In terms of that collection, though, of individuals, it does highlight an important question. And again, it's building on much of what you've already said. To what extent are Iran, Russia, North Korea and the Chinese Communist Party collaborating in the pursuit of their strategic ambitions?
Senator, they're certainly collaborating. I think they have some common objectives, but I think all of those countries would also see themselves as dissatisfied with the international rules-based order as it exists. They are dissatisfied with what they regard as the preeminence of US power.
And that's an ongoing dissatisfaction. It's yes.
And Ukraine has sharpened some of that, certainly with how Russia narrates its reasons for being in Ukraine and blames the West and the United States for putting it in the circumstances where it claims it had no option. But that misframing of the reasons for the conflict and the core aggression was Russian and generated by Russian reasons rather than action taken by NATO or the United States. So a number of those countries have got objectives. They do see some common cause and common opportunities to collaborate, cooperate in a way that is destabilising, and the Australian government has taken up those issues, both the broader sort of set of issues, but also bilaterally with the countries involved.
Can I just go to the Defence Strategic Review and the National Defence Strategy? My understanding is the word dangerous does not appear in either of those documents, yet that is precisely how New Zealand has referred to the strategic environment in the Indo-Pacific in its newest planning documents. Did Defence omit the use of the word dangerous from these planning documents?
Senator, one of my responsibilities is to oversee the National Defence Strategy, and we're working on the 26th iteration. There was no direction, no direction on the wordings in relation to the NDS. I wasn't aware that there's I hadn't reviewed the previous NDS version for the word dangerous. I think, though, if you read the entirety of the document, it makes very clear, as the Secretary was setting out, for us a deteriorating strategic environment has a very specific set of different definitional criteria in defence, and that criteria all goes to the fact that we are more exposed to the onset of conflict in our region. We're more exposed in ways that we haven't been really since the Second World War to force projection against the Australian continent and Australian assets than we have been in the past. And all of this speaks to a more dangerous, more difficult, more contested strategic environment. So I can't. I'll take on notice whether or not the word dangerous appears, but certainly the intent of the entire document is to underline that we are operating in a much more contested strategic environment. And just to get to the point that the Secretary was making around sort of interconnectedness, I think the biggest thing that we worry about at the moment is particularly when you look at the Indo-Pacific, is that it doesn't operate in a geopolitical kind of isolation to the rest of the world. We worry heavily about what's happening in the Middle East and in the European theatre, but particularly I think the thing that gives us the greatest level of concern is the erosion of the prohibition on territorial conquest. I mean, that is the foundational idea or norm of the international system underwritten by the UN. That erosion is being prosecuted principally by Russia's invasion, and it's something that we want to ensure doesn't leak into or seep into our region in the Indo-Pacific.
So just in terms of how New Zealand has referred to the strategic environment, which is dangerous, they have utilised the word dangerous, in their recent planning document. Do you then agree with New Zealand, a great ally obviously, of Australia's, that the Indo-Pacific is facing the most dangerous strategic environment since World War II?
I think we use challenging, which is the most challenging strategic environment since World War II. But I wouldn't quibble with the word dangerous as opposed to challenging. Yep.
So can I just then, would you then actually agree with what the New Zealanders have said, that this is now the most, in their term, dangerous strategic environment since World War II?
I think that when you...
They'll frame things their own way, Senator. I think we're broadly comfortable that we in New Zealand
are on the same page. I'm assuming
have some very common strategic perceptions.
Okay. If I could just turn to a speech that was given by the former Treasury Secretary, Stephen Kennedy. So before he departed the Treasury role to become Secretary of Prime Minister and Cabinet, he gave a speech to the Australian business economists where he pointed out that the strategic environment was underscored by, this is a quote, the reality that the Swedish and French governments have produced brochures informing their citizens about how to prepare for a variety of threats, including armed conflict. And in the last year, conscription has been a topic of genuine political debate in Germany and Poland, close quote. Is it the view of Defence that Australia and the Indo-Pacific face a similar strategic environment?
Senator, so we are looking through our strategic environment as a way to draft the next iteration of the National Defence Strategy. As the Secretary has said, we see the Indo-Pacific and the Euro-Atlantic theatres as interconnected, to a certain extent interdependent. It's hard to conceive of effective deterrence in our region, effective conflict prevention, if those conditions don't exist in the Euro-Atlantic. So, we do see what happens over there as important to what happens here. But I would make a distinction. There is an active land war in Europe now, and that creates a different, I think, quotient of risk that European democracies are dealing with. Certainly when we talk to our UK colleagues and our French colleagues and our German colleagues, they are seized of the risk. And of course, they are in a collective defence arrangement under NATO. They have to think very, very seriously about the risk of Article 5 conventions being triggered through an attack on one member of NATO in the context of the Ukraine war. I think that there is no active land war or active major power conflict in our region. I think, therefore, you can argue that it's not as acute, but we would refer again to the erosion of the strategic environment, or the deteriorating strategic environment, as signalling to Defence that we need to think harder about how we structure the force and how we prepare for worst case outcomes, and in so doing give government options to prevent them occurring in the first place. And that's where the Defence Strategic Review and then the SN24 argued that we need to fundamentally transform the Australian Defence Force to one that possesses a much more potent set of deterrent capabilities such that we can contribute to deterring force projection against Australia and to deterring broader regional contingencies that would be, I think, disastrous for the region and, of course, pose terrible problems for Australia.
Just in terms of the comment that was made, or the statement that was made by Mr Kennedy, that the Swedish and French governments have produced brochures informing their citizens about how to prepare for a variety of threats, and I understand the evidence you've given in relation to there is currently a conflict on foot in that part of the world. But has Defence conducted any planning, prepared any material for similar documents?
National resilience is dealt with in the National Defence Strategy, Senator, and we certainly, national resilience is a national endeavour, and we talk about national defence. That a lot of this is driven by other departments and agencies, and we've certainly contributed to work that the Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet have done in terms of looking at some of these broader cross-cutting issues of national resilience. But we certainly look at, I'm certainly not going to go into the types of contingency planning that we might do, but it's certainly to say that national resilience and defence's capacity to operate in different and more challenging strategic circumstances is something we're certainly alert to.
Who is the lead agency on national resilience?
David, do you...
Senator, we would put this, as the Secretary said, the Defence Strategic Review was the document that introduced the concept of national defence.
Yes.
And this was a new concept in national defence planning, which says that, as the Secretary mentioned, defence acting alone cannot arrive at a set of circumstances where Australia is maximising its potential to deter force projection against us. That requires a whole-of-government endeavour. The DSR and then the NDS, through government direction, seated that function of national defence in the Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet.
Right.
We work very, very closely with the department on how it leads the national defence function, and we have been, and this is, I think, a work in progress. We're going to be building it steadily over the years ahead. This is not something that you do overnight. It will take. This is something we're going to continue, really, I think, for years, and to ensure that we are addressing the domestic, not just the international factors that ensure that we're maximising our defence capabilities.
So can I say, who's the lead minister then when it comes to the national resilience aspect?
Well, Senator, I think that we might come back to you on notice with that one. I think the resilience is a different word. We fold resilience into the national defence concept, but of course resilience is a key line of effort within defence, and so we are working this, and there are senior officials and ADF personnel who are responsible for the resilience agenda. So, I would argue that the Deputy Prime Minister and the Defence Minister has direct responsibility for resilience, but also through Prime Minister and Cabinet, there is shared ministerial responsibilities across the Cabinet.
So I was just going to ask then, how is it actually then coordinated across government?
Well, the topic has certainly been dealt with at the Secretary's Committee on National Security.
Yep.
And then beyond that, we work with other departments and agencies.
Just in terms of Dr. Kennedy, he's obviously gone into a different role. But has Dr. Kennedy engaged with Defence on any of the matters that he raised in that speech since he took over as PM&C? Secretary?
Look, he's certainly spoken to me about his impressions of, what other countries are doing on readiness. But yes, I have certainly heard Secretary Kennedy's views. I can't say that there's been anything more specific than that general discussion. But Secretary Kennedy has been very, for quite a while, been focused on, that broader issues of national economic resilience, our social cohesion, which contributes to national resilience, the interaction of the departments of the other national security agencies and how they are coordinated. So I would expect that he would continue to take an interest in those issues as Secretary of the Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet.
He also went on to say, and I'll just put this onto the Hansard record for you, that defence spending was one way to respond to threats or the threat environment, pointing out, this is a quote, deterrence requires both capability and a strong commitment to readiness and resilience in concert with our partners in the region. Defence expenditure is currently 2% of GDP. Investment in defence in Australia needs to continue to adapt to Australia's economic structure. Compared to some countries, our industrial base is narrow, representing the strength of resources, agriculture and service sectors. These sectors are crucial to our economic strength and resilience, and unnecessarily diverting resources away from them to sectors where our comparative advantage is weak would only degrade our resilience and productivity, especially in an economy near full employment. To what extent then has the decision to not increase defence spending beyond 2% of GDP over the past year been guided by those considerations?
Do you want to?
Senator Cash, that's a very wide-ranging question. Obviously, in the quote that you've just provided, Dr Kennedy was speaking in broad terms about the approach to economic management and providing observations in that context. On the question of defence spending, our government is very clear about our intentions to increase spending, and indeed we have backed that with action. And so you will know that the government has increased defence spending over the decade by something, I think, in the order of $70 billion. We can
10.6 over the
10.6 over the forwards, 10.6 billion. Officials can talk you through budget questions, but I think the premise of your question, which is that defence spending is not increasing, is factually incorrect.
All right, thank you very much, Senator Cash. I do need to move the call around, but we'll come back to you. Now, I'll hand over to Senator Ghosh, and then it'll be Senator Shoebridge. Okay, Senator Ghosh, you have the call.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the officials, both at the table and here today. My questions relate to the defence export permits, and so I think that's your realm, Mr Jeffrey.
Yes, Senator Ghosh, yes.
So I'll begin. Can you please outline Australia's defence export control framework and what are the types of exports covered by this framework?
Thank you, Senator. Defence export control regime is one that has been in place for a number of decades, consistent with like-minded partners who are signatories to the Trade Treaty. Australian law stipulates that Defence Minister or their delegate must grant an export permit to anything that we would regard to be a defence item, whether that be an item, and we distinguish between those items that are lethal, non-lethal, dual use. These items are registered on what we call the Defence Strategic Goods List, and as we have testified to the committee a number of times, there are two lists on that, List 1 and List 2, to reflect the different nature of weapons and components that regime controls. The export permit can only be issued by the Defence Minister or a delegate if satisfied the export would not, and this is according to Australian regulations and law, would not prejudice the security, defence or international relations of Australia, having regard to 12 legislated criteria and, of course, any other matters that the Defence Minister considers appropriate. Important to this, Senator Ghosh, is that officials cannot choose a subset of those 12 criteria in completing the assessment. The legislation requires all 12 criteria to be considered, and this is set out in Regulation 13E of the Customs Regulations in 1958, and it interacts with Regulation 8 of the Defence Trade Controls Regulations in 2013, and that's the basis on which we make decisions. The Department is the responsible agency under the Act to exercise those export controls and to recommend to the Minister decisions for export permits. I just add, Senator, too, and we've testified to this many times, when Defence grants a permit, the decision to grant a permit does not equate to an export. It simply provides Australian company the ability to make an export should it have a commercial, should it have a buyer overseas, but it requires a permit to lift those items offshore. And of course, having a permit and having an export does not equate to an export of a weapon. We've testified many times before, there is 4,000 or 5,000 different items on the DSGL. They cover all the way from weapons, which we would regard as full systems, tanks, aircraft, guns, ammunition, to component parts that could have defence capabilities, to non-defence items, but which, if in the wrong hands, could be used in ways that would contravene the 12 legislative criteria that we've set out to you today. And so it's a complex decision-making process that the defence officials have to engage in to ensure that each permit is acquitting our responsibilities under the Act.
Thank you, Mr Jeffrey. That was a very comprehensive answer. I appreciate it. Once an export permit is granted, does Defence regularly review those permits, and are you able to reconsider them if circumstances change?
That's true, Senator. We always keep extant permits under review. The Deputy Prime Minister, the Defence Minister can direct us to review an existing permit at any time, as we have testified to this committee before. If we have made decisions, and permits can exist over a number of years, so it's obvious, but we do need, as a matter of practice, to ensure that open permits are subject to contemporaneous criteria. And so essentially what that means is that if a region or an export location suffers the onset of conflict, typically what we will do in that environment is to ensure that any permits agreed prior to the onset of conflict, we're reassessing to ensure that we're making decisions based on, because obviously our risk envelope will change. For an export permit where the destination is peaceful, to one where there is an ongoing combat operation or conflict, we have to apply a more judicious, more cautious lens around a decision to grant an export permit in that context.
Thank you. I've asked you about this before, but can you provide an update on the scrutiny process Defence has undertaken or is undertaking with respect to the export of goods to Israel?
That's right, Senator. I can do so. Of course, obviously there have been 22 permits with Israel end users issued since the 7th of October 2023, 5 of which have been expired. There are 17 permits that remain, which they're solely for the purpose of Australian Defence Force and Commonwealth capabilities. Separately, the Defence Minister and the Deputy Prime Minister directed us to look at all permits that were issued prior to the onset of conflict after the 7 October attacks. We are conducting ongoing scrutiny of those of those permits. There were 66 overall permits that were issued prior to 7 October. Those items now we've been reviewed. Well, I think we've provided this testimony to the committee before. Of those permits, we've sort of broke them down into 4 categories. The first category was no action required. This is where government decided that we did not need to take an action on the majority, which is 37 permits. The permits for government agreed that required no action involved exports and supplies in direct support of Commonwealth capabilities and supplies of dual-use technology with commercial applications. The second category was lapsed or amended. These are permits that have either lapsed because their time period has expired, or they have amended, and these ones were directed by the government. And then the third category is Defence is undertaking additional scrutiny of permits. So we're still, and when we undertake this scrutiny, we engage with both the the suppliers in question, the defence industry that are subject to the permits. We engage our post and other organisations to ensure that we're understanding the environment in the destination of the permits. So that scrutiny process can take some time, and I'll just pass to my colleague David Nockels, who runs the export control regime directly. He can take you through the numbers more directly in relation to where we are on that scrutiny process.
David Nockels, First Assistant Secretary, Defence Trade, Regulation and Industrial Collaboration. As the Deputy Secretary just took you through those numbers, I just might refine that down a little bit further. So to the differing cohorts of numbers that the Deputy Secretary referred to, lapsed or amended in terms of direction from government, then obviously no further action required and scrutiny ongoing. I think the scrutiny ongoing permits is now down to 6 in terms of continued scrutiny of those. The others, as the Deputy Secretary said, have been reviewed and either lapsed or amended, or the government has made no decision on those. So
Mr Nockels, sorry to interrupt you, I would like your full answer. Can I just ask, how does that 6 number interact with the 22, 17 and 5 that the Deputy Secretary is?
Good question, Senator. So the 17 that the Deputy Secretary mentioned before, those are permits that were issued post the conflict, and they are, as the government's direction has been, related specifically to items that are focused on ADF capability, so would need to leave Australia, go to the destination and then come back. So 22 of those were initially issued, as the Deputy Secretary said. That's down to 17 now because 5 of those expired. As the Deputy Secretary said, these permits have a lifespan, so it might be 1 year, could be months, could be up to 5 years, so a number of those have already expired. The 6 that I mentioned sits with the 31, which were for no further action required, and then obviously those that lapsed, they don't exist anymore. So that number actually adds up to 37. So the total, in terms of permits that we have for Israel, is 54.
And the scrutiny process that the Deputy Secretary outlined earlier, that applies and it continues to apply to our exports to Israel?
That is correct, Senator. As the Deputy Secretary outlined, as circumstances change, particularly in relation to that conflict, we're always providing, we're reviewing and providing advice.
Now, I'd like to turn to the, F-35 global supply chain. Are you able to outline that supply chain program briefly and the reasons for Australia's participation?
Senator, we can. Australia is one of the largest global users of the F-35 program. We have one of the largest fleets. The F-35 is central to Australian air combat power and a linchpin of the direction from government to build an integrated focused force. Like all of our defence capability, it relies on, we cannot operate them and sustain them, maintain them alone. We don't operate in an autarkic sort of economic and industrial environment. We rely on a global supply chain. The F-35 is unique because it has been, its cost of development and manufacture was so immense that that cost was amortised over a number of participating countries that joined up early, and Australia was one of those. And so in order to sustain the program, we are a member of what's called a global supply chain mechanism that is used to maintain and support the active F-35 fleet. That supply chain is operated globally by Lockheed Martin, a US prime, with goods and supplies that are owned by the United States. Australian industry inputs into that supply chain, but the actual supply chain itself is a US-led, US-operated mechanism. Mr. Christibel, who is an expert on the F-35 and its supply chain, will be able to provide more detailed answers or explanations for how the actual mechanism works.
Senator Chris Deeble, Deputy Secretary of Capability Acquisition and Sustainment Group. We joined the JSF program back in 2002 as part of the system design and development phase. That gave us opportunities to understand the program and to engage our industry base in that. In 2006, we signed up to the production, sustainment and follow-on development MOU as a Tier 3 partner. There were 9 other international partners at that time. There's now only 8 as Turkey was withdrawn from that group. So we're part of that group. 2 aspects of it is the production. 2 goals really for that program, and I ran that program when I was in uniform for a number of years, was to get the best possible capability for the ADF, and the Chief of Air Force can describe what that capability is in some detail. And the second aspect was to leverage Australian industry into the capability as much as possible. We've achieved $5.2 billion worth of industry outcomes to date, dating back to 2002, on the JSF program. And that's given us a great opportunity to feed into the production line for the Joint Strike Fighter program, and we will continue to do so into the future. In terms of sustainment, we signed up to the Global Sustainment Solution for a number of reasons. We're anticipating up to 3,000 Joint Strike Fighters in the full fleet across multiple nations. Again, noting that we're one of the member nations, one of the 8 that still get to influence the outcomes of the Joint Strike Fighter program. And we've been assigned opportunities for regional maintenance, repair, overhaul and upgrade. So we're starting to establish those capabilities in country to be able to support the capability. The global supply chain solution for the Joint Strike Fighter is effectively US government run. Lockheed Martin facilitate that on their behalf. The components that are part of that global supply chain sustainment solution are owned by the US government, and as I said, administered by Lockheed Martin on their behalf. An item that comes out of regional warehouses, and we have a regional warehouse in Williamtown, then is vested to Australia and placed on the aircraft. An item removed from that goes back into that warehouse, and that immediately becomes a US government asset, again administered by Lockheed Martin on their behalf, and that global supply chain works across the globe to try and provide the most cost-effective sustainment solution for the Joint Strike Fighter program.
Thank you. There are several components to that answer that I wish to go to briefly, and can I say I appreciate the sophistication and the thoroughness of that answer, but just in layman's terms, if that number is 3,000 aircraft, it's correct to say then, isn't it, that not participating in this program and losing that capability would undermine our combat capability, the combat capability of the Australian Defence Force?
There is no question, Senator, and the Deputy Prime Minister has been very clear in public in the last several weeks that it is central to our ability to project force in the air domain. But not only that, it's central to the government's direction that we transform the ADF from a balanced force to an integrated and focused force, which has been specifically tailored to address the deteriorating strategic circumstances that Senator Cash was directing her questions towards earlier today. And the government has made very clear, the Deputy Prime Minister very clear, that the government is not in any way going to endanger the F-35 program.
And Senator, I'm responsible for defence industry policy. If you look at the Joint Strike Fighter program, the critical role it played in our manufacturing base, it took many companies that were in the automotive industry into the aviation industry at the highest possible levels. That becomes really critical to sustaining the capability into the longer term. So maintaining the capability edge with an industrial base here in Australia is critical.
So can I pick up on that? That's an improvement in Australia's sovereign capability in defence industry.
Correct.
That's obviously a very important part of Australia's plans and interests in the long term. So do I understand your answer as saying that has assisted building that capability in Australia?
Yes, it has. And if you look at the defence industry, defence strategy, development strategy, that is a critical part of building that sovereign defence industry base and having the capacity to then take that industrial base, apply it more fulsomely across capability should that be needed in conflict into the future.
Now, you referred to Williamstown in your answer earlier, and there was an article published in Declassified Australia, I think about a week ago, that reported the allegation that components for F-35 were exported from Australia to Israel. It reports that 68 shipments were flown from Australia, and that included shipments from RAAF Williamstown. Does that mean, as that article implies, that Defence or the Australian government is exporting those parts to Israel?
Senator, no, and I'll just ask Mr Deeble to answer that question in more detail. As the government has said it, and as we've testified to this committee many times, the Australian government has not supplied weapons to Israel since the Israel conflict began, and nor for at least the last 5 years. We've been clear that as part of the F-35 supply chain, Australia participates in that supply chain, but it's a US-owned and run mechanism, and the Australian government does not have any direct relationship with the Israeli government on the F-35 program.
I'm unaware of any items going direct. Those items would come through the warehousing, regional warehousing capability that is administered by Lockheed Martin, would be subject to export licences and seeking that through that process. And none of those items would come direct from the ADF into that solution.
Okay. Thank you very much. I've a few more very quick questions. I'm getting the very polite indication from the Chair that I need to wrap things up, and I appreciate your indulgence, Chair. Can I just ask, how often does the Defence report on the export control regime?
Senator, as we have responded in this committee a number of times to an increasing number of questions around the way the export control process works, we have sought to ensure that we can provide as much information as we can, consistent with our obligations to commercial in confidence requirements for Australian defence industry exporters. For that reason, the government and the Deputy Prime Minister has directed us to make a number of changes over the last 18 months or so? 12 months. Those changes relate to increasing the frequency with which we post data on the Australian Defence website on the Australian permit process. That has gone from annual process to a quarterly process. We are just in the process now of establishing the data for the last quarter. We have moved from providing a geographic designation that is regional to national to provide greater clarity on where the exports go to. And we have also sought to delineate the export permit process between DSGL List 1 and List 2. That list, as we've discussed in the committee before, goes to the nature of the goods being agreed to under permit. And that gives us just greater clarity on the process itself. And Mr Knuckles, I'll just add, if he would like to add anything.
Just one more thing in terms of the adjustments to the way that the government is reporting on the export permits. The fourth thing that we have done in terms of the regular quarterly reporting is to report the numbers of permits issued against the categories against the DSGL, so it makes it easier for people to see and understand what categories have received export permits for as well. So 4 significant changes to create a high level of transparency around the data.
So just to summarise that, in response to the direction from government, you now report more frequently, in greater detail and with greater transparency.
That's correct, Senator.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thanks a lot, Senator Ghosh. Thanks for that. Now, Senator Shoebridge, you have the call to about 10 to 11.
All right. Thanks, Sharon. Nice to see you all this morning. We may as well pick up where Senator Ghosh left. I'll ask you, Secretary, but you might want to direct it somewhere else. You've had some questions directed to you about the reporting that there were 68 direct exports of F-35 parts since the 7th of October that are known from Australia through to Israel. I see you don't contest the fact that at least 68 component parts have gone from Australia to Israel. So is that correct? There are at least 68?
Senator, I'm not aware of the details of that suggestion, but I'll ask Mr Deeble if he has or...
So, Secretary, I might initially respond to that. So, as the testimony has just been provided by all three of us, the program is run through the United States and obviously through Lockheed Martin, and Lockheed Martin would respond to requests to send items across the globe as it relates to the JSF
Mr.
program.
Knuckles, we'll get to who directed it, but just the physical fact that at least 68 component parts, and it may well be more, in which case I'll ask you about that, but at least 68 component parts as identified by Declassified Australia have left from Australia and gone to Israel as part of the F-35 global supply chain.
So I can't confirm what has been written in the article at this stage, Senator.
All right. Well, we know we have a number of the flight details, one of which happened as recently as the 17th of September. The item, which I think was an inlet part for an F-35, which was picked up from Williamstown in Australia and being delivered to Neverton in Israel, which is where the F-35 fighter base is in Israel. Do we agree that Neverton is where the F-35 fighter base is in Israel? Neverton Air Base?
I'm uncertain as to where the F-35 base in Israel is. It's not an area of focus for me in my day-to-day job. So.
Okay. Well, I can assure you that that is where the F-35 fighters are based in Israel. So it was picked up from Williamstown on the 8th of September, which is just north of Newcastle in New South Wales, popped on flight TG472 from Sydney to Bangkok on the 17th of September, transshipped to flight ELY82 from Bangkok to Tel Aviv on the 18th of September, and then delivered from Tel Aviv to Neverton on the 19th of September. Are you aware of that flight? Are you aware of that export?
Senator Hugh Jeffrey, Deputy Secretary, Strategy, Policy and Industry. So, again, I think just this general point, and we'll just use this as for further reference to that article. We're not in a position to confirm the detail of that article. I'm aware of it broadly, Senator, but I haven't sought to ensure its veracity, and so I wouldn't want to offer evidence to this committee to that point. But I think we've spent some time this morning explaining that we're a participant in the F-35 program. Part of being a participant is that we're part of this global supply chain mechanism. We've set out that mechanism is run by the United States and managed by Lockheed Martin. What that means in practice, Senator, is that Lockheed Martin will move parts and supplies around user countries, and Australia is one of those countries. Those parts are owned by the United States. So it is, were Lockheed Martin to move parts into Australia to support the maintenance of Australian F-35s, and then to move them again, they would need a permit to move them.
Yes.
But that is at the discretion of the United States and its manager, Lockheed Martin.
All right. We'll come to who controls weapons parts coming in and out of Australia, whether it's the US government or the Australian government, in due course. But then we also have evidence, just to give you another example, of actuator doors that were exported from Australia direct to Israel. That happened on the 16th of May. We have the rudder tie rod for the Joint Strike Fighter exported on the 10th of February from Australia to Israel. we have the display visor parts exported directly from Australia to Israel, or they all went through Bangkok, in October of 2024, and there are like 68 that we know of. Are you saying that the Defence Department had no visibility on any of those exports, that you contracted that job out to Lockheed Martin? Is that what you tell me?
No, Senator. As I said, my testimony was that if Lockheed Martin wished to move parts that are required, that are controlled by the DSGL, they would need a permit. But what you're talking about, those parts and supplies, these are parts and supplies owned by the United States government, managed by Lockheed Martin. What you're probably talking about, Senator, is items that Lockheed Martin imported into Australia to support the maintenance and sustainment of our fleet, and then have needed to move those parts around to somewhere else. That they are entitled to do that under the F-35 global supply chain mechanism. I just want to clarify, Senator, just so that we're being clear for the committee. These are items coming in and then going out. These are not items being manufactured in Australia and then being exported on that basis.
How do you know?
Well, because we would typically require a permit to know that if there's an export, they're going to be manufactured and then exported.
Typically?
Yes, Senator, typically.
Well, what are the atypical situations where you don't have a permit?
There are no situations where if there's an item on the DSGL that we would not have a permit.
So, just to be clear, Mr Jeffries, entities in Australia, if they import a weapon or a weapons part from another country and they come to Australia, they can then export them to third countries without getting a weapons permit? No. Or is this just a special arrangement for the United States and Lockheed Martin?
The F-35 supply chain is a particular arrangement. If you want to use the word special, it is a unique arrangement. It's a global supply chain. Mm-hmm. We participate in that. Goods are moved around the world. Mm-hmm. These are US-owned goods. They're managed by Lockheed Martin. Australia does not direct the export of those goods. Mm-hmm. It does not control the exports of those goods. It requires those goods if it's resident in Australia, it needs to issue a permit for those goods to be moved offshore.
So there's a US-controlled supply hub in Australia, in Williamstown, which washes weapons parts in and out of it, and which is entirely controlled by the United States and under no sovereign control from Australia. That's how I'm understanding your answer. We just provide the real estate, and the United States has a completely US-controlled, US-owned weapons supply hub just north of Newcastle, which they can just wash weapons parts in and out wherever they like without any oversight from Australia. That's your evidence, Mr Jeffries.
That's not my evidence, Senator.
Well, how am I wrong?
I think I've explained it.
How am I wrong?
Mr Deeble did explain how the arrangement works, Senator.
Well, I've invited any of the officials to give an explanation for how I'm wrong in that description. Mr Deeble, you say you know this in detail. Well, in detail, tell me how I'm wrong.
Just before you do, I think the Minister, I don't know, Minister, did you needed to... You're about to respond. But anyway.
Simply, Senator Shoebridge, you are quite welcome, of course, to put questions to officials. I think parsing their evidence back to them in highly emotive language doesn't assist the committee in exploring questions of fact. Now, Mr Jeffries has given information to you about the permitting processes that are relevant to the F-35 supply chain. Mr Deeble has given information to you about the significance of that supply chain to Australian defence capability and interests. They are in a position to give further information to you on questions of fact, but I think inviting them to endorse your particular political characterisation of those things is not helpful.
Well, Minister, far from inviting them to endorse it, I'm giving Mr Deeble, who says he has detailed experience, the opportunity to critique it. How is that wrong, Mr Deeble?
Well, to that extent, you are inviting him to offer a question of opinion on your approach.
No. Identifying if something is right or wrong, it's not a question of opinion, it's a question of fact. How is that factually wrong, Mr Deeble?
The global supply chain is administered by Lockheed Martin on behalf of the US government. Components that go to the Joint Strike Fighter program that are part of that global supply solution are owned by the US government and, as I said, are administered and moved between warehouses globally to support those capabilities and the partner nations and FMS nations in that regard. Those items, when they leave the warehouse and leave the warehouse, they are invested in Australia. Australia then places on the aircraft. Component parts then go back into the warehouse. The warehouse is meant to be supporting regional outcomes, but there will be component parts that are moved where the need is within that global supply solution.
Now, Mr. Jeffrey, you said that whenever a weapons part leaves Australia and is exported, it's required to be subject to a permit that's been issued by the Australian government under Australia's defence exports regime. Is that right?
Senator, any item on the DSGL, and as we've testified before, that's not a weapons part necessarily.
No.
It's not a weapon necessarily. Right. It could be a weapon, a full system.
I remember the discussion you had about how lethal a pencil would be.
And I'll just remind you, of course, Senator, too, about the government statement repeatedly that we have not exported a weapon.
Cool.
But nevertheless, the DSGL and our Australian export control regime covers both weapons and its component parts and dual-use items that are potentially, that could be used for military purposes or non-military purposes.
Yeah. The Foreign Minister, when responding to Australia's participation in the F-35 fighter jet program and the sending of weapons parts from Australia to Israel, said that it wasn't a concern because Australia only exports non-lethal parts of the F-35 fighter jet. Was that on your advice that she described them as non-lethal parts?
Senator, I would direct you to the Foreign Minister. Those questions to the Foreign Minister.
Is there such a category of weapons parts that you're aware of that Australia administers, which is non-lethal weapons parts?
The DSGL encompasses 4,000 different items, both what we would characterise as lethal and non-lethal items.
All right. And how are parts of a fighter jet non-lethal? Are any
Senator,
of them considered non-lethal by you?
Some parts for a fighter jet do not require a permit because they're not on the DSGL. So they could be screws, they could be, could be wires.
Are there parts of the F-35 fighter jet that have been exported out of Williamstown, and as we know, a bunch of them have gone to Israel, that are not subject to defence permits?
If we are not required to control an item, we don't require industry to seek a permit for it.
But a rudder tie rod, an actuated door, or display parts for an F-35 fighter jet's helmets, they would require defence permits, wouldn't they?
Without going into the specifics of those particular items, I would just reiterate, if that item is on the DSGL, it would require a permit. So,
of the multiple exports that have gone at the direction of the US government and Lockheed Martin from Williamstown to Israel, how many of those have been the subject of a defence permit since the 7th of October, Mr Jeffrey?
Senator, I'd refer you to my previous answer. We're not in a position to comment on the veracity of that article.
Well,
so I can't give you an authoritative answer on that.
Well, I'll ask you, putting the article to one side, how many weapons parts for the F-35 fighter jet that have been exported from Williamstown with a final destination of Israel since the 7th of October 2023 have been the subject of a permit issued by the Australian government?
Senator, I'm not in a position to give you that answer.
Well, will you take it on notice?
We'll take on notice.
Excellent.
And we'll see what we can provide in terms of information. As you know, I'll reiterate our standing policy. We don't go into individual
I only want
permits,
numbers. I only want numbers, and you've given numbers before.
We do not seek to enter into the details of those permits.
Senator, just in terms of your question, in terms of wanting numbers, I think the reporting that we referred to earlier provides the numbers as it relates to permits, so export permits. So we're able to provide that, and we do that publicly. Going beyond that, in terms of significant, how many screws were moved in one shipment to another, that is not something that we count, and so we can't provide that specific number to you, but we can provide you numbers as it relates to permits, permit applications, and as we gave testimony prior to your line of questioning, the government has made adjustments to how it approaches reporting publicly.
To be clear though, is there any Australian sovereign control over Lockheed Martin's export of F-35 weapons parts from Williamstown hub to Israel? Is there any sovereign control? And if so, what is the sovereign control that Australia has over that?
Senator, again, I just need to check your language on weapons. I think you have agreed to the definition that we've provided to this committee.
Well, weapons parts for the F-35.
Or non-military items that are dual use.
Ms Jeffrey, I'm asking a simple question. What, if any, sovereign control does Australia have over the US government and Lockheed Martin sending parts of an F-35 fighter jet from the hub that they own and control in Williamstown, just north of Newcastle, to Israel? What, if any, sovereign control does Australia have?
Senator, I'm just asking for a simple clarification. I think
F-35 fighter parts.
we're not talking about weapons per se, we're talking about items on the DSGL.
No, I'm just talking about F-35 weapons parts coming out of the F-35 regional hub in Williamstown, owned by the United States, controlled by the United States and directed by the United States.
And again, I will just reiterate my answer around, if it is on the DSGL, it will require a permit to leave Australia.
All right. So how many of those have left Australia pursuant to those permits?
Senator, I'll take on notice what we can. We will talk about and we'll offer as much detail as we can consistent with our obligations to
has defence...
commercial.
Now, I know it's awkward because the Foreign Minister said that we only export non-lethal parts for the F-35 project. But of course, Australia also produces 25mm frangible armoured piercing ammunition for the F-35 in a facility in Victoria. Is that ammunition part of the F-35 global supply chain? The 25mm frangible armoured piercing ammunition made in Victoria?
Not aware of that detail, Senator. I'll take that on notice.
Mr Deeple, do you know if is that officially part of the F-35 program, or is it a separate arrangement?
I'd need to take that on notice, Senator, and I'm not sure whether the Chief Guyo would be aware of those issues. So,
well, do we export that armoured piercing ammunition to Israel? Because I ask this because the language that the government's been using about exports to Israel has changed from no weapons or ammunition to just now no weapons. So has that language change been because we are now actually exporting that armour-piercing ammunition to Israel?
Senator, as we've provided testimony already this morning and multiple times in this committee, Australia has not provided weapons to Israel. So I think that answers your question.
Well, I'm saying the language has changed from ammunition or weapons to only weapons. We pump out 25mm ammunition designed for the F-35 in Victoria. Is the reason the language has changed is because that ammunition is finding its way into Israel to be part of a genocide in Gaza?
Senator, I'd have to double check, but I think publicly the government has said weapons and ammunition to Israel since the conflict and
It used to say that, but it now just says weapons. Is that on your advice? Is that on Defence's advice?
Senator, we won't go into the content of our advice. I would only say I'm not aware of the distinction you're drawing. Last we checked, it was the way in which we frame it is the government has directed us to ensure that we have not supplied weapons or ammunition. Maybe there's a use of shorthand.
Can we agree that 25mm frangible armoured piercing ammunition is lethal? Can we
Senator-
agree on that? Do we have some common ground here that that's kind of lethal?
1 minute,
Chair,
Senator
I think that
Shoebridge.
the officials have taken the question. Senator Shoebridge asked a particular question around a particular facility in Victoria, which officials have taken on notice. He's now pursuing the same question by different means. I think the officials have taken on notice to examine the question that is asked and provide what information can be provided to the committee.
With all due respect, Minister, it's a simple question. There's been your own Foreign Minister has made the distinction between lethal and non-lethal parts for an F-35 and lethal and non-lethal exports. And I'm just trying to understand what Defence's view is and whether or not 25mm frangible armour-piercing ammunition for the F-35 is considered lethal. Mr Jeffrey, is it considered lethal?
Senator, I'll just refer you to my previous answer. We'll take it on notice.
Last one.
You say that as facts change, as conflicts develop, that there's a reassessment of Australia's defence exports. Well, the facts have changed substantially even in the last month when it comes to any export of weapons parts, dual-use items, or engagement in military trade with Israel, because the UN Commission of Inquiry found in the middle of last month that the Israeli military is engaged in a genocide against the Palestinian people in Gaza. Has that finding of the UN Commission of Inquiry confirming that there's a genocide going on in Gaza, has that led to any fresh review of Australia's two-way military trade with Israel?
Senator, questions on the UN's genocide conventions and how that is applied or not applied to the conflict in Gaza, those questions are best addressed to the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade.
So it hasn't?
Defence does not make that adjudication. We will, of course, engage very, very closely, as we do as a matter of course, with all government agencies in relation to the process we engage in to agree a permit.
Well, did DFAT put it on your desk and say, here's a development, look at this?
We do need to wrap up here. So, Mr Jeffries, can you just conclude your answer and then I'll have to move the call around.
Did DFAT put it on your desk?
Mr Jeffrey?
Senator, we engage very closely with the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade on all of our export permits.
Okay. Thank you very much, Senator Shoebridge. Now, Senator Whitten, you have the call.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning. Thanks for attending. My questions will be about sovereign manufacturing and, in particular, small arms munitions. So, firstly, I'd just like to say that I have nothing but the deepest of respects for the armed forces and the brave men and women that wear a uniform every day in the defence of our country. And so my questions are in relation to sovereign manufacturing capability of munitions. In order to be more specific, I'd like to narrow down on small arms munitions in the production of rounds 5.56, 7.62 and 50 cal. Is Australia capable of producing these rounds from scratch with all Australian supplied and manufactured components?
Senator, thanks for your question. Air Marshal Leon Phillips, Chief of Guided Weapons and Explosive Ordnance. Yes, you mentioned 5.56, 7.62, and you mentioned another
50
calibre.
cal.
50 cal, yes, Australia does produce those rounds produced out of our factories at Mulwala and Benalla, with energetics produced out of Mulwala in this country, and forged shells and billets out of Benalla, and they do supply our ADF.
So I understand produced. My question is more around the complete supply chain. Do all components, are all components Australian manufactured, made and supplied, or do we rely on components coming from overseas?
Senator Dan Fankhauser, First Assistant Secretary, Guided Weapons and Explosive Ordnance Manufacturing. Just to Air Marshal Phillips's point, we do produce those calibre rounds at the Benalla Munitions Factory. There is a high degree of Australian industry capability in the production. I'll have to take on notice the specifics of each component just to reconfirm whether all of that material is sourced here in Australia. But as Air Marshal Phillips said, there is very high degrees of Australian industry capability in those small arms rounds. I'll just want to make sure for each of the ones that you specified whether there's any imported components.
Could I raise one just as for instance, the brass obviously used. I don't believe Australia produces brass. I'm not sure which country we source it from, but I suspect it probably comes to Australia in a supply chain on a vessel. I guess I'm asking, if there were to be a conflict, those supply chains could be disrupted, and without our own sovereign manufacturing and supply chains and resources, raw materials, would we be at risk?
So, Air Marshal Phillips again. Just a question. I think whenever we talk about domestic manufacturing, it's unlikely that every component is made indigenously in any country where they produce weapons. Australia would be a similar sense. Raw material like non-energetic components like billets that you mentioned that could be used to extrude the shells, they are something that we can store en masse and have capacity available to us. A little bit harder to move the energetic components around. And so again, that's part of our consideration. As we look at increasing our sovereign content through the GUIO enterprise, we're always looking at various parts of the supply chain and where it makes sense to either fully source that from Australia or in fact sort of buy and stockpile some component elements, Senator.
So is there a plan to develop any of these capabilities, i.e. Produce brass in Australia or other components?
We'll take that on notice specifically in relation to the calibres you mentioned. We do have broader plans across the GUIO enterprise to produce more complicated weapons. If I go to the 155 artillery shells, already we are producing M795 shells filled by tallies at our government factory at Benalla to the same standards as the US for M795 rounds. We have a live tender at the moment to increase the Australian component content, in particular looking to forge shells as well. Again, just as an example of where we are looking to increase the local content.
Yeah, I mean, obviously we're fairly isolated down here, and should a conflict happen, our supply chains would be pretty disrupted pretty quickly. My concern is for the brave people that put on a uniform, that we don't run out of munitions in a very short period of time. I'd like to think there was a plan for us to be as sovereign in our manufacturing capabilities as possible.
So we do have a couple of strategies there. Obviously, as the war in Ukraine has shown, that consumption of munitions increases significantly during conflict. So we have a range of strategies. Obviously, one that you've mentioned is to uplift our sovereignty, and I've mentioned a few examples. 155, we are looking to produce GMLRS rocket motors in this country, as well as the highly effective naval strike missile and joint strike missile, which we are looking to produce in Australia out of Newcastle in partnership with Kongsberg and the Norwegian government. The other thing we're doing is we do have a stockpiling policy as well to ensure that we have a level of stock at hand should we need it, should a conflict arise.
Okay.
Senator, I might just add, in part to your question, I think Mr Deeb will come to the table. Of course, as part of our defence strategy, we look at where are the key industry capabilities that are necessary to have a sovereign manufacturing capability or a sovereign sustainment, a repair and overhaul. Those are parts of both the strategy development and the consequences of it to enable those choices to be made in where we particularly enhance Australian industry capacity around it. And we complement that work by supply chain surety to making sure in a number of areas where we've got multiple supply chain options to be able to cope with disruptions or changes in capacity of some of the key material that we have.
Senator Christine Depsek of Capability Acquisition and Sustainment Group. I have responsibility for defence industry policy. The key document is the Defence Industry Development Strategy. Sitting within that document is the definition of the sovereign defence industry base. It talks broadly about what's required here in Australia and how that is characterised. I can describe that in more detail. Sitting under the sovereign defence industry base is the sovereign defence industry priorities. There are 7 priorities within the DIDS environment, one of those being guided weapons and explosive ordnance. We also have maintenance, repair, overhaul and upgrade of aircraft, test and evaluation, a number of other areas in the land domain, naval shipbuilding and sustainment, for example. And what we're trying to do through that environment is identify specifically those areas that are required within the industry base to be able to support our needs into the future, and in particular where they are critical to supply chain security, where we must have those in Australia, and supply chain resilience, and in particular when that would, how that would apply to conflict and what we would need to have in country to be able to do that.
Thank you. Look, I don't have much time, so I've been fairly narrow on my questioning. The next time we meet, I'd probably like to go a bit broader and things particularly like fuel supplies, because I don't think you guys are being pushed into hybrid or electric vehicles anytime soon for your tanks and cars like the rest of us.
We do have some.
I appreciate your time and respect.
Thanks a lot, Senator Whitten, and also welcome to the committee. Well done. Now, look, given we are very close to 11, I think we will now break for morning tea and then be back here at 11:10. Thanks, everyone. Can everyone please take their seats? We're not broadcasting just yet. Okay. All right, welcome back everyone. Now, Senator Payman, you have the call.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning. In March, I asked about the number of ADF personnel who'd been recruited from the Five Eyes countries. The answer, which arrived several months late, was just 3 New Zealanders had been recruited, and that there had been no recruits from the United States, United Kingdom or Canada. Prior to this policy being implemented, what success criteria did Defence set, and how was success and failure defined?
Thanks, Senator Payman. I'll ask officials to give you an update on...
Sorry, Minister, we can't hear you. Can we just get the microphone back working for the witness and the Minister, please? Thank you. There you
Thanks, Senator Payman. That better?
That's a bit better,
I'll ask officials to give you an update on the current status of what is a relatively new initiative before having them turn to your question, if that's okay.
Thank you.
And Senator, perhaps just before the Chief of Personnel answers you, I think the point I would make is, of course, this measure complements a series of other measures, so it isn't intended, obviously, to be the sole contributor to our workforce, but it is an important way of particularly bringing in expertise from people who are living in Australia currently.
Senator, good morning. Lieutenant General Natasha Fox, Chief of Personnel. That question was in relation to the new program that we had started in relation to recruiting permanent residents who have lived in Australia and have not been part of a foreign military force for at least 2 years and could meet the Australian Defence Force standards of entry to join. So they were the broad criteria. We'd not recruited permanent residents previously. You had to be an Australian citizen. You still are required to become an Australian citizen after 90 days of service. That's when you put in your application. That policy started with New Zealand as the first country, and that was 1st of July 2024. The 1st of January this year, we broadened that to the rest of the Five Eyes countries, so Canada, United Kingdom and United States. We have 429 applications, the CDF mentioned that, and at the moment we've had 7 enlistments. All of those 7 enlistments are from New Zealand, because they were the first country that started off in terms of applications in that respect.
So just a point of clarification, when was it open to the UK, US and Canada?
1st of January this year.
1st of January this year. What are the latest figures, as you've just mentioned, is that the 7 non-citizens from the 79 non-citizen candidates that had pre-enlisted, they're all from New Zealand? All 7?
All 7 are from New Zealand.
All 7 from New Zealand. And does the department expect they all will become members of the ADF?
The applications are in place, so what we're doing now is going through the recruiting process against the Australian Defence Force entry standards. Some may and some may not. So they're in process of being assessed at the moment, and that assessment includes medical, psychological, security clearance, defence interviews to understand their fit for service in the Australian Defence Force.
What is the rate of successful recruitment for non-citizen applications to date?
So CDF mentioned we had over 7,000 people join our full-time force at the end of last financial year, and that was the highest number we've had recruited in 15 years by volume. In terms of the percentage rate of our overall target. That, in terms of overall inflow, we have a 77% of our overall target inflow rate. When you're talking about conversion of applications to enlistment rates, we work on generally around 8 applications to 1 enlistment, given the volume of assessment requirements that we do for service.
So the over 7,000 enlistments that you just mentioned, are they all non-citizens?
No, that's Australian citizens.
They're Australian. So what are the rate of successful recruitment for non-citizen applications was my question.
We've had 7.
Just 7, yep. Okay. Would it be fair to say that the program has failed to address the ADF's recruitment shortfalls?
No, because it's a new initiative that's opened up, and it's only been in flight 12 months, and we have a large number of applications to join from Five Eyes countries. We've had over 4,000 inquiries. Some people choose to enlist, some don't. Some applications are withdrawn because people have made alternate decision arrangements. So as we continue to progress them through the application pipeline, we anticipate we'll see more numbers join.
Minister, what actions has the government taken since the recruitment was open to the Five Eyes countries this start of this year to address recruitment shortfalls?
Senator, on a number of occasions in the answers provided to you by Lieutenant General Fox, you've sought information specifically about this particular program. Are you asking generally about recruitment or narrowly about recruitment through this particular mechanism?
So this particular mechanism, there's clear shortfalls in recruitment, but you can answer both through this program but also generally.
Well, Senator, I don't agree with the proposition that there are clear shortfalls. As has been explained to you already, it's a relatively new program. We have a number of applicants now from a range of nations. We've progressed some of them through to pre-enlistment. We continue to expect this program to develop, and as Lieutenant General Fox has explained to you, it is relatively new. More generally, the CDF in his opening statement spoke about the significance of both the recruitment volumes and the improvements in retention over the last year. These are really pleasing improvements. When we did the Defence Strategic Review, we identified 6 areas that were of real importance to government to protect our strategic position. One of those was to make improvements to recruitment and retention. And that we are really pleased to see these positive results.
Thank you, Minister. In August, it was reported that while still falling short of the year's target, recruitment for 2024-25 financial year was the highest annual intake in 15 years. Credit for this rise was partly attributed to ads on TikTok and in video games. What video games are the ADF advertising in?
Senator Payman, just before, if I could just add to the Minister's comments very briefly, because your question was, a previous question was around what measures are we taking, I think, and that was specific to the Five Eyes recruiting pool. Of course, the measures that we're applying there are consistent with what we're doing, the recruiting generally, advertising, which we will answer for you, re-looking at the entry standards and making sure they are contemporary, making sure we're focusing on the ability for applicants to move quickly and more simply through our system. So they apply to recruiting generally, including the pool of people that we are targeting through the non-citizen program.
Senator, in terms of where we are advertising, we had talked about earlier this year adjusting how we're advertising and where we are advertising in general terms. We are advertising on the Twitch platform, which is a streaming gaming platform. And in terms of the Twitch games that we are advertising in and around, it's FIFA, League of Legends, Sea of Thieves and Rocket League. In addition to TikTok, in addition to the streaming platform of Twitch, We have advertised only on TikTok. We don't have an account on TikTok, and TikTok is not connected to any of our systems, but we have had a campaign on TikTok, noting that's where the majority of the demographic of Australians in terms of youth are operating on. We also are working with Lad Bible in terms of it being a popular digital publisher that provides engaging content for a youth audience, and that has also seen our reach into the population to advertise defence careers increase as well. And we are advertising our roles in electronic job boards, as well as in normal campaigns that you might see in movies such as Deadpool, and in bus shelters, and we've had some advertising in terms of 3D boards in Melbourne and Sydney. We have a mobile ADF Careers Centre that is a bus that goes out into remote regions that also advertises and discusses ADF careers. And we have a pop-up ADF Careers Centre that has been deployed in 2 locations, Coffs Harbour, and it's been deployed in Geelong, where we have seen increases in applications there. So they were the 2. It is now currently, so the 3rd location, currently in Ballarat, where it will spend 3 months as well, providing an opportunity for Australians to engage in what careers are available for them.
So which demographics have the ADF focused on serving their TikTok ads to? And just a point of clarification that you're advertising on Twitch rather than on the actual games that people are playing.
In and around the Twitch platform, around those
so
particular
that's on
game
the Twitch.
streams.
Okay.
So not in the actual game.
Okay, not on the actual game, but yeah. So which demographics are you targeting?
We target 2 demographics: 16 to 24, 25, and then 25 to 35. They are the primary demographics that we target in advertising.
And what is the current shortfall in strength relative to authorised strength in the ADF?
So our budgeted workforce requirement, actually, we're 2.4% over our current budgeted workforce requirement. So that equates to 1,400 more people at 1st of September, more than our budgeted workforce requirement at this point in time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And we can come back to you a bit later on, Senator Payman. Now, Senator Cash, you have the call.
Thank you very much, Chair. Secretary, does the Department agree with the Director-General of National Intelligence that Australia's strategic environment is deteriorating at an accelerating pace with less warning time and greater exposure to crises that begin far from our shores?
Senator, I think the government's judgment is that Australia's strategic circumstances are deteriorating. That's the view of our...
At an accelerating pace?
Well, what we would say is that when the 24 National Defence Strategy came out, it acknowledged as a broad strategic judgment that our strategic circumstances have deteriorated. I think our view would be that that deterioration has continued since then.
Just in terms of ONI, they've described the grey zone, so the space between genuine peace and overt war, as central to strategic rivalry. Does Defence classify grey zone activity as part of the spectrum of conflict for strategic planning purposes, or as competition short of conflict?
Senator, there's certainly, we certainly look at that sort of challenge. There's a whole range of issues that get caught up in that issue of grey zone conflict. Hybrid warfare is sometimes used to describe part of that spectrum, and then sometimes it's more just coercive behaviour short of the use of kinetic effect. And so I think the ADF, as it's developing its doctrine, looks at how we might respond to challenges that come along that that sort of spectrum, but I would certainly say this sort of, what we see is states behaving in a way where they seek to pursue their interests and to assert power, but they do take conscious decisions to try and keep that below a threshold that somebody might say that is a hostile act, that is a violent act, that is where kinetic effects are used that normally then trigger another range of considerations for most countries thinking about how force is used.
So just moving on from that, or sorry, building on from that, within defence doctrine, is grey zone warfare treated then as a form of strategic conflict requiring integrated deterrence, military posture and information operations, or as a primarily diplomatic or intelligence matter?
Senator Cash, I'd say it's both. Of course, it has implications broader than the defence activities into the contest of information, the use of propaganda, the use of misinformation, as well as the Secretary has characterised of the use of military or other capabilities. They can be coast guards, maritime militias and aircraft in a way that does not directly engage the use of military capabilities, but other forms that are able to prosecute a nation's interests. In part, your question is somewhat academic. We do see it as a component of the spectrum that encompasses competition, short of actual conflict that would involve the exchange of lethal effects between nations, and we absolutely include it within our doctrine and concepts as an issue that we need to be actively engaged with and addressing.
Can I just... sorry, Secretary.
Very deliberately, the government chose to talk about national defence as requiring all tools of national power to be coordinated to respond to some of these assertions of power or possible challenges to Australia's sovereignty or interests, which are outside that military lane. So I think the concept of national defence implicitly thinks about the use of other tools of power against us, and for us to use all aspects of national power to defend Australia in that type of environment.
So just building on that then, what thresholds or indicators does Defence use to determine when grey zone activity crosses into open coercion or armed conflict? Because you talked about that fine line of remaining under. So what are the indicators?
Well, normally, none of this is normal, although it's very unfortunately becoming normalised. But where you see actors trying to assert power or to try and get Australia to acquiesce to particular either national positions or particular sets of behaviours, and then you can deconstruct how that attempt to get us to acquiesce is being carried out. Is it being carried out through disinformation or propaganda? Is it being carried out by attempts to influence Australian political discourse, what we would regard as appropriate and normal and robust democratic political discourse? Is it being, are we being impacted, or are people seeking to influence through either the use of economic or the threat of economic tools? Then there is how might the use of military assets or non-military assets be used to try and shape our behaviour or to deter us from behaving in a way in which we have traditionally done. All of those are sometimes in play in a coordinated way, and other times we see there might be a particular vector or approach being used, absent pressure in the other, in those other lanes. And I think that's where the concept of national defence is really useful, because if you think about it holistically, you can sort of give that sort of a broader national interpretation, whereas if you were just looking at it in a particular lane,
Yes.
it might constrain or shape the way in which you think about it.
So just building on that then, how does Defence coordinate with ONI, ASIO and DFAT to counter grey zone operations that blend military, cyber, as you've said, and information effects?
Yeah, well, certainly there is work going on across all of those agencies that you mentioned, Senator. That work comes into the National Security Committee of Cabinet normally, or sometimes in the international dimensions. That work is led by the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade, but through the Secretary's Committee on National Security, all of the relevant agencies are able to bring their perceptions, their analysis and their options in a way which is then able to be fused into advice to government. So certainly I would say that all of our ministers and the departments and agencies are alert to this, and there is coordination and sharing of perceptions going on.
Senator, it is routine for us. So exercise activities involve our interagency departments as elements. Talisman Sabre we've talked to this morning. We have partners from other agencies involved right from the planning through to the conduct of those activities. I mentioned activities that we have done in the Philippines, everything from understanding environment in which we're operating, what the objectives for those activities may be, the engagement with foreign nations or host countries we're working with. Our interagency partners are with us every step of the way.
Just again on Mr Shearer's comments, he noted that China's forces continue to probe and harass Australia's partners and allies in the east and south coast China seas and to tighten pressure on Taiwan. How does Defence itself assess these activities, just in terms of the conversation that we've been having, as grey zone operations or as military coercion?
Senator. Hugh Jeffrey, Deputy Secretary, Strategy, Policy and Industry. So we would group coercion and grey zone activities within the same activities. As the Secretary's outlined, we would define grey zone as those activities of a state seeking to pursue its strategic objectives immediately below the threshold of conflict, to sit below, using clandestine, coercive or other means that transgress international law and normal, diplomatic and strategic engagement between states. As the Secretary said, we've seen this type of behaviour increase, and our response to it is to insist that we need to preserve a strategic culture in our region where disputes are resolved through dialogue consistent with international law, particularly where these are disputes like we see in the South China Sea and the East China Sea, where there are multiple claimants and where we don't take a position on the ultimate resolution of those claims. Rather, we say that the solution must be negotiated consistent with international law. In terms of China's strategic behaviour, what we understand what it's doing is, it's not unclear. Despite it being an authoritarian system, it does have a pretty active debate by retired members of the PLA who talk about Chinese strategic objectives. I think from their perspective, and I don't want to speak for the Chinese, you need to talk to them, but they see their strategic geography as constrained to an extent that's unique among great powers, and they are pushing out. They are seeking to expand their strategic room for manoeuvre. The problem, of course, is this comes into conflict with the legitimate rights and territorial domains of other states. And I think our policy and the way Defence understands our approach to the defence of Australia is that we do not seek to contain China. We do not seek to deny it its right to build a military force that's consistent with its interests and its resources, but rather to exercise that great power in a way that builds that strategic culture in our region, not undermines it, and is ultimately consistent with international law, including, of course, as Senator McAllister has outlined, UNCLOS and other key elements, all of which were developed after the Second World War precisely to give states a way to resolve disputes without having to go to war, right? So that's the objective that we seek.
Just then, based on Defence's assessment of sustained cyber attacks, disinformation, economic coercion and proxy intimidation directed at both Australia and our allies, does the Department consider that Australia is already engaged in grey zone conflict with authoritarian states, whether or not that's actually been formally declared as such?
Senator, we wouldn't use that word grey zone conflict.
Can I ask, what would your term then be?
We would describe that there is a growing contest. In the region.
Yep.
This is a strategic contest. It is conducted through a number of vectors. Grey zone activity is one of them.
Yes.
I think it's safe to say that that Australia has become subject to a range of grey zone activities over the years, and that relates to a number of actions by state and non-state actors that seek to target the Australian democratic institutions, that seek to undermine, liberal democratic competence about their ability to operate in the world, and which look to which affect the ability of Australia to deploy and operate its forces consistent with international law in what we would regard to be, areas important to the defence of Australia. So
the grey zone warfare, is that effectively now part of what modern warfare is defined as?
I think that conflict. I think the problem with grey zone activities is that it ultimately seeks to blur the line that you're trying to draw.
Which is what the Secretary was saying before in terms of...
And that's its risk, because if you try to blur the line, then you're increasing the risk of conflict via miscalculation. And that's the problem.
Senator, Mr Miles has said, as China's power grows, it is and will seek to shape the region and the world to serve its interests. Now, I think the Australian government's been very clear that it's very legitimate for China to assert its interests, but there are ways in which that interest needs to be asserted in line with conventions and with an order that has served China's interests as well as others. And the Australian government has been clear in raising its concerns with China, where China has asserted its interests using means or to objectives that we do not support.
Unfortunately, due to time, I've got so many other questions on this, and I very much appreciate the information you've given. I am going to have to move on, though, just very quickly to another topic just while I've got the call. Could I just refer to, at what point did Defence decide not to provide preparedness reports to Minister Miles in 2023 and 2024?
Senator, while the Vice-Chief comes to the table, I'd just perhaps helpfully characterise different types of reporting, and he will address preparedness reporting directly. The Department and Defence provides and has continued to provide reporting to government on state of equipment, issues that may arise in projects, an overall view, and of course the Defence Strategic Review and the National Defence Strategy itself and the complementary advice to government all addressed questions about the capability of defence, including the ADF. Preparedness reporting is very specific in its nature, and I'll let the Vice-Chief just explain what that purpose is.
And can I just build on that as well, just sorry, in terms of your answer then, what then prompted Defence to advise ANAO that it had not provided preparedness reports to Minister Miles?
Senator Air Marshal Rob Chipman, I'm the Vice Chief of the Defence Force. Two questions that you've asked. The first was, when did we cease preparedness reporting? That was in December of 2022. The second question was, what prompted us? It was an ANAO audit into the serviceability and maintenance of our landing helicopter dock ships that prompted, that brought awareness to the fact that we had ceased reporting. And if I can just describe, so preparedness reporting is a report that we make against our strategy.
Yes.
In December of 2022, we were undergoing the Defence Strategic Review, which was a significant shift in our strategy from a balanced force to a focused and integrated force. And so when we started to think about how we would report to government about the state of our capability, it would make no sense, having released a new strategy, for us to provide a preparedness report in the context of the old strategy, which is why there was a decision taken to pause reporting. We have now started and recommenced preparedness reporting.
I'll move on to that shortly. So just in terms of the December 2022 decision, did Defence proactively disclose that to ANAO voluntarily, or did ANAO actually ask?
I do not know the answer to that question, Senator, except to say it would not be a necessary thing for us to disclose that to the ANAO. They only revealed it as a result of their audit of LHD.
But you did disclose it, didn't you? Defence, my understanding was Defence advised ANAO?
Through the process of their audit, which was conducted in 2024.
Right, okay. Just in the ANO report itself, it noted that many of the preparedness reports were just conversations. Were records kept of those conversations?
I do not know the answer to that question, Senator.
Admiral, could I direct the question perhaps to yourself?
Yes, certainly, Senator. I think the ANO report indicated that there were various forms of advice being provided to government as well as conversations.
Yes.
Of course, the ANAO audit was explicitly about a ship type, the LHDs, of which advice to government on the nature of that capability, the ships would have continued through that period of time while preparedness reporting was paused. So there were, beyond conversations, there was a number of series of advice provided to government. I referred to the Defence Strategic Review and our assessment through the development of the Defence Strategy as examples of that. If I could perhaps just add to the Vice Chief's explanation on why did preparedness reporting have to change. When the strategy changes, preparedness is a judgment of the ability of Defence to execute that series of strategy outcomes. So a shift in the strategy requires us to come back and to review what is needed to satisfy those strategy requirements. The change from pre-NDS 24 to what we have now was quite substantial. So the strategy change was important. I think that has been publicly recognised. So we had to rebuild what does the ADF need to do to be able to achieve the strategy. That's what we have done, and we have recommenced preparedness reporting, having stepped through that process of redesign.
And that was my next question. So ANAO, it did note that the reporting would recommence this year. It has recommenced. Can I ask when? Sorry, I apologise if you did give me that. I didn't write it down.
Senator, the first report was provided to government at the end of August.
End of August. And one quick question, and I do know that unfortunately I have to pass the call on. I just want to confirm your evidence, so I'm in no way misquoting you or misunderstanding you. Minister Miles did not make the direct decision to suspend those reports.
That's correct, Senator.
That is correct. It was a decision of Defence based on your explanation.
That's correct.
And the first preparedness report has now been delivered to the Minister.
That's correct, Senator.
Thank you.
All right. Thanks very much, Senator Cash. I'll come back to you a bit later. Now, Senator Shoebridge, you have the call for 15 minutes.
Thanks, Chair. Look, I just might check in on some evidence we got last estimates about the two supply vessels, HMAS Supply and Stalwart. I'll ask you first of all, Admiral Johnston, given your position. Last we checked, they were both in for repairs. Are they out of repairs?
Sorry,
Are they out of repairs? Are they back in?
I'll let the Chief of Navy give you an update, Senator.
Good morning, Senator. Vice Admiral Mark Hammond, Chief of Navy Australia. Both ships are at sea as we speak.
Okay, and when did they? Are the repairs finished on each of them?
The repairs have been completed. We are going through acceptance trials with HMAS Supply, and Stewart has completed the necessary work to certify her for deployment. We're just going through the process of examining the complete body of evidence over her last several weeks at sea. They're both off the east coast of Australia right now. I expect her to be fully certified next week based upon the preliminary advice I've received.
All right. So neither of them are yet back in active service.
I wouldn't say that, Senator. Stewart's completed several replenishment at sea activities with HMAS Canberra and with one of our frigates. It's an internal process of certification, but she's available for operations now.
And the trials with Supply, when do we expect those to complete?
I anticipate, so now that we've certified or completed the necessary sea trials for Stewart, the Sea Training Group team have shifted focus to Supply, and that process will continue over the coming weeks. And
can you remind me when the repairs for Supply started?
There have been a number of different defects, as you're aware, Senator, on Supply. The major work began initially after the RIMPAC deployment in 2022 and again in earnest in 2023.
All right. But it was the repairs started on Supply, I think, at the end of 2022.
That's correct.
But then the project got bigger the longer you looked at it. I'm not trying to mischaracterise it.
That's true. It has been a series of complex engineering issues to be resolved, which Navy Shipbuilding Sustainment Group can speak to in detail.
And Stalwart, I think it originally went in for repairs in at Darwin. If you remind me when that was.
She didn't go into repairs in Darwin. She developed a defect during operations off the north coast. She sailed back to Fleet Base West. Issues with replacing a crankshaft in one of the diesel engines, and then a stern tube bearing defect, both of which have been resolved.
And when did that first problem become apparent in Darwin, and therefore it start the process?
I'll just refer to my colleague from Navy Shipbuilding Sustainment Group.
Yeah, good morning, Senator. Reverend Bradley Smith, Head of Maritime Sustainment Division within Naval Shipbuilding Sustainment Group. The defect that you refer to on HMAS Stalwart in Darwin was in June 2024.
Okay. Can I just double check? Each of these ships costs around about $750 million once to bring on and have operational, is that right?
Senator, the project price for the acquisition contract was about a $1 billion project.
Okay. Was that for each or for both?
For both, Senator.
Yeah, but then there's been additional on costs.
Yes, Senator.
Yep. So we've had like a $500 million asset in the form of Supply not available to do its job for 3 years. Do we have any recovery from Navantia? Any recovery at all for the cost of having a $500 million asset sitting idle, not able to do its job?
Senator, if I may take that first and then pass Navy Shipbuilding Sustainment Group, you'll recall from my earlier testimony, as we've discussed this over the last few years, that we've been completely dissatisfied with the performance of the ship. And the frustration has been significant across the enterprise as we've stepped through very deliberately a detailed rectification of the issues. We withdrew the ships from operational service in 2023 and we've taken a very deliberate, acknowledging a the complexity of the challenge, a slow process to resolve a number of very, very complex issues.
Yeah, Vice Admiral, I share your frustration and dissatisfaction with these incredibly expensive procurement decisions. My question is, do we have any legal recourse against the shipbuilder, not just for repairs, which I think has been an ongoing arm wrestle and fight, but for the cost to the public of having, you know, at least $1 billion in assets that we've paid for, just sitting idle, not able to do its job? I think the answer might be no, but perhaps you could tell me otherwise.
Senator, Mr David Hanley, Naval Shipbuilding and Sustainment. We agree that we have been working with Navantia and they have largely borne the costs associated with remediation work for Stewart and Supply. We have submitted and are working with Navantia on latent defect claims, and they are subject to commercial conversations happening this quarter and last quarter.
All right. So I think that answers my question that there's an arm wrestle on paying for defects, but there's no actual separate amount recoverable for the fact that those defects have meant that an incredibly expensive asset, 2 assets, have been sitting idle. Are there any learnings from our procurement strategy in light of this?
Senator, yes, there are. We accepted these ships. They went through a rigorous trials process for acceptance. There were defects identified during that process. They were articulated and captured in the acceptance into naval service, and we were working down on those defects ever since. So it's a normal process. It's a very transparent process. It's a very rigorous process to ensure that we achieve the outcomes of the test and trials period. These defects were identified subsequent to that.
All right. I think we might be talking slightly across purposes, Mr Hanley. Obviously, there need to be learnings about how you accept a vessel into service and whether or not these latent defects can be picked up, except that's one part of it. But the other part of it is, if those defects are there and they put an incredibly expensive asset out of operation for years in this case, are there any learnings from that as to having some kind of recovery from, in this case, a very large Spanish shipbuilder for the cost to the public of having an idle asset?
Yes, that's a consideration when we put in the latent defect claims, correct.
Well, are we recovering that loss to the Australian public? Not to repair things, but because we've had 2 massively expensive assets sitting doing nothing. Is that part of the recovery?
We are having negotiations and discussions with Navantia across a whole range of issues, Senator.
It seems to me that there was no such contractual entitlement in the contract from the answers we're getting, and I would urge you to at least take that learning from this. And when we enter into multi-billion-dollar contracts or multi-hundred-million-dollar contracts and the thing doesn't work, that we actually have some recovery for the fact that the thing doesn't work.
Yeah.
But that doesn't seem to have been a learning that we have here.
Senator, I mean, you've characterised it a particular way. I don't necessarily accept that characterisation.
Okay. Sure. I might go back to another issue about weapons exports and the weapons exports program. I think we have 2, you can correct me if I'm wrong, 2 effective weapons export programs. One is the standard one, which, for example, weapons parts to Indonesia, Israel would go through, and we've had some discussions about that. The other is the arrangements under AUKUS Pillar 2, where weapons parts can move from Australia to the United States or Australia to the UK without the same permit process happening. Would you agree that there are those 2 arrangements in place, Mr Jeffrey?
Senator, broadly, yes. What the decision around AUKUS defence trade did is that it suspended the export control permit process that we've been discussing this morning for the trade in controlled items between the US and UK and Australia. that relate to AUKUS projects. But crucially, what that means is that does not mean that this is a way to evade export control regime in Australia. Rather, it means that each country has worked together to ensure that our respective export control regimes are broadly equivalent, and that by agreeing to suspend a permit process, say for example of a transfer of a control good from Australia to the United States, that transfer then cannot be transferred to a third party absent that export control process of the United States being used.
Yeah, so...
sorry, Senator, may I just step in to add some layer to the Deputy Secretary's answer there? So what you're referring to is the licence-free environment that was created under the AUKUS umbrella. And so that is still part of our Defence Trade Controls Act. And so what that means is for companies to be able to utilise the licence-free environment, they must be a member of the AUKUS authorised user community, which means both Australia, UK and the US have to agree that that company can be part of that community. And then in becoming part of that community, they need to continue to tell us what they are doing. So they have to pre-notify. So they have to pre-notify that they are moving an item from, say, Australia to the US or to the UK. So it's not two different systems, it's all under the single system.
So if you're one of those AUKUS participants, and that's been accepted by the 3 members of AUKUS, it goes from a permit process to a notification process if the weapons parts or weapons are being sent to the United States or the UK.
So the permission is that you enter into that AUKUS authorised user community, and then within that community you notify the action
notify
that
about
you're
the
taking.
movements. Of course, under the Arms Trade Treaty, Australia is meant to have continuing oversight over weapons and weapons parts that are exported to country A and then re-exported to country B. That's our obligation under the Arms Trade Treaty, isn't it? The final destination of weapons is meant to be observable by the exporting nation.
So Australia follows its obligations under the Arms Trade Treaty, and in doing so, the way that Australia has done so is to develop the Defence Trade Controls Act and associated legislation which goes with that, obviously in the customs environment as well. And that is our obligation, is that we have a domestic system that meets the ATT obligations, and we do that and meet that.
All right. But when it comes to our arrangements with the United States under that AUKUS Pillar 2, Australian weapons and weapons parts can be sent to the United States, and then once they're in the United States, Defence's position is that they're then subject to the United States export controls moving from the United States to any third country. I think that's what you said, Mr. Jeffrey.
Yeah, sorry, I was answering the question.
No, but I think
Knuckles,
Mr. Jeffrey answered that earlier, and that was the position he put.
So if you just repeat the question again, sorry, Senator.
Well, under AUKUS Pillar 2, in relation to the United States and the US, if a company has been given a permit under the AUKUS Pillar 2 arrangements, weapons and weapons parts are can be sent from that country to the United States, and then if they are then re-exported from the United States, that is subject to the United States arms control arrangements. And I think that's what you said, Mr. Jeffrey.
So the first thing I would say, Senator, is you mentioned AUKUS Pillar 2, so the arrangements of the licence-free environment actually fall under the Defence Trade Controls Act and the amendment to that. So
that was a shorthand for those legislative amendments that went through the Parliament to implement AUKUS
That's
Pillar 2.
correct. So
Excellent.
in doing so, our arrangement is that obviously the United States and the UK have very strong export control arrangements, and in the same way that Australia has strong export control arrangements, the 3 countries are working with each other to ensure that the movement of technology and defence goods is managed appropriately.
And Mr. Knuckles, that's how this Australian-made R400 remote weapon system that's made by EOS Systems in a variety of facilities only a few kilometres from this Parliament, that's how they arrived in Israel as a fully made up weapon being demonstrated in front of the Israeli Defence Minister in February of this year, as identified in this Israeli Ministry of Defence press release. That's how the R400 turned up in Israel, isn't it?
So, Senator, I think you're suggesting that it...
Just hang on a second. I know you've given me this. Are you seeking to table or just provide for the witness's benefit?
I'm happy to provide it to the witness, and then I will in due course seek to table
And
it.
in terms of the origins of this, have you got a...
It's an Israeli Ministry of Defence press release.
All right.
Downloaded from the Israeli Ministry.
Well, if you or your office
Ministry
could
of
just
Defence.
send that to the Secretariat, that'd be
Yeah.
awesome. Thank you.
You can see the picture of the EOS R400 here. You can see the Israeli Defence Minister, and you can also see it in EOS's own documents confirming that, yes, it is made in Australia, assembled in the United States, and sitting there in Israel being demonstrated in the middle of a genocide.
Chair.
That's how it turned up?
Yes, Minister.
The Senator is asking officials to comment on a document that is not in front of them.
No. There is a copy coming.
There it is. About to provide it. Officials may wish to review it.
And come back. And I am mindful, Senator Shivers, I don't now need to move the call along. We can come back to you a bit later in the hour. And hopefully by then we'll have copies to the witnesses. Now, Senator... Oh, Deputy Chair, you have the call.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon to you all. Minister, I just wanted to start with one issue. Earlier this morning you rejected Senator Price's characterisation that an equivalence was made by the government between the PLA Navy activity in the Tasman Sea and the Australian Navy's activity in the South China Sea. The Minister for Defence, Mr Miles, has made that direct assertion, and that's recorded in Hansard on the 24th of July 2025 in response to a question without notice. Minister, do you wish to correct the record, or do you agree with Mr Miles that there is an equivalence?
I think equivalence is a particular interpretation of the contributions made around this issue. I think the point that has been repeatedly made by many contributors to the debate is that it is in Australia's interests for a rules-based order to be observed and to be reinforced, and that is the basis on which we raised objections to the activities and the failure to provide notice in accordance with best practice. Well, and I think many people have made the point that Australia benefits from arrangements and from an international order of this kind, and we utilise them and we observe the conventions that are associated with those arrangements.
Well, I just want to go back to the actual question. Do you think that the equivalence is appropriate? As
Senator,
Mr Miles said in question time on that day. Happy to say exactly what he said, Minister.
Sure, please do.
There's a question by Mr Taylor. Is the Prime Minister seriously suggesting that because Australia engages with allies in the South China Sea, the Chinese Communist Party is free to conduct live fire exercises without warnings off the south coast of New South Wales? And Mr Miles responded in part, if the Shadow Minister is suggesting that that must not occur again, I want to understand what standard is being promoted by those over there, which would apply to Royal Australian Navy vessels when they are in the South China Sea and the East China Sea. So he has drawn the equivalence between the legitimate activities of the Australian Navy, and I'm just asking, do you wish to correct the record, or do you agree with Mr Miles that there is an equivalence?
Senator, I can't add to the answer that I've already provided to you, which is that members of the government, officials, have repeatedly made the obvious point, and I would have thought it was obvious, that we benefit from having a clear set of rules that participants observe. We've also been very clear over time that when we do see unsafe or unprofessional conduct that is in breach of the practices that we expect in the international environment, we raise it with whichever with counterparts in whatever context.
So just to go to my question though, Minister, so do you reject the equivalence? Because clearly you're not suggesting...
Senator, these are your words, they are not words used by Mr Miles.
Well, it's very important to understand if you're not reflecting Sorry, Minister. It's
I don't understand the question you're actually asking me, Senator Henderson, because you've provided a quote to me from Mr Miles which doesn't use the word equivalence. I'm just not sure what you're asking me to actually respond.
That is the effect of what Mr Miles said. And this morning
That's
you've rejected...
your conclusion, Senator.
You've rejected Senator Price's characterisation that an equivalence was made. I think it's clear that it was, and I'm just asking whether you wish to correct the record, because very clearly there are very appropriate and legitimate activities by the Royal Australian Navy in the South China Sea.
I've answered your question, Senator.
That's disappointing, Minister, to leave that lack of clarity.
It's not a lack of clarity, Senator. I've been very clear repeatedly to you and to Senator Price when she asked her question.
All right, let's get back to questions.
Secretary, I just noted in your opening statement that you refer to Mr Miles as the Deputy Prime Minister, not the Minister for Defence. Is there any reason for that?
Senator, Mr Miles is the Deputy Prime Minister and the Minister for Defence.
Is that a request by Mr Miles that he should be called the Deputy Prime Minister rather than the Minister for Defence?
I've never been asked to refer to Mr Miles a particular way. I have always called him Deputy Prime Minister. Sometimes I might use the term Minister for Defence and Minister for Defence, but Mr Miles has never requested nor directed me to use a particular title.
Okay, thanks, Secretary. After the last election, Defence spent almost $1 million fitting out an office for Minister Miles at Russell. Has the Minister made use of that office since the election?
I would need to take that on notice.
Or does anyone know here, Secretary? Or
the question's been taken on notice, Senator Henderson.
I'm just asking if anyone else has that information.
Indeed, and
also,
I'm telling you that this question has been taken on notice.
Mr Miles has used the office in the Defence Russell complex since the election.
And how often has he used it?
Would need to take that on.
All right, thank you. And just any information about Mr Miles' staff who might have used the office as well? Thank you so much. Has Minister Miles had any other facilities or offices upgraded by Defence to support his work as a minister? And if so, just where, and just looking for the cost and the rationale for that expense?
Senator John Reid, Deputy Secretary Governance. Can I just clarify the question, Senator? Do you mean since the 2025 election or prior to that?
No, really more since the 2022 election. Yes.
Yes, Senator, there has been work done to Mr Miles's office in Geelong since the 2022 election, not since the 2025 election.
And can you describe the nature of that work?
I have to take on notice the particulars of the work, Senator.
And is that at his elected office? We're very near neighbours. I'm just up the road, so I know it quite well.
No, Senator, that's his ministerial office.
I hope you're not stalking him.
No, I can never be accused of stalking Mr Miles. So where is that office, Mr Reid?
It's in Geelong. I can go that far. I can get you the address.
Okay, thanks. I'll notice that would be...
It's his Geelong ministerial office.
It's a separate office.
It is, that's right.
And has there been any upgrade of any office, including Swan Island?
I would have to take that on notice, Senator.
Thank you. Does Minister Miles make use of the Commonwealth parliamentary offices or specific defence facilities?
Minister Miles certainly attends parts of the defence estate. I'm not sure what your question is going to, Senator.
Oh, well, just the CPO office or any specific defence facilities?
Senator, I can take that on notice and refer it to the Minister's office. I'm not sure what their use of CPOs is regularly.
All right, or any other defence facilities. Thank you. If you could just come back to the committee with that information. Any departmental officials or ADF personnel beyond the ADC currently seconded to Minister Miles' office?
So, Senator, we have departmental liaison officers. We have 3 departmental liaison officers in Mr Miles's office. And since the 2025 election, we have provided some transitional staff to Mr Miles's office.
Can you describe the nature of those staff? And what do you mean transitional staff?
Senator, it's reasonably common practice post-elections or movements for departments to provide, and consistent with APSC and finance and PM&C guidelines, short-term staffing arrangements to backfill vacancies that exist in ministerial offices.
And how many staff are involved and what are their positions?
So in Mr Miles's office, since the 2025 election, we provided three advisors on a transitional basis and one diary manager on a transitional basis.
Okay. And how long are they in the office for?
The guidelines require them to not be in the office for longer than 3 months. I'll correct myself before the end of the day if I'm wrong. None of those advisors are still in the office as in a transitional capacity. So some have returned to the department.
Mm-hmm.
There are some that transition to formal MOPS arrangements or Ministerial Parliamentary Staff Act arrangements between the election and now.
All right, well, on notice, could you provide us with the details of those
Certainly,
matters? Thank you. Has the department increased support or changed its guidance provided to staff or personnel on secondment to Minister Miles' office since the 10th of October 2024?
Senator, I'm not sure. We haven't changed, as far as I'm aware, any guidance we've provided to staff. If there's a particular change that you're referring to,
or any increased support since that time?
Not as far as I'm aware, Senator.
Or maybe you could take it on notice and just investigate that. Thank you. Did any departmental officials or personnel... and I just want to move to the recent signing of the United Kingdom Nuclear-Powered Submarine Partnership and Collaboration Agreement between the Government of Australia and the Government of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, otherwise known as the Geelong Treaty. Now, I'm a very big fan of Geelong, as most people would know who know me. But I just wanted to know the circumstances about how that treaty was signed in Geelong. Was that a location suggested by the UK government or the Australian government? Just wondering how that came about.
Bernard Phillip, First Assistant Secretary, International Policy. Senator, the Auckland meeting between the Foreign and Defence Ministers of Australia and the UK was held in Sydney. There was then a set of meetings that Mr Miles hosted the UK Defence Secretary Healy for in the Geelong region. And so the program was developed to accommodate both of those, the cities in the visit by Secretary Healy, principally for Auckland. And as you say, the Geelong Treaty was signed in Geelong.
Is the department aware of any historic examples of formal treaties being signed and subsequently named after the responsible minister's electorate?
I'd have to take that on notice, Senator.
And so in terms of developing the program, who made the suggestion as to the naming of the Geelong Treaty and that it should occur in Geelong? Who drove that decision making?
I'd have to take that on notice as well, Senator.
So you don't have any further details about how that may have all occurred?
In terms of the program, I mean, when ministers visit Australia for meetings such as Auckland, there's usually a process of consultation with the other government about the location of the meeting and other cities or locations in Australia that they would visit. And in the case of Auckland 2025, for Secretary Healy, Geelong was included in the program alongside Sydney and Melbourne, as well as a visit to Darwin to visit HMS Prince of Wales.
I'm just wanting to ask some questions about Minister Miles and how he seeks to manage conflicts of interest between his electorate interests and his role as Minister. Has Minister Miles sought to recuse himself on any final decisions for contracts or tenders or any litigation matters which affect his electorate or otherwise?
Yes, Senator, he has.
Could you detail those recusals?
I'll take on notice what I might be able to say. Some of it might be subject to matters that go before Cabinet, but I'll take on notice what I can.
A matter going before Cabinet or is not doesn't mean that the question can't be answered, Mr. Secretary. No. So could you tell us what you do know? Because, I mean, clearly there's some very big contracts being signed, including in the Geelong region, and we've also had some very, very dramatic cuts to defence programs in the Geelong region. So could you Minister, could you just share with us what you do know, Mr. Moriarty?
Well, Senator Henderson, it's been taken on notice. You asked a question and the Secretary took it on.
But I'm asking if anyone here does know that question in full or part.
Any question may be taken on notice, Senator Henderson.
Minister, I do know the rules of Senate estimates. Mr. Moriarty, is there anyone else who can assist me with that question?
I'll seek, Senator, to see if there's any of my colleagues who are able to contribute to that, and we'll revert to you if there's specific information that can be provided today.
Okay. Is there any sensitivity in relation to contracts, which is why you're reluctant to share more information now?
I didn't say that I was reluctant to share information. I just said I don't have specific information. I am aware that Mr. Miles has recused himself from some matters relating to issues relating to his electorate. I'll get as much detail as I can for you today.
Thank you. Look, I will specifically ask about any recusal in relation to decisions relating to contracts with Hanwha. Of course, just to set the context, the former coalition government determined that the howitzer program would be located in the Geelong region. We reinstated that program after it was cut by the former Labor government. So very proudly, the Armoured Vehicle Centre of Excellence is at Avalon, just north of Geelong. The howitzer program was cut in half quite dramatically, and also the Land 400 Phase 3 program. So that's caused a lot of issues in our region. But yes, has there been any specific recusals by Mr. Miles in relation to any contracts with Hanwha or any other supplier concerning that precinct?
I'll take that on notice, Senator.
You don't know the answer to that?
No, you have now asked the official on, I think now 4, perhaps 5 occasions, essentially the same question, which is please detail the nature of any recusals in relation to the electorate.
Minister,
and Mr. Moriarty has on each occasion indicated to you that he'll take it on notice. Any chair, as you know, any official or indeed any witness may take a question on notice. And I really ask Senator Henderson to move on to some new material rather than repeating
Minister,
the same
I will
question
say to
over
you,
and over again.
And I just want to refer to the rules of estimates, that if an official does know the answer, and that's what I'm asking, then I'm just asking for the information that can be provided today. Now, some of these matters, in fact, have been reported publicly, Minister. They include decisions in relation to Land 400 Phase 3. They've been in the newspaper. Many have read about them. So I'm just asking if, to the extent that the Department of Defence or the Secretary can share further information today, I would be most grateful.
And just to be clear, witnesses also have a right to ask for things to be taken on notice and come back to the committee with correct information.
All right.
Secretary, have you got that? Because
thanks, Chair.
Deputy Chair, you've got 1 minute left.
There have been now 4 contract variations in the span of a year to CN 4023307. These are Hanwha contract variations. What's been the reason for the cost escalation since the original grant of the tender in 2023?
Senator, I'll try and get somebody to come to the table.
Thank you, Secretary. And just on a related issue, in terms of the cuts I referred to before, to both howitzer and Land 400 Phase 3, I just wanted to know whether the Minister is engaged with companies or workers in relation to those cuts and what impact that they've had given the chopping and changing of these procurement decisions, what impact that has had on the development of our defence workforce, including in the Geelong region and in Victoria.
Hello, Senator. Major General Jason Blaine, Head of Land Systems. Could you just repeat your question about contract variations for the project?
Yes, there were 4 contract variations in the span of a year to CN 4023307. These are Hanwha contract variations. There were cost escalations. Just wondering what the reason is for the cost escalation since the original grant of the tender in 2023.
Yeah, thank you, Senator. I will come back to you with some detail on those. Cost variations occur throughout the normal process of our contracts as we see escalation in costs through to indices of parts and supplies. We might see an increase there. There could be a change in how we look at our schedule for delivery, some engineer change proposals. It's probably better I get back to you on each of those to give you what the cost variation means exactly.
All right, and just back to my other question about the cuts to both the Howitzer program and Land 400 Phase 3. What has been the impact on Defence's ability to plan for its workforce, on the chopping and changing of procurement, and what's Defence's plan to replace the capability that would have been delivered before those very significant cuts were made?
Before perhaps General Blaine answers, I think just for clarity, I think you're referring to the change for the infantry fighting vehicle, which is Land 400 Phase 3. That was the change in the basis of provision, the number of vehicles was before the government had made a procurement decision at all. So it's not a contract change in terms
I
of
understand.
in-flight.
Admiral,
And
yes.
similar, I think when you're referring to the self-propelled howitzers, that was a change to whether there would be a second regiment of howitzers, not again for an in-contract delivery of capability.
No, I appreciate the difference. Thank you for that clarification.
Senator, I might be able to assist with your question around the impacts or changes to workforce. Lieutenant General Simon Stewart, Chief of the Army. So the Defence Strategic Review of 2022, in 2023 I should say, and the National Defence Strategy directed me to optimise the Army for littoral manoeuvre and long-range land and maritime-based strike. So this has seen a comprehensive transformation of our Army over the last 30 months. And so the changes to those bases of provision for both the Land 400 Phase 3 and the Land 8116 Phase 2, which were the infantry fighting vehicle and the self-propelled howitzer projects, are accounted for in the reorganisation of the Army, the redefinition and rewriting of our operating concepts, the delivery of capabilities, and also the work we've done on culture. So, in short, the changes to those bases of provisioning and then the acceleration of and expansion of other capabilities such as littoral manoeuvre, so landing craft medium, landing craft heavy, the acceleration of long-range strike, for example, the HIMARS launcher and the precision strike missile effectors, as well as the acceleration in the battlefield aviation program, are some examples of the changes that were made, and then the redistribution of workforce in accordance with the priorities that I'm accountable to deliver.
Look, I'm just wondering whether you could provide any further information on notice, including as to the financial impact in terms of reducing both of those programs. And Chair, as a point of clarification, I've just checked the government guidelines, page 16. It is appropriate to take questions on notice if the information sought is not available or incomplete, but officials should not take questions on notice as a way of avoiding further questions during the hearing. So respectfully, Secretary, I'm just reminding the committee of the guidelines for witnesses, and if it's possible to bring back to the committee either now or shortly further information about those recusals, we would be most grateful.
I'm sure the Secretary and others know their obligations, but I'm not sure which guidelines you're referring to, but I'm sure they will do their best to come back with whatever they can for the benefit of the committee.
Guidelines, Chair.
Okay, now on that note, I'm going to hand the call over to Senator Whittaker.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair, and thanks all for being here today. I've got some questions about ADF staffing.
Senator, do you mean recruiting and retention?
That's right,
the
yes.
nature of it? Yeah.
So there's often lots of talk about defence capability, and I think it's really important to point out that people are a really important part of that capability, and in fact possibly the most important. Could you tell us the size of the ADF permanent workforce as at the 30th of June 2013?
Senator, I don't have information with me around 2013.
Okay.
That is available in the Defence annual reports for that period of time, though.
Okay, okay. What's the... how far back do you go in terms of the information you have on hand today?
I can advise you the average funded strength in 2016-2017 was 58,680 for the Australian Defence Force, full-time force.
Okay. Can you tell me the size of the ADF permanent workforce as of the 1st of September 2025?
The average funded strength for the Australian Defence Force as at the 1st of September 2025 is 60,807.
Sorry, what date was that? 1st of September 2025. Do you mind just repeating that number?
60,807.
And you refer to that as the strength?
That's the paid strength for the full-time force.
And is there a distinction between that term and the permanent workforce? Sorry, I'm just trying
to... So the Australian Defence Force consists of full-time force, so they are permanent force and other people who might be doing full-time service in a full-time capacity. Sometimes our reservists actually come in and do short periods or long periods of full-time service, but they're actually employed in the reserves while they're doing that. So that is the permanent or full-time force for the 1st of September that we have.
Over the last 12 months, has there been an increase in the personnel workforce?
Yes.
What is that increase?
Well, from the end of financial year 2023, that was 58,310. To the end of financial year 2024-25, that was 1,660 difference, and to 1st of September, it is 2,497 difference.
197. So that's a 2,497 increase over the last 12 months. And in terms of over the last decade, is that an increase?
Yes.
Do you have the numbers of how much of an increase that is over the
that's what I gave you. I gave you the strength. 2016, 2017 was the last figure I had.
Okay, okay. Could you give us the definition that you use for the ADF separation rate? How do you define that term?
People who have left the full-time force.
And what's the 10-year average of that rate?
9.5.
And what's the current separation rate?
7.6.
It's not a bad decrease. That's excellent to hear. Why do you think that is? What do you think is, what policy or initiatives have led to that decrease in the separation rate?
We have been working over the since COVID, essentially, working on improving the conditions of service associated with defence service. We've had a number of initiatives put in place that supports people serving. They include things like increasing the family health benefits for our families from $400 to $800, so doubling that benefit. We have been adjusting our pay scales in different pay categories over a period of time. The government has invested in a continuation bonus, which has it appears now to be having a good effect in retaining people, and I'll defer to my colleague for more detail on the continuation bonus.
Thank you. Rear Admiral Letitia Van Stralen, Head of Military Personnel. So we had the 2-year pilot into the continuation bonus, which started on the 1st of July 2023. That one's closed now. That was a $50,000 bonus. That 7,331 members actually responded to that bonus up until the 1st of August this year. 79.05%, so 5,795 people actually responded, accepted that bonus. So what we saw in the retention was 33% of those people indicated that they were undecided as to whether they were going to leave, and 382 people were intending to transfer. So we actually saw approximately just over 2,200 people actually retained because of the bonus. There's a new bonus now in place, two offers. One offer came into effect the 1st of July this year, which is $40,000. That targets people at the end of their initial period of service or a minimum of 4 years, and a second bonus at a 7-year mark. Both of those bonuses are at $40,000. So that was the previous pilot bonus was $289.6 million, and the funding going forward is a government commitment of $571.8 million. So we're seeing some good effect from that as a retention tool.
Senator, I might add to both General Fox and Admiral Van Stralen have talked about personnel measures. Of course, I would add meaningful work, properly equipped for the role they have, well-trained, opportunities to use their expertise, work with partner nations. Of course, there's no one reason why an individual chooses to stay or leave the Defence Force in its aggregate. That is how we are looking at, as you rightly described, the most important capability that we have.
So, Senator, another initiative that we invested in was expanding access to personal and professional study. That supported defence personnel undertaking study, and we've had a number of people take up that offer for improving their personal and or professional learning opportunities. We do understand, we've talked to our workforce through multiple surveys, the reasons people stay for their job security. CDF mentioned the nature of the defence work that is undertaken, and that includes the purpose of defence and a sense of belonging and wanting to do something for their country.
Great. It's very encouraging to hear that such holistic work is being done to retain a really important workforce. I sometimes hear it said that ADF personnel leaving faster than they can be replaced, and that fewer Australians are signing up to serve. Given what you've just outlined to me, would you say that's an accurate statement?
So coming out of COVID, like many organisations, there was a really substantial workforce shift in what roles they were doing. So in that period, we did have a large number of people choose to leave because they stayed during COVID because of uncertainty. So we had normal workforce attrition that we understand in terms of behaviours, and on top of that, those people that were going to leave in those couple of years left as well. So our separation rates were very high, and the highest they'd been for a very long time then. But since that period of time, we have now stabilised, and because of government initiatives like the continuation bonus and all those other measures we've talked about previously, those separation rates now seem to have stabilised, and with the work undertaken in recruiting, we are now in positive workforce growth for a very good period of time.
That's excellent. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, Senator. Now, before I hand the call to Senator Shoebridge, I understand the department had some information they
Thanks,
wanted to bring to
Chair.
the
We've got
attention.
some additional information related to an issue that Senator Shoebridge raised earlier, which we'll invite.
All right.
Thank you, Chair. Hugh Jeffrey, Deputy Secretary, Strategy, Policy, Industry. We're just clarifying an issue around the question of, from earlier in the day, around 25mm ammunition for the Joint Strike Fighter program. Just in short, Australia does not produce this ammunition and has never been produced for the JSF. I think Senator Shoebridge is working off a press release from Defence Industry in 2020, I think, that set out that proposal for Defence to fund this activity. Defence never took up that proposal.
Leon, anything additional?
Nothing more to add on that statement.
Okay. Is that all you've got before I hand the call over to Senator Shoebridge? Secretary?
Yeah, I think that's covered off.
Okay. Senator Shoebridge, you have the call.
Oh, thanks, Chair. So just for clarity on that, Defence hasn't funded it, and are you saying to the best of your knowledge it hasn't been produced in Victoria?
So let me read a statement more fully, Senator, to make sure we're covering it. Air Marshal Leon Phillips, Chief of Guided Weapons and Explosive Ordnance. You asked a question around the Australian production of 25mm frangible armour-piercing rounds for the Joint Strike Fighter. Those rounds are not produced in the Australian government factories in Victoria, and 25mm rounds have never been produced for the F-35 Joint Strike Fighter in Australia. Under previous contracts at the factory prior to 2020, Tallies did manufacture and supply 25mm ammunition natures to Defence. This ammunition was primarily used by Army in the ASLAV, but small quantities were also used on naval ships. Following the introduction of the Boxer Combat Reconnaissance Vehicle as part of Land 400 Phase 2 and the commencement of the withdrawal of the ASLAV, Defence discontinued procurement of 25mm from the factories. As DepSec Jeffrey said, submissions from Tallies and Niawa have been received in previous years, including in the early 2000s for this F-35 frangible armour-piercing rounds, but these were never progressed as they were not assessed as value for money.
Well, thanks very much, Air Marshal. Appreciate that. Mr. Jeffrey, before that break-in questioning, I provided you with the Israeli Ministry of Defence media release, which contains at the end of it the photograph of a series of Israeli military officers, but also the Israeli Minister for Defence stand behind an Australian-manufactured R400 EOS weapons system in Israel from February of this year. And I asked you if you knew how it got there and suggested to you it was sent in parts to the US, assembled in the US, and then exported from the US to Israel. Have you had a moment to reflect on it?
Yes, Senator, thank you. I've had a chance to quickly scan the article in question. Just in terms of, I'll ask Mr. Nockels to respond specifically on the question of electrical optical systems, which is a multinational defence industry firm, so it doesn't just produce in Australia. David Nockels will set that out. In relation to the AUKUS licence-free environment, Senator, it's just to clarify, of course it's stating the obvious, I'm sure you're tracking, Israel is not a member of AUKUS, it is not a beneficiary of the AUKUS licence-free environment, and of course any transfers...
No, Mr. Jeffrey, you know what I said. They sent in parts to the US. The US then, under the arrangements we have with the US, then applies their own export regime to it. That's how it was sent, as a full weapon system to Israel.
And Senator, again, I would have to, in responding, I'm not accepting the assertion made in that question. Mr. Nockels will respond in particular to the proposition that Australia supplied or provided a permit for this system to Israel.
I didn't say that.
In relation to the...
I never said that.
All right, okay, just...
Never said that.
One at a time. Mr. Jeffries, you've got the
just
call
wanted
to
to clarify
respond,
that-
and then Senator Shoebridge, you'll have a right to ask your question.
In relation to the AUKUS licence-free environment, as I've testified, in agreeing to a licence-free export to the United States or the UK, we rely on the defence export control regime of those two countries. In most circumstances, however, when it relates to key aspects of defence technology, all three countries operate what would frame as a excluded technologies list, Senator, which means that there are those items that that go to specific defence capabilities that would require the agreement of the originating country. So in this case, we would require the agreement of the if the United States, for example, sent an item to us or transferred an item to us under the AUKUS licence-free environment to Australia, and we wanted to export it to a third party. If it was on the excluded technology list, we would need to seek US agreement to do so. The same would result in reverse to Australia when it comes to those lists. And I'll just ask Mr Nockels to reply to the question.
Mr Nockels is going to answer my question, which is how a fully assembled R400 unit, whose all component parts were made within a few kilometres of this parliament, found itself in Israel being demonstrated in front of the Israeli Defence Minister.
Mr Nockels will answer.
So, Senator Shoebridge, firstly, thank you for the article. It actually doesn't reference EOS at all, but I think what you're referring to is seen reported in some ABC reporting.
The photo of the R400 in Israel.
Just responding to
your
question.
Senator Shoebridge, come on, just let the witness answer.
At the time when that article in the ABC came out, we had a look at this. There were no, I repeat, no permits for EOS to export that type of equipment to the United States or, obviously, to Israel. We have confirmed that with the the Australian Border Force. We referred to them to check that these items didn't leave Australia, and they have not. And as Mr Jeffries said, EOS is a global company. So to your proposition that these were items that were manufactured and assembled here or assembled in the US, that's not the case.
The problem you have with that, Mr Nockels, is that the parts are only made by EOS in facilities within a few kilometres of this parliament. It's the only place they make it. That you haven't addressed whether or not those parts could have found their way to the United States under the permit system. Without going through the permit system, but under the arrangement set under AUKUS Pillar 2. And the really awkward fact that there's a fully assembled R400 EOS unit in Israel being demonstrated in front of the Israeli Defence Minister. Now, if it got there without any approvals, that's a problem. If it got there with your approvals, that's a problem. If it got there through a system where they washed it through the United States, that's a problem. And you haven't addressed the problem.
So, Senator, I think I just actually answered the question. So you asked and repeated it twice there, and I have responded with there were no permits for these items to leave Australia for that company.
Yes, but as you know, my question was under the arrangement under AUKUS, which doesn't require a permit, but has a licence and a notification system.
Now, Mr Nockels has the call. Mr Nockels.
And we referred this to the Australian Border Force, who, as you know, manage the border when it comes to imports and exports, to seek to ensure ourselves or assure ourselves that hadn't happened illegally. And the answer was they had no evidence that those items would have left Australia. So I go back to the point that I said before and Mr Jeffries said, which is EOS is an international company.
Well, you have the awkward problem of an entire weapons system whose components are only made within a few kilometres of this parliament, finding itself in Israel, being demonstrated in front of an Israeli Defence Minister, and even at best, it's an Australian-owned defence entity which also has a wholly owned US subsidiary that provided it.
So, Senator, at the time that the ABC media came out, we contacted the company and they assured us that the items that you're referring to were not manufactured here in Australia or left Australian shores. So I can only continue to reinforce the responses to your questions.
You've got a few minutes left, Senator Shoebridge.
Could I go on to the Defence Estate Audit? I don't know, Secretary, who's most useful for that? Now, Secretary, you probably remember, although it was so long ago, your memory might be a little opaque, that I think more than 2 years ago, your department put the audit review on the desk of the Defence Minister, the audit of the Defence Estate. Has it moved off the Minister's desk?
Well,
or do you just go and dust it once a month?
Senator Celia Perkins, Acting Associate Secretary. Yes, you're correct. The Defence Estate Audit was a recommendation of the Defence Strategic Review. That work was undertaken and delivered to Government in December of 2023. Subsequent to that, at the direction of the Deputy Prime Minister, we've undertaken a detailed and a serious body of work across Defence to deeply analyse the recommendations of that review and to work across all the component parts of Defence on how we might take back to Government an implementation plan. That is still before the Government, and we continue to work through how we might implement the plan.
So you've put an implementation plan to Government.
Yep.
Has it been adopted by Government?
The Government is considering both the review and Defence's analysis and recommendations on its implementation.
Secretary, will you provide to this committee the audit that was provided to the Minister in December of 2023?
No, that'll be a matter, I think, for the Government to include in its considerations of implementation.
Well, I'm going to press for its production. If you want to take a public interest immunity claim, you can. But will you provide to this committee, and you heard your obligations from the Chair earlier, will you provide to this committee the audit that was given to the Minister in December 2023?
Senator, it is a report made to the Government. We are undertaking analysis and the Government is considering that.
Secretary, you know the drill, and can we just do it more quickly? I'm pressing for you to produce a document that is within the possession of the Defence Department. You may not want to produce it on the basis that you have a public interest immunity claim, but that's the only basis you can resist it. So will you produce to this committee the Defence audit that was given to the Defence Minister in December of 2023?
No, I'll take that on notice, Senator.
To consider a public interest immunity claim?
No, I didn't mention public interest immunity claims.
There is no basis to refuse the production of it. It is in your possession.
Okay, just wait a minute, because I'm just having to chat to the Secretary, but the witness is able to take it on notice. Obviously, depending on the response that the committee receives from the Secretary, we will then consider if there's need to be any other further processes in place, Senator Shoebridge.
When was the implementation plan given to Government?
I don't have a date with me, Senator, but we returned to that conversation with Government following the election, so within the last 2 or 3 months.
Okay. There are very real concerns that a large amount of public land will be sold off as a result of this audit. What proportion of the the Defence estate is proposed to be sold under the implementation plan?
Senator, as I've already stated, Defence's recommendations around implementing the recommendations of the review are with the Government for their consideration.
Well, Minister, are you aware that, for example, the Australian National Veterans Arts Museum has been desperately trying to get access to Victorian Barracks in Melbourne as a really critical museum site, in part to respond to some of the recommendations from the Royal Commission to provide a place for veterans' well-being to be served and for the veteran community to be able to tell their story. Are you aware of that?
Well, no, I'm not, Senator. Yeah. I mean, I can certainly make inquiries about that issue, but you'd understand that I'm here representing Mr Miles and the portfolio. I'm not day-to-day engaged with detail at that level.
Secretary, Secretary, is Victoria Barracks Melbourne up on the chopping blocks for sale as part of the implementation review?
Senator, I'm not prepared to go into the contents of advice that was provided to Mr Miles around this. I've said that the Defence has provided some advice and the government is considering the full range of impacts of the proposed findings and recommendations, and including, in particular, impacts to defence capability.
Was Victoria Barracks Paddington on the chopping block, on the auction block, as a part of the implementation plan?
Senator, I'm not prepared to go into the particular sites which may or may not have been included in the report.
Well, you see, Minister, for now the better part of 2 years, your government has been sitting on a secret review, which most people think proposes a fire sale of defence land across the country, and has refused to provide any transparency about it. That's why communities across the country are deeply anxious the public estate next to them is going to be sold. Why so secret?
Senator Shoebridge, again, your question is asked with a whole range of built-in assertions and assumptions about the content of the work that's been undertaken. But stepping through this, the Defence Strategic Review recommended that we do an enterprise-wide audit of the defence estate so as to ensure that it is fit for purpose in the context of our current strategic circumstances.
Okay.
We did that.
Can I just take a...
Well, hang on. I don't think the Minister's finished.
I'll conclude and then perhaps Senator Henson may have a supplementary question. We acted on that recommendation as the officials have already described to you. The audit was concluded and then government asked for further work and advice to be provided about options for implementation. It's a significant undertaking. There are implications for personnel and capability with any change to a state, and it is important that they are worked through properly, and that's the work that is presently underway.
Okay. Now, Senator Roberts has the call. He's been waiting very patiently.
Chair, can I just by way of clarification, I just wanted to raise, this is in the rules of estimates.
No. Look, Senator.
Sorry, Chair. Just as the Deputy Chair, very quickly. In relation to advice to government, the mere fact that information consists of advice to government is not a ground for refusing to disclose it, Secretary. So some harm to the public interest must be established. So I do support Senator Shoebridge's right to seek this information and given that there is no ground to refuse to provide it.
And just to be fair, I don't think the Secretary even indicated either way. He just was taking on notice to see what they can provide. I mean, it might be the case they do come back with a PIA.
No, he said he wasn't prepared.
No, he did not say that. He'd said he'd take it on notice.
Earlier said I'd take that on notice, Senator.
There was a few additional remarks, but all right, I will give you the benefit of the doubt, Mr. Secretary.
He's going to take it on notice, so thank you. All right, now, Senator Roberts, I'll give you the call for 10 minutes. And then we'll break for lunch, okay?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for attending. Australian defence vessels Cape Inscription and Cape Fourcroy were reportedly being leased from the National Australia Bank for 3 years from 2017 for $63 million. Why did the Defence Force ever lease a Navy ship from the NAB, one of Australia's big four banks?
Senator, Chief of Navy, and we'll come to the table. I think we will be able to explain it in the terms of what the circumstances were at the time, particularly a transition plan as it was to the offshore patrol vessels and where we are now.
Good morning, Senator. Vice Admiral Mark Hammond, Chief of Navy. As CDF just intimated, there was a patrol boat transition plan which involved Armidale class and Enhanced Cape class and Arafura. At that time, the intent was to transition to 12 Arafura class offshore patrol vessels. As we've gone through the Defence Strategic Review, then the Surface Combatant Review, that plan has changed. The E-Cape has now become the program of record for the Australian Defence Force and for Border Force for patrol boat capability. So we had two Cape-class patrol vessels that we were leasing as a stopgap capability. Now the Evolved Cape-class program is the program of record. That program has changed. So the initial basis was around a decision between the cost of ownership for an outright purchase or a short-term lease arrangement, and that was negotiated by Navy Shipbuilding and Sustainment Group. So I'll throw to my colleague, Rear Admiral Brad Smith, for any further details.
Yes, good afternoon. I'm Rear Admiral Brad Smith, Head of Maritime Sustainment. Nothing further to add, the Chief of Navy, other than that program has been in place now since 2017.
Thank you. The lease on these Navy ships was reportedly extended in 2020 for 2 years. What was the cost of that 2-year lease extension?
I'll take that on notice for you, Senator, and get back to you.
No one in the room who can answer that question?
Not at this time, Senator.
Okay. Who owns the ships Cape Inscription and Cape Fourcroy today? Are they still on lease from the National Australia Bank?
Yes, Senator.
Still are. What is the agreed residual value of the 2 ships that NAB can purchase if the Navy ends the lease?
I'll also get that one back to you as well today, Senator.
What is the total amount that has been paid to NAB under these leases for both ships, Cape Inscription and Cape Fourcroy?
I'll take that on notice, Senator.
Why is the Australian Defence Force leasing patrol boats from a bank that makes profit of $7 billion in profit last year?
I think Chief of Navy answered that question earlier, yeah. Senator.
Okay, I'd like to move to vaccine mandates. The Australian Federal Police and other major Commonwealth institutions have removed the mandates for COVID-19 injections on the basis that resulting major health problems from the injections contrasted with very few benefits from the injections, which evidence now shows are neither safe nor effective. Does the Department of Defence still mandate COVID-19 vaccination for employees?
Senator Roberts, the Surgeon General will come to the table to talk through our vaccine approach. While the Surgeon General is just getting to her note, Senator Roberts, I would, as you would appreciate, of course, the employment basis for the Australian Federal Police is largely domestic, delivered in a very different health environment to that which the ADF often finds itself, particularly when we are overseas or operating in very remote or austere occasions. So the equivalence between what law enforcement agencies might do or those agencies based domestically in Australia is not the equivalent circumstance that we often find the employment of our people in.
I accept that, Mr. Hammond, Admiral Hammond, sorry.
Johnston, Senator.
Sorry?
Admiral Johnston.
Johnston, I'm sorry, Mr. Admiral Johnston. As I said in the last phrase of my concluding sentence, the injections which evidence now shows are neither safe nor effective. So I don't care where they are on the planet, they're neither safe nor effective, and that's now accepted.
Senator Rear Admiral Sonia Bennett, Surgeon General Defence Force. So there are 2 aspects with respect to vaccinations, and I think your question is specifically around COVID vaccine.
Yes. Do you still mandate COVID-19 vaccination for employees? So Defence routinely vaccinates our personnel both on entry and then annually for certain vaccines, and then there's also operational requirements for vaccination that might be specified on a operational health support order. With respect to COVID vaccine on entry, we follow the national advice from the Australian Technical Advisory Group on immunisation around recommendations for vaccine. So Defence's approach has changed over time as those recommendations have changed. COVID vaccine is safe and effective, but the need for vaccination has changed as the virus has changed and the prevalence of the virus in our community has changed, and as the population's immunity has changed as they've either had COVID or received vaccine. So we follow the current recommendations, which I could describe, which is really primary course is still recommended, but an annual booster is recommended for certain populations at risk or for people who, on discussion with their own treating clinician, would like to protect themselves from the virus that year. So does that mean it's voluntary?
It is recommended, but it's not mandatory. That's correct, Senator.
Thank you. So you've ended the mandates.
Pardon?
So you've ended the mandates?
There's two aspects, as I said. So that's on entry and that's routinely. On operations, there has been an order for vaccination because, as you can appreciate, when personnel go on deployment, they are often living together in close quarters. There's different viruses circulating depending on where that operation occurs, and the risks of people becoming unwell are much greater, both for themselves and for their mates. So, but having said that, with the shift in the virus, we are currently, Joint Health Command, my team is currently consulting with the service chiefs to consider removal, how they feel about removal of that mandate as a mandate, and looking at operations on a case-by-case basis. So should there be a risk, then considering that vaccination, what vaccinations may be warranted then. So that work's currently underway.
How do you assess the risks? Whose advice do you take? Medical advice?
ATAGI is the Australian Technical Advisory Group on Immunisation, so we follow their advice on all vaccinations and then consider our own needs as well for vaccination.
Did you ever go against ATAGI?
No, well, it depends what you mean against. I mean, we may go beyond where ATAGI is also, it's not just, they don't just look at safety and efficacy, they look at the costs to the system. So those vaccines that are recommended, for instance, on the National Immunisation Program, we may provide more routinely in defence for our personnel, again, because of those operational and other aspects.
Are you aware that there are significant risks to healthy young people, and that many other Commonwealth entities, including the Australian Federal Police, have now revoked their vaccine mandates?
The mandate, nearly all states and territories and organisations have revoked mandates. That's not all on safety, it's on need as well. So all vaccines do have an adverse effect profile, and part of vaccination is the clinician understanding that profile and informing each individual on a case-by-case of what that is. The balance of benefits versus risk is always considered in vaccination. As far as COVID goes, the recommendations for that are provided. On balance, the benefits for vaccinating people at risk and others is considered to outweigh what is a small incidence of adverse side effects.
Thank you. Moving on to Qantas and Virgin interference with both the airlines. There are significant allegations that the Air Force is deliberately colluding with Virgin and Qantas to try and force or pressure those airlines to delay starting dates for former Air Force pilots to keep them locked into a job in the Air Force that they don't want to be in anymore. After serving our country, pilots shouldn't be subjected to invisible barriers that stop them from getting a job in the civilian world. In the late 2017, the Directorate of Personnel, Air Force, opened a line with Qantas, quote, to establish a working relationship at the HR recruitment level and to discuss, quote, recruitment, retention and leave without pay. I've got an excerpt from a Freedom of Information request. It's an email from Mitchell Beck, Squadron Leader, Air Operations 1, Directorate of Personnel, Air Force. It's sent on 22nd of January 2018. Subject is RAAF Virgin meeting 18th of January 2018. In that it is confirmed, quote, we, the Air Force, discuss methods of delayed start dates for RAAF pilots, such as when the member is leaving from a critical job. Virgin may be receptive to a delayed start of 6 to 12 months. That is the Air Force seeking to coerce airlines into arbitrarily delaying someone starting a new job for up to a year because the Air Force wants to keep the pilot in a job they didn't want to be in. How can you justify taking away a service member's ability to earn a living and feed their family in the civilian workforce for an entire year?
Chair, I think officials will be in a position to provide some advice to the Senator about the broad policy position. It is very difficult for officials to respond to the quotes that have been provided by Senator Roberts without seeing them or understanding their provenance. It's not, and I wonder if committee members might consider providing copies of materials that they rely on to form questions, because it is challenging for officials to respond if they don't have them in front of them.
Minister, it boils down to... I haven't got it with me.
Okay. All right. I'm also mindful of time, Senator. Have you got a few more questions on this issue? Or?
Just very, very short, yep.
Yep.
Is the Air Force working with Qantas and Virgin to delay the transition out of the Air Force for their pilots?
Senator Air Marshal Chappell, Chief of Air Force, we are not working with airlines to delay anyone's careers, and I would have to understand the emails you're referring to from 2018 in significantly more detail in order to give you an answer, given all of the factors that are involved in career management, initial obligations of aircrew, and many others. So can I take it on notice and, if possible, understand or get copies of the emails you're referring to so I can best respond to your questions?
Thank you. I'll undertake to get the FOI quotes. If you can take it on notice that I'd like to know the formal and informal arrangements between the Air Force and Qantas or Virgin.
Thanks, Senator.
And also, can you table any MOUs, emails, minutes and briefings in relation to these meetings for the past 3 years?
We'll take it on notice.
Yep. Were any names or any lists of serving or separating pilots shared with the airlines?
Senator, I'll take the package on notice.
And if you could
just don't have that information.
No, I accept that. Well, if you could also take on notice under what privacy authority those names were given, and did any contact influence hiring decisions or start dates? If you could take that on notice as well.
Senator, I'll take the questions on notice without necessarily accepting any of the assertions in your questions.
Fine. How many cases by year since 2017 involved Air Force contacting an airline about a pilot's application, start date or employment status, and what were the outcomes? If you could take that on notice.
I'll take that on notice, Senator.
What conflict of interest and post-separation controls applied to Directorate of Personnel staff liaising with airlines? If you could take that on notice. Does the Defence accept that such liaison without transparent policy and consent risks a perception of covert influence over civilian hiring to manage retention? Why did you do it? And it seems to be a band-aid situation.
We'll take all of those on notice, Senator, and we need to get the details of what you have in front of you to make sure we answer them reasonably.
Surely you're being hit with excessive retirements from the Australian Defence Forces across the board. We know that. So we're wondering if this is just a band-aid solution.
Our separation rates are well below average rather than elevated at the moment.
Senator, if I can, for Air Force, over the last 12 months to the end of June, to the financial year, Air Force grew by 824 personnel.
I'm pleased to hear that at last.
And, well, I think the evidence a little earlier would have illuminated the broader defence story, which is very similar. So Air Force is now above 16,000 personnel, and we're continuing to grow. Separation rates are continuing to fall and stabilise at very healthy levels.
Thank you. Could you please provide on notice a full briefing in relation to the nature of the relationship between the Personnel Division and the airlines and how this relates to separating pilots, and under what authority Air Force is seeking, if you are seeking, to interfere with the post-separation employment of pilots?
I'll take all those on notice without accepting any of your assertions there, Senator.
Yeah, that's why I said if... last question, Chair. None of this should be happening in the wake of the Royal Commission. I think you should be stopping any conversations with the airlines that interfere with employment of pilots who separate. I'd like your comment on that.
Okay. It's not a fair question, Senator, and I think it commences with the assertion that something is happening. Officials have a few times now asked you for the opportunity to consider the materials you're relying upon before providing a response.
All right.
Thank you,
It's been
Chair.
taken on notice. Thank you very much, Senator Roberts. Now, we are just a little bit behind, so what we're going to do is we're going to come back here and have lunch and resume here at 2 p.m, okay? See everyone here at 2 p.m. All right, welcome back everyone. Hope you had an enjoyable lunch. Now, I'm going to hand the call over to the Deputy Chair, Sarah Henderson. Senator, you've got the call.
Thank you very much, Chair, and good afternoon again, everyone. I would like to turn briefly to the GWIO cookbook as reported in the Australian on the July the 9th. So if the relevant people could come to the table. It's the GWIO Group Cookbook Taste of Harmony, a collection of recipes that reflect the diversity of the people who make up our workforce. And GWIO is, of course, the Guided Weapons and Explosive Ordnance Group. And I just want to note Air Marshal Leon Phillips in his opening forward says, food has an incredible power to bring people together. So I'm very interested in the issues with this cookbook and wanted to ask how many staff contributed to the cookbook.
Sounds delicious. Anyway, Air Marshal, give a call.
Air Marshal, is that you with the the pasta maker in the front?
Senator, Air Marshal Leon Phillips, Chief of Guided Weapons and Explosive Ordnance, and now nationally acclaimed chef. So,
we'll have to come over to your place over the weekend.
You have a slightly startled look on your face at the pasta making machine.
I did get dressed up because I thought my whole staff would see the picture. I didn't realise the whole country was going to be looking at the inside of my kitchen, but it's a lovely recipe.
Are now.
I'd highly recommend it.
So I'm curious about this investment in this cookbook. So how many staff contributed to the cookbook?
So let me just say, Senator, so in accordance with Defence's cultural blueprint, observing Harmony Day is one way that Defence demonstrates its commitment to fostering a culturally diverse workforce, certainly within the Guided Weapons and Explosive Ordnance Group, a mix of Defence, APS and contracted staff. I think almost half my staff come from various diverse backgrounds. The team came to me and said, as part of Harmony Day, we'd like to reach out and see if people would like to share recipes, often from where they are originally from or their ancestral heritage. I thought it was a great idea, lent into it. I think you can have a look at the cookbook, it's probably 40 pages or so. There were probably similar amount of recipes, so they were the people who contributed. I did mine on the weekend, as you can see, and there were 150 copies produced at a cost of $1,865.
How much, sorry?
$1,865.
That was the total production cost?
That was the total production cost.
And how many physical copies were made of the cookbook?
150 copies were made.
And how were they reproduced? On using a photocopier, or did you get a printer?
I'm not. They would have been printed in some fashion. I'm not sure how they were, which company produced them, or how the costs were recovered. But that was the cost we paid for it.
If we could just get on notice a copy of the costs, the breakdown of the cost for the cookbook. And what was the cost of any cost associated with taking that photograph of you at the pasta machine?
No, my wife was seconded into taking that photo. She did take a few photos, but that's probably my poor modelling that was done. So yeah, there was no cost to do those. Again, I did mine on the weekend and the like. So, but we will take on notice your question about, I guess, the costs per se. I thought it was just a set charge to produce it, but if we've got more detail, Senator, I will find out.
Yeah, so just the invoice and the breakdown of the costs would be terrific.
Certainly.
So when was the cookbook prepared and how long did it take to get together?
I'm not sure the exact date the cookbook was released. I'd have to go back and take that on notice you've got the rough date when it was released. I think it was probably a few weeks before that Australian article came out. It was actually released around Harmony Day. In terms of time and effort, I don't think we captured specific time and effort. Again, my contribution was done in my own time over the weekend. I think it was sent to the printer.
And did this interfere with your other priorities in GWEO at all? I can't see any recipe for cooking up a missile of any sort.
No, we can talk to you all about the work we've done since the DSR in delivering on the guided weapons and explosive ordnance outcomes.
All right, well, I'll ask you about that in a minute, okay. But I guess this suggests that maybe you've got some strange priorities at a time of significant challenge to our nation. Did it achieve the harmony that you were seeking within GWEO?
So I think certainly very committed to a diverse and effective workforce that's delivering on the government's objectives, particularly around guided weapons and explosive ordnance. In my case, the whole team is dedicated to that activity. I think this is just one of a range of things we do to recognise the value and the perspectives that people bring to work. I don't accept that it was a distraction from the work that I need to do, given that my work was done on the weekend.
I mean, I'm clearly asking a few light-hearted questions here, but in all seriousness, Air Marshal, at a time when our sovereignty is under threat, supply chains risk disruption, and munitions will be critical to defending Australia, did it not occur to anyone within GWEO to ask, is this really a priority for your personnel?
So I think focusing on delivering the DSR is the priority for the organisation. It doesn't mean that we can't also talk to our people, respect their diversity and do other things, which I think as a leader is important that we set a cultural scene that embraces people and welcomes them into the workforce. I would opine that setting that environment pays us back in spades if people feel they can bring their authentic self to work.
I mean, another very big issue, of course, is the cancelling of the munitions contract at Benalla. So GWEO is capable of cancelling a contract like that, obviously a very significant contract, but capable of manufacturing a cookbook. I would argue, Air Marshal, that this looks like you've got the wrong priorities.
So you mentioned the cancellation of a contract. I'm assuming you're referring to the tender that was in place for the 155 M795.
Well, the munitions contracts, that's right, yes.
So we still have a contract in place, the Strategic Defence Munitions contract that's with Tallies, that continues to go. We continue to produce small arms, as I've mentioned this morning, and energetics, so that all of that continues. What we have done, though, is we have gone out to re-tender our requirements for forged 155mm artillery shells. That's because we recognised that there was a change in global manufacturing industrial environment and a recognition of stronger interest in 5-inch naval munitions as well. On that basis, we felt we could come back to the market with a better RFT, and certainly Mr Fankhauser is leading that activity. If there's anything you'd like to add.
Senator Dan Fankhauser, First Assistant Secretary, GWEO Manufacturing. Just that re-tender is active at the moment, and so I'm sure you'd appreciate there's some limitations on how much detail I can go into.
Well, on notice, if you could provide as much details as you can in relation to that re-tender, I would be grateful. I do want to come back to that, but I just wanted to ask about what figures, or if you've got any data as to your staff retention at GWEO. I mean, is there a particular problem with staff harmony such that you had to do something like this?
No, I don't think there's any problem with staff harmony at all. It's just one of a range of initiatives we do to lean in and make sure our staff feel they're valued both professionally and personally with the effort they need to do. Some of those folks give up their time on weekends to deliver against key priorities. We've had some obviously very significant work done across the department over the last year, particularly some of our first-class firings, for instance, with Navy, deliveries of LRASMs. We've got contracts in place with Lockheed to manufacture GMLAS missiles by the end of this year. Also significant work with Consberg to establish a factory for NSM and JSM. So there's been a lot of people working tirelessly to deliver capability as required by the government. Things like investing in culture is just something else we also do to ensure we value and recognise the people who turn up every day.
So what other activities do you do of a cultural nature within GWIO? You mentioned the cultural
blueprint. I can't think of
blueprint.
anything as prominent as this one, but largely...
This has certainly garnered some headlines, that's for sure.
It did. That wasn't the intention originally, but certainly the intention was to recognise the diversity of staff. Obviously, things like ensuring that people comply with the defence values. We have awards and recognition systems. Some of our staff were recognised in honours and awards, both Australia Day and in the military honours systems. We have a commendation system as well, and obviously giving people opportunities to train and further develop their skills so they can grow in their profession. There's a range of activities we do to ensure that across GWIO and across the department, our staff feel valued and they contribute when they come to work.
Air Marshal, just reading from the article in The Australian, it says, Phillips, a keen amateur gourmet, shares his recipe for spaghetti a gamberi, urging his subordinates to pair this meal with great company and a lovely dry Riesling. But not everyone shares his passion for food-led team building, with orders coming down for the book to be buried amid high-level concerns over the GWIO Group's progress. So could you just explain, is that report accurate? Was there some orders?
No one's asked me to repress that book at all, and I think on the record we have made impressive deliveries across the department in delivering on the government's DSR initiatives around guided weapons and explosive ordnance.
So there was no embarrassment or suggestion perhaps that maybe we don't want to make this too prominent, going into a second edition?
Someone questioned my pink shirt, but I think that's I think my dress sense is something that I'll decide.
What an aged man, that's all right.
Are you? Has it become a bestseller, Air Marshal?
No, it hasn't. We haven't printed any more, but we could take orders if you'd like
Special
a signed copy. I was tempted to set up a charitable foundation and maybe donate the funds to better journalism in this country, but anyway.
That's something we're all laughing at.
Well, in defence of Ben Packham, who wrote this story, and this is called No Missiles But Defence Can Fire Off a Cookbook for Harmony.
That's hilarious.
I actually think it's a pretty good read, Air Marshal. And I would commend the journalist on this story. So no rerun, second edition.
No,
Are
we're
you
not
planning
on
another
producing
cookbook or any other publications?
No, I think we'll be moving away from cookbooks in the future, but we will still continue to recognise the great staff we have in the organisation from all backgrounds, delivering on really defending the country and supporting the government.
So can I just understand precisely what GWIO is producing? I mean, I would put to you that perhaps you're producing more cookbooks than you are munitions. There's been a lot of controversy about the output of your group. What do you say to that?
So I don't accept the assertion that there's a lot of controversy about what we've been producing. We've been doing a lot of work over the last 2.5 years to uplift the GWIO enterprise in terms of capability deliveries. We've delivered our first naval strike missile. We've fired our first of class trial within 2 years of producing that weapons. We've fired Tomahawk missiles again off our Navy Air Warfare Destroyer. We've fired SM6s. We have orders in place for SM2 Block 3C and SM6. We have Tomahawk orders in place. We received our first LRASM, and we launched our first LRASM off an Australian F-18 aircraft. We fired a PRISM missile out of a HIMARS launcher that Australia owns. That was done at Talisman Sabre. We've signed 3 MOUs with the US on 155 co-production, GMLRS production, and PRISM, and a part of that program as well. So we have a range of programs across the board where we are uplifting war stock, focusing on long-range strike, particularly maritime strike, Senator, and also we are pushing hard to uplift domestic manufacturing. So I think there's been success well across the board so far, but we have more work to do.
Well, look, I want to return to the issues with Thales in Benalla. So on the 10th of September, the ABC reported Defence had cancelled the Thales ammunition procurement at Benalla. You described the sort of a re-tender, but why was this particular procurement cancelled, and what is the capability impact?
Senator, the announcement of Thales as the preferred tenderer was made on the 30th of October. After that time, the delegate within Defence commenced commercial negotiations with Thales, which went over a number of months.
30th of October
30th
last
of October, they were announced as preferred tenderer.
Last year?
Last year, yep. And on the 21st of November, contract negotiations commenced with them as the preferred tenderer. Those extended into the new year. At the conclusion of those negotiations, after having received a final offer from the preferred tenderer, the delegate determined that it was no longer in the Commonwealth's interest to proceed to contract award, and that was largely based on the factors that Air Marshal Phillips referenced earlier about changes in the global industrial base, the implications that it would have for an existing manufacturing capability at Benalla for the production of naval 5-inch rounds.
So just on that, so as a result of that decision, how many jobs will be lost in regional Australia?
None.
And on what basis do you say that?
So Thales...
Are you saying that this contract was not going to elicit any new jobs?
It would use the existing workforce. Had we have proceeded to contract award, it would use the existing workforce.
But it would provide more work for these people, surely?
Well, it would provide another product line for those workers employed by Thales to produce. So
that has a direct impact on their jobs?
Well, it would ensure that there's additional product lines that are being manufactured at Benalla. So instead of just producing one type of munition, they might interchange between producing 155 or the existing naval 5-inch rounds that are produced there. So there haven't been any job losses as a result of not proceeding with that previous tender.
When did the company learn of the cancellation, and when did the workers at Benalla find out?
So on the 26th of June, both tenderers, including Thales, were informed that Defence had exercised its right under the conditions of tender to cancel the process that was underway.
That's extraordinary. What was the cost incurred by the company as a result?
I don't have that at hand, Senator.
Can you take that on notice?
Yes.
Is the company going to be reimbursed for those costs?
We haven't received any claim for costs.
Well, is the company seeking to
we
make a claim?
We haven't received any claim for costs.
How many contracts under GWEO have been delayed, amended or cancelled since 2023?
I think we're continuing to work through at pace to deliver all of the commitments that the government has outlined in the Australian GWEO plan. As I think was referenced in an earlier part of the conversation this morning.
Could I just take you to that question though? How many contracts, if any other contracts under GWEO have been delayed, amended or cancelled since 23?
Again, I don't have the exact information at hand. I'll seek to get that for you. What I was going to reference, Senator, is that we remain on track to meet the government's commitment to commence missile assembly in Australia by the end of this year. This contract for the forging of 155, even despite the setback and going back to retender, we still will meet the government's stated timeline to produce 155 rounds certified to US standards by 2028.
Did Minister Conroy speak to the company directly, and if so, when did that occur and on what basis?
I'm not aware of any interactions that the Minister has had.
So the Minister hasn't
company.
Spoken to the company or to the workers?
I'm just not aware, Senator.
What about the AMWU? Did Minister Conroy speak to any of their officials or members?
Again, I'm not aware of the engagements that the Minister's had.
So this contract was due to deliver 15,000 rounds a year by 2028, scaling to 100,000. How will those rounds of munition be delivered now, and will they be delivered in the same time frame?
So that is the subject of the current retender that is out to market at the moment. We did revise our requirements to ensure that production of other munitions are not impacted by this new requirement. So what this will mean is that the operations that we currently have as part of our long-term agreement with the government-owned factory at Benalla will continue as they were previously.
Defence's statement referred to the increase in global manufacturing capacity for the 150mm projectiles. Is it Defence's plan to now import those munitions?
So we already are importing 155mm rounds, and we're filling them using Australian-produced energetic material. This is part of the staged approach that we're taking to gradually increase the know-how and the manufacturing capabilities here in Australia.
So how is that consistent with the broader direction of the GWIO, the NDS and supply chain sovereignty?
We're building our way up to a manufacturing capability in Australia, starting with the...
But cancelling contracts doesn't look like you're building your way up.
Well, I'd probably just add this procurement process started in 2022. The global production of 155mm rounds has been incredibly volatile over that same period, largely due to the ongoing conflict in Ukraine. Many global manufacturers have pivoted their production capability to produce 155. There are many different variants in use within different militaries around the world. We had taken the decision that we were going to grow a manufacturing capability to produce M795 rounds, the type that are currently in use with the United States Army and the United States Marine Corps. We've put in place government-to-government agreements with the United States to support that. We're gradually building the manufacturing know-how to do it. On this particular procurement decision, the delegate determined it was not in the Commonwealth's best interest to proceed with the contract as it had been structured, and that's why we've reapproached the market.
So I've got to wrap up, so I'm sorry to be a bit rapid fire, pardon the pun, with my questions. But just to go back to when the delegate decided not to proceed with any contract with Tellus, what changed in the strategic circumstances between that date and the 30th of October 2024?
In making their determination on the final negotiated position and the impact that it would have to the current operations at the government-owned factory, the delegate determined it was not in the Commonwealth's interest to proceed and that we should instead reapproach the market with revised requirements. I'm not
clear, though, on what changed. So what precisely changed from when the contract was first issued and you were under negotiation, and then when it was cancelled?
It was their determination of the impact overall to capability, the final negotiated position that the preferred tender at the time had put forward.
Sorry, what do you mean by impact to their capability? So what changed in terms of the strategic environment?
So, and I realise we're pressed for time, while 155mm rounds have increased globally in demand, what we've seen more recently is a resurgent demand in the production of naval 5-inch rounds. That is a capability that we already have established here in Australia. Proceeding with the way that the contract had been structured would have meant that that capability would have gone offline for 2 years, and that was considered to be an unacceptable capability impact.
And just on the question that I asked you, sorry, just quickly, the date of the delegate's decision, and just do you have any concept, just going back to my question about the delay, amendment or cancellation of any contract with GWIO, do you have any concept of that number? Are we talking a couple? Are we talking half a dozen? Are we talking dozens?
So what I will say is that we haven't cancelled any contract.
No, the question was delayed, amended or cancelled.
We are yet to get on contract for 155. We're retendering that to get on contract to establish additional work. There would be minimal cancellations of contract work What I would say, more significantly, is all the additional work we have put on contract. And many of the things I mentioned now are things that we've done in the last 2 years to get work on contract, to deliver capability to our soldiers, sailors and aviators, and grow domestic industry and its ability to produce some munitions. Again, all of this which is laid out in the Australian GWEO plan that Minister Conroy announced on late October last year.
Okay. We'll come back to Deputy Chair. Senator Shoebridge, you have the call.
Thanks, Chair. Just before I forget, when I was asking questions about the Defence Estate audit and the Victoria Barracks in Melbourne, I'm advised that there's a 2022 business case for the Victoria Barracks in Melbourne. First of all, does that exist? And secondly, if it does exist, will you please produce it to the committee?
Senator Celia Perkins, Acting Associate Secretary. If I could just clarify, are you referring... Could you repeat the question for me?
I've been advised that there's a 2022 business case study in relation to Victoria Barracks at Melbourne. Is that true?
I think based on the last line of questioning, Victoria Barracks Melbourne is a big site. There is no 2022 business case for that. If you're talking more specifically about ANVAM's request... Yes. Yes. I don't have that to hand. What I can say, and what we've absolutely canvassed in a great deal of detail in this committee in years past, is a particular site adjacent to Victoria Barracks Melbourne called 310 St Kilda Road. I think that might be what you're referring to. I think it is adjacent to an often considered part of Victoria Barracks. Yeah, so it certainly... I think that was built in the mid-1930s or something. I believe that's close. What we've canvassed in this committee before, Senator, is work over a range of time. The 310 St Kilda Road site has been listed for divestment for perhaps more than 20 years. Defence ceased using the site in the early 1990s. In this committee, we've spoken at length about both failed approaches to market. Defence has attempted to divest that site on a number of occasions, both to the Melbourne City Council and to the Victorian State Government, and those sales haven't proceeded. A number of years ago in this committee, we spoke about some work that we had undertaken to consider, following failed divestment approaches, adaptive reuse of that site, and we did certainly prepare some options around that. All right. And was that those options? Was that done in and around 2022? I feel like it was perhaps a little bit earlier than that. All right. Yeah. Well, could you... I could take that on notice. Yeah, if you could take that on notice, and if you could provide on notice if there was an options paper or options papers, if you could provide those to the committee, if there is something that can be described as a 2022 business case, and they may be the same thing, if that could be provided to the committee. Certainly. Thanks, Ms Perkins. And I'm sorry we didn't deal with that last time. Secretary, the 2024 annual report showed there were 952 Australian troops or members of the ADF deployed overseas. Do you or Admiral Johnson, do you have the numbers, any more current update for the number of Australians deployed overseas? All right. Both the US and the UK provide detailed inventories of where troops are located, both inside the UK and the US, and also detailed inventories as to the specific locations of deployments overseas. Australia doesn't do that. Was that a conscious decision not to provide the same level of transparency as the UK and the US do? If I can answer, I've got the answer to your first question, Senator, if I could give that first. As of the 22nd of September this year, around 757 ADF personnel were deployed on 22 named operations
across Australia, the Indo-Pacific and the globe.
All right.
So,
Were they... So they were deployed on named operations, but does that include personnel who are seconded to the UK, to the US? Does that include seconded personnel?
when you say seconded, you mean not for operational purposes or training, but of course we have many people seconded in appointments with various countries. So it wouldn't...
Correct.
No,
well, for example...
if secondment, by which you're meaning that are part of a position inside other militaries, no, it would not include that.
Okay, so it doesn't include... When I use secondment, there's a variety of different terms used. Exchange, assigned, embedded are some of the terms used. So I'm using secondment to pick up all of those arrangements.
No, for example, we have people doing training or acquisition in a number of countries. It wouldn't pick up those personnel.
And it wouldn't pick up exchange, assigned, embedded either?
No, it depends. An embedded person could be on an operational deployment, like our NATO support mission in Iraq, so it would, but embedded for other than operations, no.
Okay, and so the numbers produced in the annual report, when it says overseas, the footnote says individuals posted overseas for reasons including long-term duty, training, exchange and liaison. That would pick up, is that intended to pick up embedded, exchanged, assigned?
Yes, Senator, yes. That annual report picks up people who are posted, not deployed.
Okay, and that's why there's a discrepancy between the number that Admiral Johnson has given, well, such a big discrepancy?
Yes, Senator.
All right. Well, then, do we know that number now? What that number now is? It was 952 at the end of June 2024.
Senator, that will be reported in the 24-25 annual report, and I believe that is just over 1,000 people posted overseas.
Just over 1,000. All right. Can I ask, what Australian troops are seconded, and you know what I mean by seconded? It's that series of terms with the US military right now.
You mean, sorry, Senator, I'm just trying to be clear. Do you mean
exchanged, assigned, embedded, and training with the US military right now?
So I don't have that breakdown in terms of, we would have in the hundreds of people in the US. Some would be in those various criteria that you have described, some inside the US military system as embeds, some training for Australian purposes. So I'd have to take that on notice if you wanted the composite of those two broad categories we've been referring to.
Yes, the number, the larger number.
The posted number?
Well, however it's described. The total number of Australians in the ADF who are overseas, who are exchanged, assigned, embedded, training, seconded to the United States military. You say to be in the hundreds. Do we know how many of those are deployed at the moment on US nuclear submarines? I think often the term used there is embedded, but they could be exchanged. How many are on US nuclear submarines?
I don't have that number, and it would change over a matter of weeks as people came out. But as you would be aware, of course, we have people as part of our training program on the transition pathway to the Virginia-class submarines who are in that category of in a US submarine for training purposes.
Yeah, and one of the reasons I ask is the US, I think the head of the Pacific Command in a speech indicated that they expected up to almost 10% of the US nuclear submarine workforce, and by that I mean deployed on nuclear submarines, would come from Australia as a result of the AUKUS arrangement. I wondered where we were on that arc. Maybe Vice Admiral
Chief of Navy
Hammond can help us out.
Good afternoon, Senator. Vice Admiral Mark Hammond, Chief of Navy. At present, there are more than 50 Australians serving on US fast-attack submarines based out of Pearl Harbor. We won't go into precise numbers. Suffice to say that number is growing. There are more than 100 also training in the continental United States. Right. And we'll continue to invest in those training development opportunities as we prepare for implementation of the optimal pathway.
So is it your understanding that the numbers are on track to meet what the US Pacific Command indicated, that roughly 10% of the personnel on US attack class nuclear submarines will come from Australia as part of the AUKUS arrangement?
Senator, that's not an aim point for us. We are generating a trained force of nuclear qualified submariners in order to animate the sovereign Australian nuclear powered submarine capability that we are to take custody of under the optimal pathway.
Mm-hmm. And as part of those arrangements with the US, Australia was going to fast track through training command a number of Australians, perhaps one or two Australians, to potentially take command of a nuclear submarine if one is provided to Australia in the 2030s. There was discussion of providing a truncated training regime and credentials regime for Australian personnel. Is that on foot?
Senator, let me begin by saying I don't agree with the characterisation of fast track. We are deliberately upskilling our people through all of the qualifications that are relevant to the US training system. I would note that we do have a deliberate development program to generate our first crew, including the commanding officer, with a number of candidates going through that process, and they will be required to meet all of the training and professional qualifications that are currently expected of Australian submariners and the US counterparts.
Yes, but because of the need for extensive deployment before they could obtain command under the US promotion structure, that was not going to be seen to be achievable for Australians, and that was my indication of, I use fast track, I wasn't using that in a derogatory term, but there were certain requirements of service requirements that were not going to be insisted upon for those Australian command officers. Is that still the case, or is that not the case?
Senator, not to my understanding. The commanding officer of Australia's first conventionally armed nuclear-powered submarine will have to pass the commanding officer's course relevant to that particular class. That course is one that we've been participating in now for 26 years. And there is no expectation that we will change the standard or the timeline. I would note, however, that the Australian Submarine Force Seaman Officer continuum is a little bit different to the United States Navy, and from experience we do lots of back-to-back sea postings, so we tend to develop commanding officers in a shorter time frame because of that additional focus on sea time. Finally, another relevant point is the candidates for command of our first Virginia-class SSN were already qualified submariners when they entered the US training continuum, so they kind of had a leg up.
There are also ADF sailors who are deployed and embedded on the USS Emery Land. Is that still the case?
We have a number of Australian sailors and industry colleagues who are working in submarine sustainment programs with the United States in Pearl Harbor, on Emery S Land, and in Australia.
All right. And that includes personnel under that may not be on the USS Emery Land, but who are under the control of the US Pacific Fleet, based in Pearl Harbor. So they're both on the ship and also on shore, is that right?
In support of the US Pacific Fleet in Pearl Harbor, that includes clearance divers who are supporting maintenance activities. So there's quite an array as we build the sovereign capability to sustain our future force. So
we know there are 50 Australians on the actual attack class submarines. How many are there in addition to that, under the control of the US Pacific Fleet, either on the USS Emeryland, or otherwise?
I won't go into specific numbers, Senator, because that does speak to our capability, but in terms of ASC employees, that number is well north of 100. In terms of clearance divers, we're still in the handfuls, but we are growing that capability. And again, in terms of sailors and officers across the nuclear power submarine force, that number is in excess of 50.
Okay. And by ASC, that's Australian Submarine Corporation? Okay.
Yes, Senator, that's correct.
Yes. There are also Australians embedded with the US Marines Personnel Exchange Program. How many are embedded with the US Marines Personnel Exchange Program?
We'll ask the Chief of Army to come up and answer that for you.
Senator, Lieutenant General Stewart, Chief of Army, I'd have to take that on notice, but it's small numbers.
All right. Are there other members of the Army seconded, and by seconded I mean exchanged, assigned, embedded or otherwise with the US Armed Forces, apart from the Marine Personnel Exchange Program?
Yes, Senator. So I'm responsible for 3 relationships, one with the United States Army, one with the United States Marine Corps, and also with the United States Special Operations Command. Right. We have a relationship with all 3 of those components in Indo-Pacific Command, and I can take on notice the numbers that we have with each of those components.
Yeah. I mean, are you able to assist in a similar way to the to Vice Admiral Hammond to give an indication of the numbers? You said it's a small number with the Marines. Are there other programs apart from the MEP with the Marines?
So, for example, the one of the deputy commanders of the United States Army Pacific is an Australian officer.
Yep.
I have a liaison officer embedded in the headquarters US Army Pacific.
Yep.
I also have a liaison officer in the headquarters of Marine Forces Pacific. We have, for example, 5 what we describe as embedded officers and soldiers in the 3rd Multi-Domain Task Force, which is based in Hawaii as part of the United States Army Pacific. So the numbers are probably in the tens, but I'd have to take it on notice to provide you with the more accurate details, Senator.
And from an Army perspective, is that when you say the numbers are in the tens, does that include all 3 branches that you're dealing with the US, Special Operations, Marines and Army?
Yeah, it would be in the tens for the Army, which would be the largest, smaller for the Marines and Special Operations.
Okay. Do we know how many members of the Air Force are embedded, seconded, etc., with the US military?
Senator, if I may, while Chief of
I'm
Air
glad we
Force...
don't have Marines and Coast Guard. It's making this quicker. Yep.
Senator, if I may, while Chief of Air Force returns to the desk, I've just had a correction to my testimony. I've advised that our team that was embedded in Emery S Land has now rotated ashore to support activities in Pearl Harbor. It's a very dynamic environment. We send our sailors where the work is, and some of them will recover to Australia in due course.
Yeah, they're the sailors that were on Emery, and they're now performing duties onshore, but are part of the Pacific Command. Yep.
Senator Air Marshal Chappell, Chief of Air Force, similar to Chief of Army's testimony, we have members with US Air Force, US Navy and US Marines on exchange, which I think is where your questions are going. Again, they would be overall in the tens. Okay. There are some aircrew flying aircraft, there are some maintainers, engineers, etc.
Okay, so the largest footprint with the US military is with the Navy, it would appear, through the AUKUS arrangements. Would that be right?
In Hawaii, particularly.
Well, I mean, I wasn't limiting my questions just to Hawaii. Are there other secondments outside of the Pacific Command, or were you limiting your answers to Pacific Command?
My apologies, Senator. My answers were in relation to Indo-Pacific Command. Okay. There are broader numbers in continental United States across a range of different commands and formations For example, we have a network of a dozen liaison officers in places like Army Futures Command and the like.
All right, we may need to come back though, Senator. We're mindful of time.
Well, could we just quickly get an indication from each of the three services outside the Pacific Command globally, how many are seconded, and by seconded I mean embedded, etc., with the US military? Vice Admiral Hammond?
Senator, we can take that on notice. It's a very dynamic situation with personnel posting in, posting out, so we'd have to take that on notice.
All right. Well, I mean, my questions are as at today, or as close to today as your records allow you to identify. Air Marshal Chappell?
Senator, I think, again, the numbers provided earlier of those in US or US forces adds up between the services and domains. So we'll need to come back and give you an answer and breakdown because...
But your numbers were just Pacific Command, were they?
No, my numbers were around exchange personnel in the US Air Force, Navy and Marines, but there are many other Royal Australian Air Force personnel in the US in other capacities. So I think we're sort of mixing definitions a little bit. The overall number is as CDF and Chief of Pers supplied earlier. We need to give you a breakdown of those on notice.
So we're going back and cross-checking it against the overall numbers that Lieutenant General Fox was giving for each of the three services. All right, we will come back to this. Thanks.
All right, thank you. Now, Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to fulfil my commitment that I made to the Air Force earlier about presenting the Freedom of Information requests. It shows, and I'm going to give these copies to the table. So there are 12 or 13 copies here. And it shows correspondence between internal RAAF pilots talking about pilots being on active hold, RAF pilots being on active hold, yet to be given starting dates with Qantas, releasability from RAAF, option of delayed start at Qantas, and similar with Virgin, summary from last week's meeting with Virgin. So,
thanks, Senator.
Thank you, Chair.
Thanks a lot. I appreciate that. All right, now back to the Deputy Chair, but I understand you'll have the call to Senator Cash at some point.
That's right.
Yeah,
Thank you very
all right.
Thank you very much. I thought you had 20 minutes. Just wanted to go back briefly to GWIO. How many contracts has GWIO signed for Australian-made missiles or guided weapons? And I guess this is in the context of Minister Conroy promising last year at a National Press Club address that the Benalla factory would be the first dedicated facility outside the United States to manufacture this particular artillery. And so obviously there's a lot of concern about the impacts on Benalla and regional Victoria. So if I could just understand how many contracts have been signed.
Senator Dan Fankhauser, First Assistant Secretary, GWIO Manufacturing. I can run through them individually if you like. The most recent...
I'm just talking about Australian-made.
Yep. So the most recent...
or guided weapons, not reassembly or disassembly?
Well, I think as I alluded to earlier, there's going to be a graduated pathway where we're going to start assembling missiles and certifying them to standards such as those that are interoperable with the US, and gradually do more of the component and sub-assembly work here with Australian industry.
Okay, so just on the Australian...
Hang on, Senator, just make sure, because I think the witness is still providing no response.
I might just... the most recent contract that was signed was an $850 million contract with Kongsberg Defence Australia to establish a new missile manufacturing and maintenance facility in Newcastle. That was in March of this year, and that'll produce the Naval Strike Missile and the Joint Strike Missile. That'll be the first facility outside of Norway to manufacture those weapons.
And that will be completely Australian-made, those weapons?
Again, it will initially rely on some imported components, but with a plan to qualify Australian suppliers to produce components and sub-assemblies over time.
And so when will we see Australian-made missiles produced in this country?
Well, the first are on track to be delivered by the end of this year. They will be assembled using imported components. That's for the guided multiple launch.
Sorry, just as distinct from assembling foreign parts made overseas. I'm talking about Australian-made missiles or guided weapons.
So, Senator Air Marshal Leon Phillips, Chief of Guided Weapons and Explosive Ordnance. I just want to just to add a few points here. When we're talking about manufacturing, no one manufactures every component of everything from within their country, right? Often, all manufacturing sectors have a level of components that come in from other sources. We're progressively going to add capability to these systems. I said we gave you an example of we produce 155 M795 artillery shells through imported brass, filled with Australian energetics, produced by Australian workers, all done out of Benalla and Mulwala. We're going to gradually add more to the supply chain.
So I've got such a brief amount of time. Could you just state any other contracts that you've entered into?
So the one I was referencing earlier with Lockheed Martin Australia for the assembly of the Guided Multiple Launch Rocket System, or GMLRS, which is due to commence before the end of this calendar year. We've also established the contract with Kongsberg that I referenced earlier. We've got the retender back out for the 155 Forge capability. We also had a $220 million uplift of the Benalla and Mulwala government-owned contractor-operated facilities to modernise and increase some of their capacity. So I think it's across a number of contracts that we're both uplifting existing capability, introducing new manufacturing facilities, as well as some targeted uplift for Australian industry to produce qualified parts and components.
I just want to draw your attention to this.
The Air Marshal just wanted to add something.
If I can just add a more specific example, just some of the work we're already doing with Kongsberg. We're already producing, and the launcher for the Naval Strike Missile is being fully produced in Australia. We did a blast test vehicle firing last year, and already there was a $50 million export order for those components to going into a Kongsberg sale into 2 countries in Europe. So we just want to give you a sense of there is real work being done to uplift the level of Australian input, Senator, into some of these missile systems.
So it's just the one contract for missiles?
So that's just one example of what we're doing on NSM. For instance, all of the Joint Strike missiles that are sold, the passive RF sensor is produced out of Australia by BAE Systems. We've already mentioned some work we're doing on 155. All the small arms we talked about this morning, again, forging of those shells, filling the propellant, again, all done in Australia, providing capability to our soldiers.
So just on notice, if I could ask you to provide further details of all current contracts with GWEO, I would be grateful, because I'm just going to quickly get to a couple of other questions. What's your total ASL for GWEO? How many staff work at the group? And what are their APS band levels? You could take that part of the question on notice.
Okay, certainly.
Do you have total ASL?
We haven't allocated ASL. We'll take it on notice so we can give you the most accurate figures, Senator.
What do you say, and this was a report by the ABC describing GWEO's progress as moving at snail's pace. Do you agree with that assessment?
I don't agree with that.
How many munitions lines are currently producing in volume under the GWEO program, and what are the output figures year to date? Could you just provide a bit more detail on that?
We would have to provide more detail. We produce a whole range of GWEO devices, from diver recall devices through to artillery shells, all produced out of Benalla and Mulwala as an example. And obviously we have more ambitious plans that we've outlined to get into far more complicated and more complex weapons as well. But we'd have to take that on notice to give you a fuller answer, Senator.
All right, so just on the contracts, if you can also detail, do you have any actual or how many actual contracts to produce guided weapons in Australia?
To produce guided weapons?
Yes.
So the work we're doing, so to produce them in Australia, I think the signature pieces are the ones we unveiled in the Australian GWEO plan released last year. So the work we're doing on GMLRS to produce to produce that in this country, and NSM and JSM are the two significant examples. We've also got some future work, again unveiled in the Australian GUIO plan, that we're getting after to produce signature components, in particular solid rocket motors. That's some work ahead of us. We're yet to finalise that and present options to government, but we're looking to do that in due course. Again, all examples of building out the supply chain. And certainly as we talk to the major OEMs, they've already got plans working with Australian industry to bring those components not only into the Australian produced weapons, but potentially into their global supply chain. I know Mr Deeble from CASG talked about the Joint Strike Fighter and how it's uplifted Australian industry. Certainly we're seeing the real benefits of that in GUIO, because many of those countries are already qualified by the likes of Lockheed Martin, and they've already proven how effective they are at producing capability. So we're already seeing green shoots of work coming in.
Right, so what I'm asking for, just in terms of the actual contracts you have, if you could, are they finalised contracts in relation to those programs of work?
So some of those contracts are in place, and we have extended contract work that we want to put under contract. So it's a progressive set of contracts.
On notice, could you provide the details of those contracts? Also, on notice, could you provide the all correspondence in relation to the cancellation of the TELUS contract in Benalla, because we did hear evidence that there was no impact on jobs, and yet the AMWU's representative locally was saying that jobs have disappeared, and that's a report by the ABC, and there are not replacement jobs being put in place by all companies, including the government. So this certainly what the local union organiser is saying contradicts the evidence we've heard this morning. So if you've got anything further to add on that, I would appreciate it. But otherwise, on notice, could you provide us all documents, briefs, advices, emails in relation to the cancellation of that contract and the impact on the company and the local workforce?
Certainly, Senator. Just to be clear, we haven't cancelled any contracts. What we've done is that we cancelled the tender process and we're out re-tendering it.
Well, yes. You say potato, I say potato, Air Marshal, because that particular tender has been cancelled, and so obviously TELUS was moving forward to finalising a contract, and then the rug was pulled from under them, if I can use that language. So if you could please provide that information on notice, and I will finally finish off with, could I just ask, what is your favourite recipe in your book? Does the Minister have a favourite recipe? And are we going to see a further edition of the cookbook?
I think the Secretary is suggesting we won't have a further edition of the cookbook.
Right. I can see a very stern Secretary.
My wife's favourite recipe is the one that I cook for her.
Of course.
Yeah. And
does the Minister have a favourite recipe? Does he improve this cookbook?
I don't know, Senator.
We don't know. We'll have to take that one on notice.
If you ask me.
All right, you can take that one on notice.
All right,
Chef, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chair. Now,
if it's okay, Chair?
Yeah, 10 minutes.
10 minutes, thank you very much. Secretary, I know we are now literally hitting up at time. I have a number of questions in relation to the PNG Defence Treaty, so I will try and just literally ask them. They're pretty straightforward, so hopefully the answers can also be pretty quick. Who led the negotiations on the PNG and Vanuatu defence agreements? Was it Defence or DFAT?
On the Papua New Guinea treaty, it was led by Defence, supported by DFAT.
Yep.
On the Vanuatu treaty, I think it was led by DFAT.
Is that 110% sure, or...?
That's correct.
Correct, thank you very much. So Vanuatu was DFAT, thank you very much. Reports as early as July of this year were suggesting that the treaty, PNG treaty, would be signed on the celebration of PNG's independence. Was that timeline something the department was confident in?
I think, Senator, I'd put it that what both both countries were hoping that the negotiations and associated discussions would be finalised by that time, and that appropriate processes in both countries would have been able to be finalised by that time. As it turns out, the Papua New Guinea Cabinet was unable to meet to ratify the treaty by its Independence Day, and I think the Prime Minister of Papua New Guinea's explained why that came about in terms of getting the PNG Cabinet together. Australia was able to go through its appropriate processes, but the Papua New Guinea Prime Minister got his Cabinet together as soon as he could after Independence Day and ratified the signing of the treaty, or endorsed the signing of the treaty, and we were able to obviously do that. Very pleased to have our two Prime Ministers do that last weekend.
When in the week of PNG's independence celebrations did Defence become aware of the reality that the treaty would not be cleared through the PNG Cabinet that week?
Senator, I'm not aware of the specific day, but I think the Papua New Guinea Prime Minister was very open with us that he hadn't been able to get the appropriate quorum, I think, for a cabinet meeting, and therefore he resolved to do it as quickly as possible after the Independence Day celebrations.
Just in terms of all the media reporting, and in particular that week where there was the expectation that the treaty would be signed, was that something that came through the department or the Minister's office in terms of the briefings to the media on the signature of the agreement or the ratification of the agreement?
I'm not aware that there was a particular date that was being suggested by either the government, but certainly not the department, Senator.
Did the department provide any advice to the Minister, the Minister's office or the government in relation to the media reporting and the fact that it would not be signed that week?
I think we conveyed to the government advice that we were given by the Papua New Guinea lead negotiators, by the appropriate agencies in Papua New Guinea on the process as it...
Can I ask when that was, Secretary?
I'll take that on notice.
Okay, so. And what the advice was as well, and when you conveyed it to either the Minister, the Minister's office or the government. Just in terms of details of the actual agreement, is it envisaged that the decision to have PNG citizens join the ADF will lead to a net increase in the combined forces of the PNG military and the ADF?
Senator, I think both countries are independently working what their workforce requirements are. I know Papua New Guinea has an aspiration to grow the size of the PNGDF, as do we. The recruiting for potential Papua New Guinea citizens into Australia is the work that we have to do, of the mechanisms to enable that. That will be managed in a way that benefits both countries as that opportunity progresses through that development work.
Will PNG citizens who join the ADF be trained in Australia or in PNG?
Both will be the answer. They will do some training we envisage in Papua New Guinea. That's what we need to work through. And then they will join and go through the normal ADF entry and training processes.
And just in terms of then the families of those who are training to join the ADF, what rights will their families have while they're based or training in Australia?
I think the Papua New Guinea Defence Force people will be required to become Australian citizens as part of that continuum of work. I would see their family status, Sue, you might be able to address.
Senator Susan Bodell, First Assistant Secretary for the Pacific.
As the Prime Minister announced on the date of signing, we're going to start commencing consultations on the recruitment pathway. This is part of our collaborative work and in partnership with Papua New Guinea. That process is about to commence, and through that process we will go through the detailed planning for the recruitment pathway. It'd be premature at this point to talk about the details of that pathway.
So at the moment you've got the treaty, it's been signed, but it is high level in terms of the actual details and the negotiations that are actually going to underpin how each clause basically works are now being entered into.
Correct. For recruitment, we will start consultations and work with our colleagues in Papua New Guinea and develop a pathway.
How long do you anticipate that will take?
We're at the start of that process, Senator. I think it'd be a bit speculative at this stage to identify all the issues that we will have to resolve to make sure that's a smooth pathway. Our focus is making sure we work closely with our partners to make this a successful process.
Just in terms of the pathways to citizenship, can I just go back to, or is this something that you're working through? The person who's joining the ADF will be required to be a citizen. In relation to their family, is the position formalised yet?
Senator, on the 1st of January 2026, the Prime Minister has announced that we will take into the ADF Papua New Guinean permanent residents, and that is consistent with what we've just talked through this hearing in relation to other Five Eyes. So they may be permanent residents, but after 90 days they can apply for Australian citizenship. In fact, we require them to be an Australian citizen to serve in the Australian Defence Force. For the recruiting from within Papua New Guinea, my colleague Ms Bodell mentioned we're at the start of that consultation process to work through the details of that.
Just in terms of my understanding is, just over what period of time, it's 10,000 PNG nationals will join the ADF, is that correct?
Senator, the number, as I said, will depend on what our own workforce requirements are.
And that's what I was going to ask, because if it was 10% of the current ADF, would that make PNG 15% of the current ADF?
So I think the number is to be settled as we go through the negotiations.
So where did the 10,000 come from?
I believe it was a number that was used by the Papua New Guinean ministers.
So were the Australian government aware that that was going to be referred to, the 10,000 PNG nationals joining the Australian Defence Force?
Senator, if I could, the Prime Minister of Papua New Guinea has made the statement up to 10,000. So he's put a cap on it. He's been very clear in his public statements, up to.
Okay, but it would be technically, on current numbers, a seventh of the ADF, or 15%, the up to 10,000. Where would the 10,000 be based?
I think the CDF has already given you an indication that from ADF perspective, the recruitment and workforce requirements are yet to be established in the context of these discussions. So I think, as Ms Bodell indicated to you, it's a little premature to speculate about the conclusion of the negotiation and discussion that's underway with counterparts in PNG.
Just in terms of Mr Marape's statement of up to 10,000, as you said, would that cannibalise PNG's own defence force?
Senator, we're very conscious that, why I said the approach to PNG citizens joining the ADF needs to be to the benefit of both countries. So the pilot work that will be done will explicitly aim to avoid an impact to PNG's own recruiting of its citizens into their defence force, which is why the scheme will be developed together. And if I could perhaps just add to your question, of course, the number will grow over a period of time, and it will depend on the nature of the people and the type of employment that they move to, which would determine where in the country they would be based. So they would be absorbed into our military structure and our military units.
Yep.
If you're an engineer, you obviously go to where engineering units are, and the same depending on your employment status.
So the up to 10,000 members, as Mr Marape has said, to just building on that, Admiral, would they be integrated into existing Australian defence units, or will you be establishing distinct PNG units?
So that's the planning work that we have to do. My expectation is certainly at the start and for a foreseeable future, they will be absorbed into ADF units. Yes, so it will be important that we have a blend of people in there, that they are a mixture of people who have come from Australia as well as Papua New Guinea citizens through that pathway, but it would be a composite capability, not a distinct PNG unit, and that which is based on other Australian entry pathways.
Okay. Admiral, you referred to the pilot work that needs to be undertaken. Can you just take me through what you meant by the pilot work that needs to be undertaken?
Ms Bedell is leading some of that work.
Thank you.
If I might just refer the question to her.
Thank you, Ms Bedell.
So, Senator, as I mentioned before, we will start consultations with Papua New Guinea. Obviously, we will be looking to design a pathway which will be piloted in the first instance to make sure that we have all the processes correct. What we're looking at is a sustainable process that works for all parties involved and supports our new alliance with Papua New Guinea. The initiative is designed to provide opportunities for Papua New Guinea's youth. It isn't intended to target the existing skilled labour force in Papua New Guinea. It's about providing opportunities for the youth of PNG.
Only the youth? Is there a specific limit, or is there a target?
The ministers from Papua New Guinea have, I think, in their public statements indicated this is about the youth of Papua New Guinea.
And just in terms of, we all know now that the treaty has been signed. You have the high levels. Is there any concrete detail on any parts of the treaty, or is it now literally that next step, as you say, the negotiations to actually make it operable now commence?
Yes, Senator. Like any treaty, once it's in place and it's been brought into force, there will be conversations on how do we operationalise that treaty, how do we bring it into effect. As you'll be aware, Senator, there's the treaty covers all our areas of cooperation, and those cooperative areas are addressed in our day-to-day partnership with PNG already, and we will just be growing those. So we have mechanisms in place and dialogues that across the whole defence organisation, depending on the particular area of cooperation, and through those mechanisms we will continue to engage our PNG partners to determine how we take that forward.
Just in terms of the investment that will be needed in PNG to support the training and recruitment of PNG citizens into the ADF, what does that investment look like? How much investment are we looking at?
Senator, as I mentioned earlier, we're at the start of those consultation and design processes, so I'm unable to put a costing around that because we haven't done the design work yet.
I'll come back to this. I have a few questions left.
Okay. All right. Okay. I will now hand the call over to Senator Whittaker. Thank you, Senator. You have the call.
Thank you, Chair. I have some questions relating to the Henderson Defence Precinct.
So that's 49. 1 minute there. 2021. 0, 1.
So my first question is, when did the government first announce the start of planning and consultations on the Henderson Defence Precinct?
Mr David Hanley, Deputy Secretary for Naval Shipbuilding and Sustainment. That process started in earnest in October of 2024 upon the announcement from the government on the engagement with industry and WA government and an announcement of $127 million to do so.
So you've mentioned the $127 million initial investment. What other funding has been announced and over what timeframe?
Just recently, Senator, it was also announced by the government that another additional investment of $12 billion to demonstrate intent of the government to pursue the Henderson Defence Precinct and to give a clear demand signal to industry and to further the work they're already doing and also to do enabling works in the coming years.
And that was announced last month, is that right?
Correct.
Yep.
Sorry, how much was it?
$12 billion.
The 12 billion, yep. Can you talk us through the work that's been done to date on the precinct?
Sure, I definitely can do that. I'd start with a bit of context. It's the largest single infrastructure program for defence. It is over multiple decades. It involves numerous stakeholders, not least of which is the Commonwealth Defence and the WA Government. Multiple activities, including shipbuilding, sustainment and MPS. And it will contribute to continuous naval shipbuilding in WA. Since the announcement last year, we have done a very considered, methodical approach to developing the necessary design artefacts and the planning artefacts. That's involved doing design studies, feasibility studies, regulatory studies, investigating commercial options for financing and operating and delivery models. And we've also spent a considerable amount of time in stakeholder engagement, particularly in the WA government environment.
And the $12 billion that was announced by the Prime Minister and the Deputy Prime Minister recently, that's a pretty significant contribution. Can you detail what that funding specifically will go towards?
So as I think the Deputy Prime Minister announced at the time, it would be to support both the intent of the government to continue to develop the Henderson precinct project, I should say. It's also there to begin enabling works that would be needed to support near-term projects like landing craft heavy and other projects, and also to continue the necessary studies so that we can mature the design.
What's the advantage of consolidation of the precinct?
I'm not too sure I understand the question. Sorry,
I guess it's safe to say that, is it safe for me to say that the Henderson precinct will deliver key sovereign ADF capabilities that serve the national interest?
Absolutely, Senator.
What's the advantage in doing that? I guess both to our broader national security interests, but also to the local community and industry in Henderson and WA.
I think I understand your question, so calibrate me if I'm not answering it correctly. Establishing a defence precinct in WA, particularly in the Henderson area, is going to be a location where we'll be able to do large shipbuilding projects, tied together with the recent announcement for the Strategic Shipbuilder Agreement in WA. It will be a location where we will do depot level maintenance for our submarines, our nuclear-powered submarines. It will also be a location where we conduct a regional maintenance centre for sustainment of many of our vessels that operate in the West Coast. So in all of that, it also contributes to our delivery of the government imperative around continuous naval shipbuilding and sustainment.
Did the Defence Strategic Review make any observations about Henderson?
Other than it called out the intention to develop a precinct both in South Australia at Osborne and at Henderson to support our continuous naval shipbuilding outcomes.
Has this been a long-running issue in WA? You said you've been talking quite extensively with stakeholders. I guess prior to the announcement, had you had extensive conversations with? Yes,
conversations have been going on since well before my time in defence. 2023 task forces were initiated. I think Ms Celia Perkins here can talk more about some of the work that was done adjacent down in Stirling.
Senator Celia Perkins, Acting Associate Secretary. Look, I think what's really important is
that we've been working at pace through the last number of years. The government's made a really clear commitment around both the continuous naval shipbuilding plan and Henderson as the future defence precinct. Henderson's quite a unique site. And it's been a really important site to us for many years. We do a lot there, but it is a WA-owned and commercially operated facility. To support continuous naval shipbuilding and the capability needs that we are investing in the West, there's benefits to consolidating as a defence precinct. They will go to the particular challenges we'll have to do more sensitive work, the particular challenges as we support the AUKUS initiatives and a nuclear powered submarine maintenance capability that will need different layers of security and certainty around our access to that site. So we've been working hard for a number of years, very closely with the WA government, and I think the most recent announcements are an important step forward in the work we're doing with the WA government under the cooperative framework to move to that next stage. As Mr Hanley said, detailed design work underway now. Those designs will mature in the coming months as we work with government on the future plans for the site.
And if I may add to Ms Perkins' answer, it is really important work because we came to government and there were very significant challenges. The Defence Strategic Review examined those and it came to the conclusion, and I think they literally said, under current plans there is simply not enough work to sustain the number of shipbuilders located at Henderson. And they went on to recommend that industry consolidation options for the Henderson shipyard should be examined as a matter of urgency. That was work that wasn't done under the previous government, and some of the activities that officials have described to you really represent our attempt to move on this because it is a very significant priority for our national capability battle. So, of course, as a West Australian Senator, you would understand it's very important for Western Australia.
Thank you, Minister. It is really important to Western Australia, and in fact, this is my local community where I live, so I know just how important it is. How many jobs do you expect that this project will support?
I think if we talk in the 10-year time frame,
Yep.
I think the Minister has articulated, upon advice from ourselves, around 10,000 jobs in the 10-year time frame, and double and more of that over the next 30 years when you consider the nuclear submarine depot level maintenance facility that will be there.
I guess my final question, and I understand you might not be able to give me a specific figure, but it sounds to me that there's lots of investment going into the Henderson, into this work between the consolidation of the precinct and shipbuilding and sustainment activities. Do you have a sense of the size of that investment across all of those areas?
You mean investment in terms of financial investment
Yes.
that we'll need to make?
Yes.
I think, again, in the Deputy Prime Minister's announcement, he talked about a $25 billion long-term investment. That's the magnitude that I believe the government and ourselves are contemplating when we think about the amount of infrastructure, supply chain and workforce that we'll have installed in the Henderson Defence Precinct.
Thank you. Thanks.
Pleasure.
Thanks a lot, Senator. Excellent. Now, Senator Shoebridge.
Thanks, Chair. Well, we may as well continue on with Henderson. Where does the $25 billion figure come from? Is there a business case that supports it? Has it been worked up through some kind of subcommittee? Where did the Defence Minister get $25 billion from?
Senator, we did some initial studies in 23, 24, and they developed some rough order magnitudes to understand the scope and scale. I would say some aspects of the activities that we would do at the time weren't as well unknown as they are today. So I'm not too sure that figure will evolve as we mature our design and thinking of the activities and the infrastructure we need at the Henderson Defence Precinct.
So there's some roughed up numbers from 23, 24?
Correct.
Yep. All right. And what about the $12 billion figure? Where did that come from?
So, like every major project like this, Senator, where we're trying to develop a large complex program, and this is no different to any other large complex program that I've also got on my slot sheet with regard to Hunter and other shipbuilding programs. The appropriate way to do that is to mature the design and stage the funding accordingly. And that is exactly what the government has done here, is they are staging the funding in line with as we mature the design and planning process.
Yeah, but I asked where the $12 billion figure came from. I mean, on one view, it's just the $24 billion figure chopped in half. Is that right?
No, that's not correct.
So where did it come from?
The basis of estimate for the $12 billion comes from our maturing design on those original figures that I referred to earlier. We have matured some of the studies since then, some of the feasibility studies, some of the design studies, some of the planning activities, and we estimate that that's the right staging of funding in order to support the early works that we have planned.
Senator, if I can just expand on Mr Hanley's answer, and I think a lot of this detail is in the press release and the press conference the Deputy Prime Minister with the Prime Minister and Minister for Defence Industry announced on 14 September. The initial investment, that the $12 billion speaks to, the work Mr Hanley referred to in our early design work gives us a good sense in what we need to do at Henderson to support the continuous naval shipbuilding program. So this initial investment of $12 billion is focused around underpinning delivery of some of the earlier pieces. So construction of surface vessels, starting with Army's landing craft, facilities to support sustainment of surface combatant vessels. In that announcement, the Prime Minister and the Deputy Prime Minister called out the contingency docking capability for the future a conventionally armed nuclear-powered submarine fleet and depot-level maintenance, including graving docks. So the $12 billion speaks to the ROM costs in our early design work for those components of work. In the continuous naval shipbuilding plan, that will evolve over time in the other shipbuilding activities and sustainment activities that we are planning for Henderson over the next 10 to 30 years.
So when it says some of the $12 billion is for the construction of surface vessels for the Australian Defence Force, does that include the building of the surface vessels? The actual
No, Senator, that is for
just
the
facilities?
supporting infrastructure of the Henderson Defence Precinct.
In fact, it's even more than that. It's infrastructure, it's upskilling workforce, it's supply chain, it's all those aspects that fit around separate contracts for construction and sustainment.
All right. So these are onshore facilities associated with a variety of different activities. Is that right?
Correct, Senator.
Now we know that there's $127 million in this year's budget. Is that right?
The announcement last year that you're referring to, Senator, was $127 million over 3 years.
Over 3 years.
To pursue the design, feasibility studies and other planning activities.
There's about, $45 million in this year's budget then, if that's a third of that?
I don't know exactly what this year in budget. I could ask the CFO to provide more detail, but it's $127 million over 3 years.
Which, and how long is the $12 billion over?
Senator, we'll be working with colleagues in the Department of Finance to settle the phasing of that $12 billion through the 25-26 MyEFO process.
So we don't yet know how long the $12 billion is, how many years that's going to be. We don't yet know.
We'll be working through that in MyEFO.
3 years, 4 years, 5 years?
We'll be working through that in MyEFO.
And so how much is actually going to be put in next year's budget for it?
We'll be working through that in MyEFO.
You see, when you come out with a $12 billion figure and you're not sure what you're going to build, you've only got a third of $127 million in this year's budget. You don't know how long the $12 billion is going to be spent over, and it's all subject to a future MyEFO process. That $12 billion figure looks like an announceable rather than something real, doesn't it? It's just an announceable.
Senator, I'd say in fact that we've been working at pace for a number of years on the shipbuilding plan and what we need to do at Henderson. We have initial design studies that help us understand the sequence of work that needs to happen. With government, we've worked through what work needs to happen early and in sequence. the Prime Minister and the Deputy Prime Minister and the Minister for Defence Industry gave quite a detailed accounting of the phasing and the early work that this $12 billion counts towards, and we'll be working through the planning and the phasing of that. I think a point Mr Hanley made that's really important, though, in a project of this scale, requiring the support of the WA government and industry to deliver, it is important to provide a real sense to industry of our commitment to that work and that that it will be a significant Commonwealth investment over the next decade.
Well, you see, my state colleagues in WA have been trying to understand from a WA perspective what's going on, and they asked the WA Premier what the WA Premier knew about the announcement and things. And on the 17th of September, in answer to a question about whether any briefings had happened, the WA Premier said this: on 16 October 2024, the West Australian Government signed the cooperation agreement with the Commonwealth of Australia and the State of Western Australia to deliver and sustain Australia's future defence capabilities. Given no decision has been made by the Australian Government about the defence precinct definition, no briefings have occurred on potential impacts. Have you got a definition even of what the precinct will be? Have you even? Yes. Do you know what it looks like? But you haven't told the WA government?
As I alluded to earlier, this is a very large, complex program, and you point out a very key point, as did Celia, that our engagement with WA is very, very important and has been ongoing for a considerable period of time. And I'm only recent in this role, and I can tell you that I have personally prioritised this work with WA government. So that's the WA government engagement.
Ms Hanley, I'm not doubting your personal investment in this. What I am putting to you is the WA government doesn't even know what the map looks like.
What we are doing, Senator, is we're evolving the design and the planning process, and we're only 12 months into that since the announcement of the $127 million back in October last year. So what we need to describe is we need to define the options and the feasibility of the various locations of the activities, the infrastructure, the supply chain and the workforce that we require at the Henderson precinct. And we do that as we mature the design. And the WA government have been party to the discussions where we've been evolving that design. And at the right time, we will provide advice to government on where we should locate, and we'll do the balance and the value judgments at that time.
You see, Secretary, your department doesn't even know what the map of the precinct looks like. You've got a $127 million budget over 3 years. You've got your minister coming out citing such a rubbery number that nobody could hold anyone to it with the $24 billion. You've got a $12 billion number that doesn't have any details about even the years it's going to be spent in. And you've got the WA government saying, we don't know. We don't even know what it looks like. It's not, you wouldn't call that on track, would you?
Senator, there's very deliberate and important design work going on. We are trying to seek to establish options and then a preferred option for the layout of the precinct. There will be substantial costs that need to be clarified and firmed up as this process takes place over several years. It's really important. Our ministers are also heavily engaged in this and have visited WA on a number of occasions to engage with the WA government. So I just do not accept the characterisation that there's no process to this. That is not the case.
Well, you see, it's only in defence where you can bandy around figures like 24 billion and 12 billion, say, oh, we haven't got a business case. If this was public housing, or this was health, or this was human services, no one would be allowed to get away with bandying around numbers like $24 billion, which have been written on the back of an envelope 3 years ago. What is it with defence that just has this get-out-of-jail-free card for billions of dollars, Minister?
Well, Senator, I think that essentially ignores all of the evidence that's been put to you, that there was a Defence Strategic Review that examined the circumstances at Henderson. There was then work undertaken through the Surface Fleet Review There has been work done on our industrial capability. There has been an investment made in detailed planning and design, and I don't think anybody, not even you, Senator, would suggest that that is unimportant. It does matter to put the resources into designing the project, and particularly given the complexity of the stakeholders on that particular site. Ms Perkins has alluded to the significance of providing certainty to the many stakeholders involved in this part of our industrial enterprise, because it is a site that is occupied by private sector participants as well as important to defence and to the national interest more generally. It is a large-scale project, as Mr Hanley has described to you, and it is appropriate that we provide some indication that the government is willing and committed to making the necessary investments to secure Henderson and its capacity, at the same time as we do the detailed work that is of course important to ensure that the project is well defined and can proceed in an orderly way. It will be considered, as Ms Perkins has indicated, through the MyEFO process as well.
Thanks, Minister. Moving on back to PNG now, and thank you very much for your help, Mr Hanley and others.
All right. We've got a few more minutes,
yeah.
Senator. So did you what, like...
it might be useful to see how much we can get done.
Yeah.
It'd be nice to tick this off.
Yeah, that's fine.
5 or so minutes.
Yep. All right.
You asked some questions by the opposition about Prime Minister Marape's statement about up to 10,000 members, PNG members joining the ADF. Admiral Johnson, have there been any discussions with the PNG government about over what period of time you're expecting this arrangement to ramp up?
But, Senator, I think we've had discussions around what it might look like initially as the pilot occurs, the processes are built, and we refine what that pathway might look like. The number over the longer term, I think that will evolve, as I said, as a reflection of both our needs of what the size of the Defence Force might be, as well as the success of the pilot as it finds its feet.
Do you have, in terms of the pilot, what numbers are we talking about? Is it in the scale of 10,000 in the pilot?
We'd expect in the order of up to 200 per year.
Up to 200. And when do you think that pilot might start?
Senator, that's why this is going to be a program that is co-designed with our Papua New Guinea partners. So we are just at the start of that process of co-designing the pilot and the pathway. I think it's just not right for us to suggest timelines until we've sat down with our Papua New Guineans.
I hear your point, Secretary. Of course, the treaty hasn't yet found its way through the PNG Parliament, I think. Is that right? It needs to still go through the PNG Parliament?
That's correct. And the Australian Parliament.
Yes. Well, there's a rubber stamp for the Australian Parliament. But the opposition leader in the Papua New Guinea Parliament has been very critical of it, asking for Australia to cancel the deal and asking for more support on internal security issues for PNG. Are you aware of that opposition inside the PNG Parliament? And Minister, are you still confident of a pathway through the PNG Parliament?
Well, Senator, we have worked very closely with the PNG government, and you've seen the Prime Minister of Papua New Guinea very recently stand up with our Prime Minister and speak about the significance of this treaty to their country. We'll continue to work with the government and with partners, but officials obviously are closer to the process than I am and may have information to add about the work that's underway.
Well, I mean, the opposition leader wasn't shy about it, said, calling for Australia to cancel the deal and said, Australia knows about all these issues, but they're more worried about protecting themselves. They don't care about our citizens here in PNG. They want to see Papua New Guineans being belittled. They want to see Papua New Guineans being pushed to a corner. They want to see Papua New Guineans become nobody. That's what Australia wants. That's pretty harsh criticism, isn't it, from the opposition leader in PNG? And given that, are you still sure there's a strong pathway through the Parliament?
Well, Senator, all I can say is that the Papua New Guinea Prime Minister and his ministerial colleagues have told us they are confident that it will get through the Papua New Guinea Parliament.
I'm happy to come back to you. Senator Cash, I need to just get the call to before she needs to head off, and then we're breaking, then I'll come back to you.
We're breaking at 3:45.
We are. Well, Senator Cash needs a call for the next 5-10 minutes, so then in terms of managing time and everyone's abilities or availabilities, so I'm happy to come back to you in continuation, but could I just hand the call to Senator Cash?
I do. Thank you very much. Just very briefly, I'm going to pick up on a line of questioning in relation to PNG as well. Secretary, you did just refer to basically a negotiation or a co-design process now in relation to the pilot, to the pathway with PNG. I had a number of questions then in relation to pay, conditions, service entitlements, veterans, family benefits, etc. I'm assuming that if I put them to you, and the negotiation done. Okay, thank you. What about Defence Housing Australia? Have negotiations begun with them yet in relation to housing stock and how much existing additional housing stock will be required?
Senator, we have a lot of ongoing discussions with DHA about how to accommodate serving members of the ADF.
This is in relation to the PNG treaty.
Yeah, and we talked to them about our projected numbers in the years ahead, and that would also include people who might come through this pathway.
Okay. And Senator, it's worth perhaps just a quick sense of scale. We seek to recruit 10,000 people per year. Pilot obviously starts at a much smaller number than that, so the scale of recruitment broader to housing and other issues will pick this up as part of that approach.
Thank you, Admiral. Very briefly, who will be responsible for screening and vetting PNG personnel? Is it the ADF, the PNG-DF or an Australian third party?
People entering would need to go through, would need to meet our requirements for vetting.
So that would be Australia then, for want of a better term. I said the ADF.
Yeah. Well, but the Defence Organisation, along with our other whole-of-government colleagues, vets people who seek to join the ADF.
Can I just ask, has a DECO or another recruitment contractor been briefed or engaged to manage this process?
Senator, the treaty's just been signed, and so the consultation process will work through all of those details. There's no signing of any contract to deliver any numbers. ADECO are our capability partner at this point to deliver the recruiting targets for the Australian Defence Force.
For the Australian Defence Force.
And entry into the Australian Defence Force is by any of the pathways we have is against the Australian Defence Force current entry standards.
Final question on this. Will there be a separate recruitment stream for PNG personnel, or will they be competing with Australian applicants?
So we will have a single set of requirements, of which the entry pathway for PNG will be inside of that targets if they, subject to how the pilot system develops the approach, if they meet the requirements, they will enter our recruiting and training system having satisfied our entry standard. So they will be part of the pool, but not. We don't have a
you don't have a separate PNG dedicated
PNG target and a separate Australian target.
And I'll obviously put a number of questions on notice. Just briefly picking up on the questions in relation to Henderson, just in terms of the $12 billion, do you have a breakdown of the new $12 billion investment and how much of that will be spent each financial year, or is the answer that you're working it through MyEFO?
Yes, and that is the answer on some of the financial phasings, but also the what that money will be dedicated to. It covers a range of issues, some infrastructure, some training and development activities.
Enabling works, supply chain, workforce.
And that's already been determined. Could you actually, on notice, provide us with a breakdown of the $12 billion investment?
Yeah, it is. The specific breakdown hasn't been established yet.
So that's the MyEFO process. Sorry, understood now that you've worked through. Just in terms of the 127 million of early works, how much of that funding will go out the door? Sorry, how much of that funding, the 12 billion, will go out the door prior to the 127 million of early works reaching completion in 2027?
Sorry, Senator, can you just repeat that question one more time for me?
How much funding will go out the door prior to the $127 million of early works reaching completion in 2027?
I have to take that question on notice, Senator.
Okay. As part of the government's new investment, will the planning works be accelerated?
We are on track with the schedule at the moment. We have a number of parallel streams of work to do. Feasibility studies, I talked about them earlier. They are tracking to schedule in order to meet the end demand that we have for shipbuilding sustainment and NPS DLM, depot level maintenance.
Can I just confirm Senator Shoebridge's line of questioning? Defence has not yet settled on boundaries for Henderson or settled on a defence precinct definition. Was that correct?
We are currently investigating design options and feasibility for locations of the three various components of the defence precinct for defence. That includes shipbuilding, sustainment and depot level maintenance for nuclear-powered submarines. And we're making sure that we work with the WA government to deconflict any of the private sector work, non-defence work that is occurring in the Henderson precinct at the same time.
So will we be waiting until the end of 2027 for that to be completed?
We will, in the intervening period between now and 2027, we will be able to make decisions, risk-based decisions, educated decisions about certain points of the design maturity. That will include siting and boundaries for each of the capabilities that are required for defence.
Who's ultimately responsible for setting the boundary?
I see it as a joint decision between the WA government and Defence and the Commonwealth Government of Australia.
So what role then, if any, does the Australian Submarine Agency, ANI, and the WA government have? We said a joint role. Can I just...
Yeah, no, you're right, Senator. I should have included ASA as one of the key stakeholders that are engaged in the process.
Right, and ANI?
No, ANI are Osborne-focused, not Henderson-focused.
Right, ANI, right, okay, absolutely. Just in terms of, the Minister's made a number of statements that the work at Henderson is happening at pace, and yet particularly in response to Senator Shoebridge's questions and now my questions, we can't get a breakdown of the $12 billion because that needs to be worked through the MyEFO process. We've got no settled boundaries for Henderson or a settled defence precinct definition. How does all that then align with the Minister for Defence's statement that work at Henderson is happening at a pace?
The work at Henderson is happening at a pace because there are a number of studies that need to occur to assess feasibility for various siting options, regulatory checks, environmental studies. That's the work that the Minister's talking about that is underway today. We need to also make some near-term decisions relative to infrastructure for near-term projects such as landing craft heavy.
The Minister for Defence has also said that he anticipates Henderson will be available for the maintenance of US and UK submarines, as Henderson won't be ready for maintenance of nuclear-powered submarines until at least the 2030s. US and UK submarines taking part in the Submarine Rotational Force West from 2027 won't have such access. Has the US or the UK raised this issue with Defence as part of their individual reviews of AUKUS? Or are they satisfied with the maintenance capabilities at HMAS Stirling?
Senator Celia Perkins, Acting Associate Secretary. I think the detail of your question is best held for the Australian Submarine Agency.
Okay, yeah.
But certainly in the priority works we're delivering in support of Surf West at HMAS Stirling, that is where we'll be taking care of the shorter term needs of the rotational force as it arrives.
Okay. Senator Collins wanted to ask one or two quick questions in relation to the PNG treaty, and then those sections are finished. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you so much.
Pressure's on. Sorry.
It was reported in the Australian on October 3 that Australia will spend billions of dollars under the agreement. This is the PNG treaty, modernising PNG's defence capabilities, with the document committing the parties to enhanced capability, interoperability and integration. So, Secretary, would you agree that that's a reasonable assessment of how much this treaty will cost?
It certainly shouldn't be characterised that way, Senator. We have a defence cooperation program with Papua New Guinea that is does help provide that uplift to the Papua New Guinea Defence Force. That's a long-standing program. We are also discussing with Papua New Guinea their capability needs and preferences in the years ahead. They have a plan to grow the Papua New Guinea Defence Force, to relocate some of the Defence Force to different parts of the country. So those conversations are important to us and to Papua New Guinea, and we are going to tackle them through our normal consultative processes. And I just don't think it's right to sort of say there's a particular dollar value to this treaty. But we are committed to the capability development of the Papua New Guinea Defence Force.
Senator Collins, I'd just add that the treaty is an enabling document. It's not it doesn't have a financial component to that document. There are financial implications about how we would work together, but as the Secretary said, they will be mutually determined as we work through those activities, as we already do in the context of our Defence Cooperation Program.
Sure. I guess, I'm wondering whether there will be any guardrails in place, whether there will be any sort of caps on the spending on this treaty. And I might just point you towards the report in the ABC about the Manus Island base in Papua New Guinea, the upgrade that started off costing initially $175 million in June 2021. The tender documents then showed $228 million. And by the end in August, Minister Miles announced that at the opening that it was going to be $500 million, which is 2.5 times over the original budget. This can happen very, very easily in Papua New Guinea. So I'm just wondering whether, as you do upgrade the capabilities of Papua New Guinea's Defence Force, whether those conversations have been had with the Australian Defence Force and with you, Secretary, as well, about, general sort of ballpark figures about how much you think this treaty is going to cost to implement.
Well, Senator, I would say that we have a couple of really good mechanisms for mutually working out our priorities for defence cooperation. The upgrade to the maritime facilities in Manus is a particular example, and there were significant cost pressures, in particular through COVID. But each year we sit down and we talk with Papua New Guinea and we mutually agree what the priorities will be, and they work through them, and then we talk to them about the funding that might be available, and we both sit down in a really useful way. We prioritise, and that's an ongoing process.
Sorry.
Senator, you mentioned the Lombram, as the Secretary's already referred to. That price of $175 million was an indicative price. As you'll appreciate, that went out on AusTender on the 4th of March 2020. We were at the beginning of the global pandemic, and at that time we really were just starting to feel the impacts of what that global pandemic meant on the costs of that project. The original project, a budget, if it exceeded that, we went back to government with those increased costs and got approval for the exceeded budget as we started to experience those impacts of the global supply chain. As the Secretary has said, it was a very difficult time. There were also other mitigating factors, such as the voluntary administration of the construction company that occurred during that time, the inability to get out to the country because of the travel and visa restrictions during the COVID and the quarantine requirements, as well as some material that we weren't able to see in advance that didn't prove quality, and we had to import it. So there are a number of mitigating factors around that cost. It was a very specific case given the time at which we were undertaking that infrastructure project.
Just one final very quick question. Thank you, Chair. Just so I can understand, will the money going into implementing this treaty, will it be new money, or will it come at the cost of programs already in the budget?
Well, Senator, this is not a money-based treaty. So we have a process of working on defence cooperation activities and capability uplift for for Papua New Guinea and our other partners, Pacific, particularly in the Pacific. But normally, the money for our defence cooperation is part of the money appropriated to the department, and that's how I expect that it will continue to be pursued in the future.
Okay, so modernising PNG's defence capabilities under this treaty will be appropriated from the budget already.
Well,
Is that what I understood
and
you
the
say?
government is growing the defence budget.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot,
Thank you.
Senator Collins. Now, is that it from your end? Okay, because we'll now break. We'll now break for afternoon tea. We'll come back here at 4:05. Okay? I just need to talk to colleagues about the All right. All right, welcome back, everyone. Now, just some housekeeping. The committee has also agreed to release the Veteran Family Advocate Commissioner, so just so that people are aware. Now, I also understand, Secretary, you have something to clarify or add or provide further information to a question from earlier? Mr. Reid?
Thank you, Chair. John Reid, Deputy Secretary Governance. Earlier, the Deputy Chair was asking questions around some of the Ministerial office refurbishment costs from 22-23 and other things. I just wanted to clarify that there were costs incurred in 2022-23 following the 2022 election in relation to Mr Miles's offices, and I think you referred in preamble to a question to the Russell offices complex. The cost for that refurbishment was $2,491. Deputy Chair, I think I misunderstood the question. I took us down a different route, but just confirming that cost for those Russell offices. $2,491.23 was the refurbishment cost that you were referring to earlier.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll come back.
We'll come back.
I think we might have some...
I'm just mindful that we're just slightly over time, but we are working very closely with everyone just to try and get through the department as quickly as we can. Now, Senator Shoebridge, I'll give you the call.
Thanks, Chair. I was asking questions about the proposed PNG treaty. To be clear, the figure of 10,000 that Prime Minister Marape has used, is that endorsed or is that not endorsed from Australia's side?
The figure of 10,000, which he said up to 10,000, that is a position of the PNG Prime Minister, and we will work with PNG, as we have said, on what that number may look like over time. But there's no time frame associated with that specific figure.
So that's a PNG number, not an Australian number?
Yes.
All right. Those kinds of things, though, like the number of PNG troops of PNG citizens you could expect to come in under the agreement, they're pretty fundamental. And if there's not agreement about something as fundamental as that from the outset, I mean, how does that happen?
I think the treaty addresses, Senator, of course, the recruitment, the process we've talked about already that we will develop on how it occurs. What the requirement may look like over time, as it indicated, will depend on both nations' needs and how that may evolve. What we need for Australian security commitments, what the capacity of Papua New Guinea is. It is a statement of intent or objective from Papua New Guinea, which we recognise and appreciate, and it will be something we work on together.
All right. Some other aspects of the treaty I find a little hard to understand. One of the other statements that the Papua New Guinea Prime Minister said is, now this treaty elevates our relationship to the highest level where force synergies and capacity development for interoperability is reached. Do you remember the Prime Minister for PNG saying that?
I have not seen the precise transcript, but I understand.
Those key elements, force synergies, capacity development and interoperability are part of it.
That is consistent with the treaty terms, yes.
Now, the PNG's defence budget is about 400 million kina, which is about $145 million Australian this financial year. That's the equivalent of about half of a single offshore patrol vessel for Australia. Who's going to pay for the uplift in PNG's defence to make them at a capacity where they're interoperable with Australia? Who's going to pay for that?
The interoperability refers to a number of elements from we would adopt common approaches to doctrine, we would have a view of training approaches that are consistent with each other, where we look at defence equipment of maximising commonality. So you've added a cost to it. Some of them are not financial measures, but they describe interoperability where we build the foundations with them by using core and common procedures that enable us to build interoperability over time.
Well, you see, Admiral Johnson, every time you said something, the numbers just went up. Sitting down and getting agreed doctrine, well, maybe that's expensive in terms of strategic assets, but not in, Australian defence terms expensive. Training, well, if you're training thousands of Papua New Guinea troops, that is very expensive. But then if you're talking about interoperability with equipment, you're talking billions and billions and billions of dollars. So I say again, who's going to pay to make the PNG Defence Force interoperable with the Australian Defence Force? Is it intended to be PNG and PNG taxpayers, or is it Australia and Australian taxpayers?
Senator, your figure is not mine. Of course, they already have Guardian-class patrol boats, which have commonality or interoperability with ours. Our approach to, we do considerable training under the Defence Cooperation Program already with PNG. In my opening statement, I made reference to an element of exercise Talisman Sabre occurring, which in Papua New Guinea, which occurred with PNGDF forces as part of that. So we have a significant foundation already as part of the work that we do together, elements of which are contributed under PNG finances and part for our own activities that we fund from Australia, either through the Defence Cooperation Program or our own units that train in PNG.
Well, I come back to this point that you stepped over. I gave you a figure which was 145 million Australian, which is the equivalent of 400 million kina. That is the entire PNG defence budget for this financial year. If you're going to make a defence force with thousands of people interoperable with Australians, the budget must be a significant multiple of $145 million. Do you agree with that?
No, because it will occur over time and at a pace that both we and PNG can accommodate.
Well, the fact that something will occur over time doesn't make it less expensive. If you're going to make equipment interoperable, that is billions of dollars. But what equipment is going to be interoperable?
So it could be the type of weapons that we use together. If the small arms that Papua New Guinea Defence Forces use were common with ours, that becomes interoperability. Your training is common. Your logistics support, your ability to conduct training with those weapons become common. So that's why I say it will iterate over time and at a pace that both nations are able to accommodate.
Well, the fact it will happen over time doesn't make it less expensive. Has anyone done a costing? Secretary, has anyone done a costing of what making the PNG Defence Force interoperable with Australia will cost? And has anyone actually sat down and thought about who's going to pay for it before the treaty was entered into? Did anyone do this?
Senator Shoebridge, you've had advice provided to you by officials, or at least the committee has, that work is underway and to operationalise aspects of the treaty. I think Mr Jeffries advised you that the treaty essentially establishes a framework. Is your proposition that such a framework is undesirable? This is a strange
my proposition
line of argument,
is
Senator
before you
Shoebridge.
enter into a treaty, you should work out how much it costs.
Thank you, Senator Shoebridge. The Minister has the call. Talking over people's not going to help.
That every aspect, every operational aspect of a treaty be defined in advance. That is not the approach that we're taking. This is a partnership with a near Pacific neighbour. The Deputy Prime Minister's made it clear that implementation will occur in close cooperation and with full respect for the sovereignty and interests of Papua New Guinea. That's the appropriate way to proceed with Pacific neighbours, and it's quite proper that we intend to work in that way.
Yeah. Minister, you ask me, do I think these things should be decided before you enter into a treaty? Absolutely. And surely you would agree that before you enter into a treaty with very significant obligations, you should understand what the costs of the obligations are, what the nature of the obligations are, and who's going to pay them. But despite me questioning the officials around you, we have no answer on any of those aspects about this treaty. We have a bunch of bald statements, largely from the PNG Prime Minister, that nobody seems to know what the content is. How much? Who's paying? That's good starters. How much? Who's paying?
I think your question and your remarks in the course of this discussion indicate a foundational difference about how we should approach this. We are approaching this as a discussion that should take place in a close way, in a respectful way with our Pacific partner. We're very pleased that we've been able to enter into this treaty, and we intend to work through all of the questions that are relevant to the treaty in a consultative way with our Pacific partner.
Admiral Johnston, will the cost of making the PNG Defence Force interoperable with the Australian Defence Force, will it come out of your budget? Will it come out of the ADF budget?
Senator, the explicit activities beyond that which we currently do in the Defence Cooperation Program will be worked through with both nations with a view from where the funding comes from as part of the development of those initiatives.
So we'll work out where the money will come from at some future point?
And of course it will depend on what the cost of those activities are, where the primary beneficiary of those activities might be.
We'll work out how much it'll cost at some future point.
Yes.
In fact, we'll do all of the key work at some future point before you enter into the treaty.
Senator Shoebridge, we have an annual defence cooperation series of engagements with Papua New Guinea where every year for many years we have sat down with Papua New Guinea and talked about their preferences and our preferences for the sort of collaborative activities that we might do. Those priorities are mutually agreed, and then we sit down and we work out how much we can contribute or how much they might contribute to that. I see this as a really an ongoing evolution of an existing bilateral process to work on priorities and to allocate resources to priorities, and that those types of engagements have been happening for many years, and I think that they have been quite successful in aligning both countries' set of priorities.
Well, you can't have it both ways, Secretary. You can't have a landmark treaty which is fundamentally changing the relationship and on the one hand, and then on the other hand say, we're doing this already, nothing to see here. You can't have it both ways, can you?
No, I didn't say that, but I've also said earlier this afternoon, Senator, that this is not there is not a cost-related function in this treaty. So we are going to work on mutual priorities. We're going to determine them. We are going to look at what Papua New Guinea can bring to that exercise and what we can bring to that exercise. But it's just not right to characterise it as, well, this is going to cost, as you said, billions and billions of dollars. Nobody in Papua New Guinea has ever told me that they want to get fast jets. Nobody in Papua New Guinea has ever told me they want major surface combatants. They have said that they want to grow their light infantry capability and their light engineering capability.
I've asked how much it'll cost and you haven't been able to tell me, but we have had the Chief of Defence say that it'll be training, it'll be doctrine and it'll be equipment. And we just don't know what it's going to cost, and you don't know what the equipment is.
And I think the Secretary was actually still trying to provide an answer to your question. But
we will work with Papua New Guinea to establish what those priorities are, and at that particular points in time, we'll do the costings, and those activities, like our recent really successful engagement in Exercise Talisman Sabre, or a phase of that in Papua New Guinea, we provided some of the resources towards that, and Papua New Guinea provided some of the resources.
Two quick additional elements on this. The first is, what is the commitment that Australia has to support the PNG Defence Force under this treaty if the PNG Defence Force is again deployed into Bougainville, where some 98% of Bougainvilleans who voted for independence in a process that Australia supported, but which has now stalled in the PNG Parliament. Does part of Australia having interoperable defence force with PNG mean we would support the deployment of PNG troops in Bougainville, or we would take part in a PNG deployment in Bougainville? What does it mean for that key, obvious frontline issue?
Prime Minister Marape, during his visit to Australia, the Senator made clear his intention to ensure that there are appropriate laws and regulations in place to say that the Papua New Guinea Defence Force will not be redeployed to Bougainville.
Last question.
What about the repeated instances of clashes between the PNG military and PNG police? Are we obliged to take the side of the PNG military in those repeated ongoing civil disorder clashes between the PNG military and PNG police?
So that doesn't represent an armed attack on the independent state of Papua New Guinea.
Well, if we're interoperable and supporting the PNG Defence Force, if we're engaging with interoperability, if we're supporting their Defence Force, if we have PNG troops here, Australian troops there,
you ready, Sarah?
What's the situation on issues of civil disorder? Do we just withdraw our support?
I think the text of the treaty, it talks about an armed attack on either country.
But I'm talking about the interoperability. The Australians embedded in the PNG Defence Force, the PNG Defence personnel embedded in Australia. If the PNG military deploys in Bougainville, if the PNG military deploys in those clashes internally, will we just withdraw support?
I think the support that we might provide to the Papua New Guinea authorities in terms of some of their internal security challenges is covered under the bilateral security arrangements, not by this treaty.
All right, I've got to move the call around. Now, Senator Henderson, you have the call.
Chair, thank you very much. I wanted to move to the US administration's review into AUKUS. Secretary, does the department share the expectations published in the media that the review will have a positive outcome?
Deputy Prime Minister Miles is on the record as saying that he welcomes the review. He thinks it's a very reasonable thing for a new administration to do, and that he is optimistic about positive outcome from the
And do you share that optimism?
I fully concur with the views of
thank you.
Deputy Prime Minister Miles.
So when will the review be completed?
We've been told in the...
Senator, they announced that they were aiming to complete the review in the fall, which is their autumn.
Okay, so imminently it'll be completed.
I think I'm engaging with US counterparts on this. They're updating us as they go. I wouldn't characterise it as imminent necessarily, but I don't think that they're planning to stretch it out to next year. It would be some time before the end of the year, I'd imagine.
So has Defence conducted analysis commission consultants all work with the US administration to examine the feasibility of sustaining the US Virginia fleet as part of an expanded mandate for the Henderson Defence Precinct?
Senator, I think that question is probably best addressed to Australian Submarine Agency.
No, I'm just asking about Defence's work.
And could you, in terms of exactly the question you're asking, can you repeat it? Apologies.
I'm just asking whether the Department has conducted any analysis, commissioned consultants or worked with the US administration to examine the feasibility of sustaining the US Virginia fleet as part of an expanded mandate for the Henderson Defence Precinct.
No, the Australian Submarine Agency does a lot of work with its US partners to look at the scope, scale and the costs of the Surf West set of arrangements.
Or we can pick that further with the Submarine Agency. What assurances and representations has the government made to the US administration to secure a positive result to their review into AUKUS? And in answering that, can you address whether there's been any direct representations or what the direct representations are by the Prime Minister, Ambassador Rudd, the Minister for Defence and any junior minister?
Senator, the US announced, I think, the review publicly in late July. obviously we consulted with them ahead of that time, and that since that time, really, I think engagement with US counterparts has been frequent and at all levels. We've engaged, and the US itself has been very keen to engage with us too, to keep us up to date on the progress of the review. The Deputy Prime Minister, of course, is engaged with his counterpart. The Secretary has engaged. I have engaged. The Chief of the Defence Force has engaged, as you would expect on a program of this importance, and to ensure that we're addressing questions that they may have and providing information accordingly.
And what about the Prime Minister and the Ambassador?
So I'll just direct you to the Prime Minister's department for that question.
In terms of supporting or answering questions related to the review and assisting the US administration, have you stood up a task force to support responsive and timely requests? What support are you actually providing within the department to support this particular review?
We have not stood up a task force, Senator. My group has led and coordinated defence internal work on how we will engage with the United States in the context of AUKUS broadly. In review, as you can imagine, AUKUS, as you know, it's a trilateral program, 2 pillars, 3 countries. So there's a lot of work happening across the enterprise, and of course a lot of work occurring directly by the Australian Submarine Agency. But when it comes to how AUKUS relates to our strategy and how we engage with the Pentagon, in particular around its review, my group has led that process and has engaged closely with the department, within the department.
Are you aware of any changes to the AUKUS program that the US administration is seeking to make or propose?
Senator, I wouldn't prejudge the outcomes of the review, and I think we need to respect their process, and I wouldn't want to comment until they've been able to declare what they...
All right, well, can you expand on the work specifically that the department is doing to support the engagement with the review?
Senator, I'm not going to I wouldn't go into the content of that work. It's also obviously highly classified. I will just assure you that we've been working closely and engaging closely with the United States.
I'm not asking about the content, I'm asking about what structures or what teams have been established in your department to support the review.
We have not established a particular team or task force. It's rather my group and its different divisions working with other aspects of other parts of defence, the rest of the Australian government to coordinate information and input accordingly.
Have you provided advice to the government on additional commitments to the US which could be made to reinforce or bolster AUKUS?
Senator, I won't go into the content of the advice that we've provided to the Australian government, but you would appreciate on this matter, engagement with the government has been frequent and...
Mr Jeffrey, that wasn't my question. The question was, have you provided advice to the government on additional commitments that could be made to the US?
I think you're asking us to go to aspects of the advice which were not prepared.
Oh, so I assume that there has been advice then, Secretary?
I didn't say that, Senator.
Well, the first question is not what is in the advice. Has your department provided advice to the government on additional commitments that could be made to the US to bolster the AUKUS program?
Senator, we'd regard that as going to the content of the advice.
No, it's either yes or no.
We provide advice. We provide advice regularly. We provide advice on these matters. We won't, I think, be drawn on the content of that advice.
Okay, so there was advice, so you won't be drawn on the content. Well, advice to government is not a reason not to answer the question. So is there a particular harm to the public interest? Is that what you're saying, why you can't provide that information?
Senator, I think that you are asking Mr Jeffrey to speak to you. It's actually not entirely clear to me what your question presently is, but I think Mr Jeffrey has indicated to you that the department provides advice on AUKUS regularly to government. You might need to be more specific.
So I I thought, Minister, I was being very clear. I was asking, and that's been confirmed, I'm asking about the advice to government on additional commitments to the United States which could be made to reinforce AUKUS, and in doing so I refer to the rules for estimates which include that the mere fact that information consists of advice to government is not a ground for refusing to disclose it. Some harm to the public interest must be established.
Senator, we've had a very significant number of engagements with Mr Miles and our other ministers about AUKUS, its progress, the program, about this review. The Deputy Prime Minister is deeply engaged in this. He's routinely asking us questions about the program, what aspects of the program are proceeding well, what aspects need to be re-energised or further energised. This is an ongoing discussion with the Deputy Prime Minister and other ministers in our portfolio, and it is deep and it is often.
So I just want to confirm, Mr Jeffrey, is it your evidence that there's been no work streams or outputs on AUKUS to support the review, or that those work streams or outputs are classified and can't be provided to the Senate?
No, Senator. My advice, my evidence to this committee is that we have not stood up a separate or unique body to work on the US review. We believe our existing structures are sufficient, more than sufficient, to work on that line of effort, that issue. And as the Secretary said, I'll just repeat my answer. We've provided a lot of advice on AUKUS matters since the inception of the program. That advice is comprehensive.
So, Secretary, just back to your response, I appreciate you're regularly engaged with the US administration and, of course, speaking regularly with the Minister for Defence. But when did you last provide advice on additional commitments that could be made to reinforce AUKUS?
Well, I won't go into the particulars of my discussion, but I think my last discussion with Deputy Prime Minister on AUKUS-related issues was probably last week.
Okay. Can you... Look, on notice, could you please provide details of the direct engagements with the Minister, the junior ministers, and to the extent that you're able, the Prime Minister and the Ambassador? Also, do you have any understanding of the terms of reference of the review?
No, it's it. It's the US.
Senator, my counterpart has briefed me on the nature of the review. They have sought to engage us closely on how they're conducting it and update on progress. We, of course, ensure that those engagements are reported to the government, and indeed, as the Secretary said, the Deputy Prime Minister has engaged on his own terms with his counterpart to discuss the review. And
okay, so going back to my question before about the advice to government, can you please provide details of when certain advices were given, on the dates, during what meetings, if there's any, on what topics, and were they conversations, were they written briefs, were they briefs to Cabinet, were they international briefs? I mean, this is obviously a very, very significant and important program. Australians want to be assured that it's on foot, and to the extent that we are playing a very significant role in bolstering, reinforcing AUKUS, these are very important questions. I understand the classified nature perhaps of some of the content of the advice, but I am seeking information about the nature of the advice, including the topics of that advice.
All right. Are you done with that block?
I'm just seeking an answer to that.
Well,
was it a question? Sorry.
We'll take that on notice, Senator.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Okay. Now, I was going to hand to Senator Shoebridge. I think Senator Hanson just has one or two quick questions about a matter. Might be here, might be for something else later, but Did you want to ask the question,
Yeah, I will.
Senator?
Thank you. I'm here in representation of and trying to get to the bottom of a problem with Mitchell Connolly, a soldier from Townsville. You aware of Mitchell Connolly? Who has a pregnant wife and 2 children. And I know it's to do with defence housing, but I also follow on from that of what has happened with it. So if you have no problem with it, I will just read this out. He moved into a house now. Mitchell Connolly, a soldier in Townsville with a pregnant wife and 2 children, he moved into a house with Defence Housing on the 24th of January 2024. He notified Defence and Chain of Command on the 26th of April 2025 of his concerns that the house was making him and his family sick for a year and a half. He speculated the cause could be mould because of plumbing issues. So he didn't hear anything after that. Now, he went on and identified the mould in May. He hadn't received any contact from Defence. There's no doubt his claims about it making him and his family sick are true. His pregnant wife was in hospital, unresponsive for 3 weeks, being fed by a tube. Mitchell had mould in his ears, confirmed by doctors. The actual mould species was confirmed by pathology numerous times as a rare and dangerous fungal species. In desperation, he notified the media of his story because he was getting nowhere through chain of command and official channels. Then his security clearance was taken in late June this year. And that's why I need to ask the question, why was his security clearance revoked or suspended?
Senator Hanson, thanks for your question, and I appreciate your interest. I'll allow officials to provide what information they can, but you probably know from your previous engagements in these kinds of forums that there are very significant limitations on what we would ordinarily discuss about an individual member of the ADF. We wouldn't ordinarily talk about the circumstances of enlisted personnel in this very individualised way in a public forum. It's just not appropriate or not fair on that person.
I can appreciate that, but when he has, there was an inspection done after the media story. Defence Housing sent a mould contractor in early July. Defence Housing also sent plumbers. None of these reports have been given to Mitchell at all. So, you know, he's not getting any response whatsoever. He wants to know what the reports say. He's still living in the house. He's got concern for his own health and for his children's health. This poor man now, because he was desperate to get some answers, you know, here's a soldier here that's trying to advocate for his pregnant wife who's been unresponsive in hospital. You may disagree with his decision to go to the media, but in the situation it's completely understandable. I understand he's never been charged with anything. He's lost security clearance. He's now on restricted access. He's lost promotion. He hasn't been on base for 3 months. How is this not weaponising anything against him? So, poor man is destitute and he wants some answers. And if I have to raise this here on his behalf, I think it's important that something be done about it.
Senator Hanson, I know that Minister Keogh would always welcome representations from parliamentary colleagues about individual matters, but there's a very long-standing practice amongst senators that we don't seek to litigate personal and private details here. There really are privacy obligations for ADF personnel, and there are real limitations on what officials may tell you in this forum, and that is essentially to protect the interests of individual personnel.
Minister, I have the right to ask the defence personnel here, was an investigation done by a contractor on the house, and I'm asking, were reports given to Mr Mitchell? That's not for the public consumption. I'm asking it, has the reports been given to Mr Mitchell, and if not, why not?
Senator Hanson, I am making an invitation to you to engage directly with Minister Keogh, and I accept your right to ask questions, but I'm indicating to you that there really is a long-standing convention against canvassing very personal and individual matters in forums such as these, which are, of course, very public in their nature.
Okay, I will take that on board, but then
if I could just perhaps add to the Minister.
Thank you.
Yes, what you're raising, that's a very serious issue, and I appreciate the circumstance. If I could offer if you were to provide the Defence Personnel Minister with those details, we would come back through him to you with as much clarity as we are able to provide.
Well, I would appreciate that. So we'll leave it at that, and I will be in touch with who should I go to personally outside of this room?
If you could provide those areas of concern that you have described to Minister Keogh, the Defence Personnel Minister's office directly, and he will then pass that task to us.
Thank you very much for the information.
I'm sure Senator Hanson...
Thank you, Chair.
That's okay. I'm sure the Minister's office is also watching, and I'm sure they'll make contact with your office about the matter as well too. But happy to follow up as well.
Thank you.
Okay?
Thank you.
All right. Now, Senator Shoebridge, you have the call.
Thanks, Chair. The LOTE program, the Life of Type Extension program, I could ask you, CDF, but perhaps the Chief of Navy, Vice Admiral Hammond, is it on track? Because there are disturbing reports that there's now this new LOTE light. Is it LOTE light?
Senator Vice Admiral Hammond, Chief of Navy, there has been no change to the program of record for the Collins Life Type Extension program.
All right. So there have been repeated concerns that there are engineering challenges which haven't been resolved for LOTE, and it's still in a design scoping phase. Is that still the case? Is it still a design and scoping phase?
Senator, there has been progress since the last estimates hearing. We have developed advice for government consideration in accordance with previous submissions to provide a contemporary update on the way ahead. I'd like to just take this opportunity to highlight that right now we are back to achieving Coles benchmark performance, and the achievement of submarine availability for the month of September was 102% of our submarine availability target. So there's been a lot of development since we last gathered here for an estimates hearing with respect to submarine capability. I was at sea in HMAS Farnham a few weeks ago, and it was nice to see a professional crew operating a submarine that is much more capable than the one I commanded 20 years ago. The batteries are better, the periscopes are better, the sonar is better. It truly is a highly capable and modern submarine capability.
Yes, but without a LOTE, if the LOTEs don't go ahead, what's the horizon? How long can the Collins be sustained without a LOTE?
There's no suggestion the LOTE won't go ahead. The program of record is unchanged. The life type extension program will commence in the middle of next year with the arrival of HMAS Farnham into Adelaide as per our previous testimony.
Are you still committed to completing each LOTE within a 2-year window?
Senator, the exact duration of each sustainment activity will be subject to the bespoke condition of each boat. So it's still a nominal 2-year life type extension period, allowing for benchmark overruns, which you've heard previously from official testimony. There's been no change to that program.
Is it still a $5 billion budget?
I'll defer to Navy Shipbuilding Sustainment for further details.
Senator John Chandler, First Assistant Secretary Submarines from Defence's Naval Shipbuilding and Sustainment Group. So the $4 to $5 billion that's announced in the Integrated Investment Program is the government's commitment across the decade. There's an explanation that has been previously provided that links that to earlier figures for the LOTE project. I can repeat that explanation if you wish.
Well, are you still on track for a $4 to $5 billion budget? Is that still what's in the papers? Is that still? Are you confident that that budget will be sufficient?
So, Senator, our plans remain on track in line with the current government approvals. As the Chief of Navy's outlined and you've touched on, the current government approvals are for the core design activity, the initial long lead item procurements and the initial implementation, and our plans are in line with those government approvals.
Has Navy yet given ASC the Valdez report? Have you provided the Valdez report to the ASC?
Senator, that's not my gift to give. The Valdez report was a report commissioned by the government for the government.
Well, you would know whether or not it had been. I'm not asking whether or not you have permission to hand it over. Have you sought permission from the government to hand the Valdez report over?
Senator, your question was, has Navy given the Valdez report to ASC? The answer is no, it's not my gift to give.
Does anybody sitting there know whether or not the Valdez report has been handed to the ASC?
Senator, and you might recall from previous testimony, I undertook an action internal to the way we work in the enterprise to see if a copy of the report could be provided to ASC. Mr Wiley from ASC has provided that testimony earlier. So I've investigated that issue. Of course, the report is a report to the Minister. So I believe that if it's provided, it will be provided through me, and it has not been provided yet.
Oh, thanks, Mr Chandler. Minister, can you explain why what looks like a critical and important report that would help inform the ASC about how they could undertake the load hasn't been given to the ASC, and it's been a decision of the Minister and the government? Can you explain?
Well, the Defence Minister is not ASC's shareholder minister. The Defence Minister did commission this advice. The advice is with the Minister, and it informs the government's thinking about the approach to this project.
So we've got a $4 to $5 billion public project about a critical defence asset, and there's a report from a former US Navy Deputy Assistant Secretary about the project and the engineering challenges of the project. And for reasons that you haven't been able to explain, Minister, your government has chosen not to give that report to the Australian Submarine Corporation, which is engaged in that project. Is that the state of play? Seriously, that's the state of play?
Senator, you've had the advice from Mr Chandler in relation to the communications around the report. Obviously, I represent the Minister for Defence. I don't have additional information to provide to you beyond what Mr Chandler has already indicated.
Secretary, do you have any understanding about why the Minister won't give this report to the Australian Submarine Corporation, given it's their job to deliver this $4 to $5 billion project? Do you have any explanation?
I've nothing further to add to the comments from the Minister.
How does it get to this, Minister? We're years down the track with a project that, I hear what Mr Hammond says, but there is widespread public concerns about it being on track. And a key report commissioned by the government from a former US Navy Deputy Assistant Secretary is still caught up in some bureaucratic mind games or fight and not being handed from the Defence Minister to the ASC? Is it because they're under different ministers? Is it a turf war?
These are your assertions, again, a range of provocative language that you're inviting me to comment on. I've given you the information that I have about this. Mr Chandler's given you some information. I would make the point that Vice Admiral Hammond has updated this committee regularly on the LOTE project, on the status of that. He is here to answer your questions, as are other officials, and you're very welcome to seek further information about it. The government, of course, considers this to be a very important project. The need for such a project was identified more than a decade ago, and the previous government didn't do anything or take the necessary decisions in a timely way. We are determined to see these projects go ahead. They're critical for maintaining continuity of capability, and officials are in a position to provide you any further information you might need about progress on the project. I think Vice Admiral Hammond has already indicated that there's been progress since we were last here together.
Well, Minister, I'd be happy for this committee to try and help, and if we get a copy of the report, give it to the Australian Submarine Corporation. So will the government provide a copy of the report to this committee?
As has been previously advised to you and to this committee, it's a classified report, and that would not be appropriate.
Well, I'm going to press for it. If it's in the possession of the government, if the government wants to take a public interest immunity claim, then we can go through that process. Will you provide a copy of the report to the committee?
I'll take your question on notice, Senator Shepherd.
Thank you. Secretary, Defence is responsible for identifying a future nuclear waste site. Is that right? According to the Shared Responsibilities document? Is that right?
Senator Celia Perkins, Acting Associate Secretary.
I'm taking your arrival as yes. Is that right, Ms Perkins?
I'm going to disappoint you, Senator Shivridge. I would describe it as a shared responsibility. We are working closely with the Submarine Agency on the planning issues and elements of a future waste site, and we'll continue to do that.
All right, it's just that Defence's document, which they've given to the committee, has, for waste management, it says under Defence it has future waste site, and under the ASA it has NPS program waste requirements and advice.
Well, I apologise, Senator, that's probably an oversight on my part. It's a shared responsibility.
So we should put future waste site in both things? Who's got the ultimate call?
I think that will be a matter for the government.
So we don't know at the moment whose job it is to make a decision on a future waste site?
It will be a decision for the government to make.
All right. What sites have been are being scoped out for the waste site?
Senator, at this stage, I would say it is very early days. There is a long time horizon between now and when a future waste site will be needed. We will be working with the government in the coming months and years on a process to assess sites.
So at some point you'll work on a process?
We have been working for the last 12 or 18 months on understanding the requirements and how we would assess those requirements in sites across Australia, and we will be working with government on a process to take that work further.
Well, in March 2023, Minister Miles said the government was starting a siting process for the disposal of AUKUS high-level waste and had commissioned an integrated site review process headed by former Defence Deputy Secretary
Steve Greskoviak.
Greskoviak, thank you, Ms Perkins. What is the status of this process?
So the report that you've just referred to, led by Steve Greskoviak, my predecessor, has been completed. It was led or co-steered by myself and Director General, Australian Submarine Agency, Admiral Mead, and we are working through the recommendations and the detailed investigations that Mr Greskoviak did for us. And I describe them in this way, that they spoke very much to detailed work with the US and the UK on the technical and geological requirements. He's a scientist by background and an engineer, Mr Greskoviak. It is a detailed technical report that we will now do work with government on how you would understand those siting requirements technically and geologically to work through a process. We have not commenced the particular site assessment process.
And when was the report delivered to government?
I'd have to take that on notice, Senator Shivridge.
Was it this year, last year?
It was last year.
Okay. It's not public though?
It is not.
Why not?
It's a classified report. As I said, it's been developed working very closely with the US and the UK and their nuclear communities, and it is a classified report.
Well, we'll go through the process of me requesting a copy of it. Ms Perkins, did you want to take that on notice?
I can take that on notice.
Did the author, Mr Greskoviak, did he visit any sites? Was that part of doing the report, visiting sites in Australia?
I believe so. Let me take that on notice.
Yeah. Well, do you know which sites he visited?
I think that the reason I want to take that earlier question on notice, and I may have misspoke, Senator, is there were certainly site visits in the United States.
All right.
I couldn't speak today to Australia.
Did he visit sites in the UK where there's been high contention, like Sellafield and others in the UK?
Let us take that on notice.
All right. Do you know if there's been discussions with Tellus Holdings and the government about future nuclear waste sites?
I'll take that on notice.
Well, are you aware, have you had any discussions, Ms Perkins, with Tellus Holdings about future nuclear waste sites?
I have been approached by that firm. It has not been part of the formal consideration of the report.
Well, have you attended
Last question.
the Sandy Ridge facility?
I have not.
Could I...
All right, just quickly. That was a very efficient answer, that one.
The Sandy Ridge facility is being touted by Tellus Holdings as an expansion site for nuclear waste in WA. Is that under consideration by either you or the ASA as a future site?
Senator, as I've described, we will be working with government to understand a process by which we could assess sites that might be suitable, and we have not commenced the site assessment.
Well, Tellus are also openly canvassing disposal of high-level radioactive waste, not just from Australia but internationally, also at their Chandler site. You're aware of that, Ms Perkins?
I'm not.
Well, they have been out saying...
Senator, we'll not just come back to you.
Not just for Australia, but really wanting to open that up for high-level nuclear waste from around the world. They haven't approached you on that?
No, they have not.
I know one does. All right, thank you, Senator Shivers. Now, Senator Henderson, Deputy Chair, you have the call.
Thank you very much, Chair. Just a couple of follow-up questions from my earlier questions on the AUKUS review. The Prime Minister was meeting with President Trump on the 20th of October in Washington. Secretary, have you provided options as to additional defence or AUKUS commitments the government could announce to coincide with that meeting?
Senator, the department has regularly engages with the Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet. There's some regular meetings with them. We provide input to a range of the briefing products that they provide. The Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet will be responsible for putting together the briefing material for the Prime Minister's visit. But I'd just say we have been very comfortable with the level of engagement that we've had with the Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet on these and related matters.
Just specifically, though, to my question, have you provided options as to additional defence or AUKUS commitments the government could announce in relation to that meeting?
This is almost identical, although I concede not exactly identical to the question that you were asking earlier, and it goes directly to the content of advice. Now, in this case, it goes to the content of advice to government, and it also goes to the content of advice to government in the context of the government's international relations. You'll know that the Senate has generally accepted that there are harms that arise from providing information in the public domain about both those issues. I mean, we can step through the process where Mr Moriarty will take on notice your request for him to provide you with the content of his advice to government.
Minister,
but
I do understand.
we all understand the approach that the Senate has taken
we've got such
to these
limited time.
issues.
We know we're running over time.
If you are concerned about time, perhaps ask questions that the officials can answer for
I
you,
will
and
ask
they will
questions
assist you.
in accordance with the rules of Senate estimates, Minister. That is a question that's fairly and squarely within the rules. And I just want to go, I wasn't asking about the content of the options.
Well, you are, Senator Henderson, because the nature of your question asks about advice or with a certain flavour to it. And
there's a high degree of sensitivity, so I'm starting to get very suspicious, Minister.
No, let's not, please, but let's just get back to this program. Come
Secretary, just very briefly, have you, not the content of the options, but have you provided
we provide comprehensive information to the Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet on any topic that they seek information on.
So if you are proposing options, and do they relate to additional capability investments, or do they go to wider matters such as assurances about how and when AUKUS submarines might be deployed with the US Navy?
Again, Senator Henderson, you are specifically asking officials to confirm the nature of advice that they've provided.
No, I don't think you're hearing me correctly, Minister. I'm asking not about the content.
It is the same question that you've already asked in a number of different contexts.
No, it's a different question, but I'm just wondering if there's any way, in terms of any such advice, given the scope of your discussions with Prime Minister and Cabinet Secretary, are you able to provide any information about what that might be? And I would just assume that the Prime Minister does want to meet with President Trump and perhaps announce something significant. So I'm just wondering if you've played any role at all in relation to that visit and what might be announced.
Senator, we are engaging closely on the visit, as you would expect. I had a meeting yesterday with my colleagues. We're working closely on supporting the Prime Minister's visit. As happens with every Prime Ministerial visit to the United States and to other key countries, Prime Minister and Cabinet is obviously leading that group. As the Secretary said, we work quickly to support all of the RFIs, all of the information requests that they have to support their briefing to the Prime Minister.
And are we able to get that on notice, those, or can you provide any further information about what those requests
you
are?
need to direct that to Prime Minister and Cabinet. Senator,
no, but you've received those requests. So could you provide some detail about what those requests are?
No problem. I'll take it on notice, Senator.
Thanks, Secretary. Just wanting one final question. Was the unprofiled funding commitment to develop Henderson part of any... Is that on the table at all in terms of your discussions in relation to AUKUS?
No, I think the government's decision and announcements in relation to Henderson were done in the context of Australia's own unique requirements for continual naval shipbuilding and to build out that complex. It's been, acknowledged that future sustainment of nuclear-powered submarines will also, very significant aspects of that will be conducted at Henderson, and that clearly has an AUKUS connection. But the Henderson announcement, I think, has its own logic and requirements, and I don't think it's got a connection with the visit by our Prime Minister to the United States. I'm sure they'll welcome it, but it's for the development of Australia's continual naval shipbuilding enterprise, and it'll have some benefits for our allies.
Thanks, Secretary. Chair, I'm now going to hand over, or could you please hand over to Senator Smith?
Oh, happy to. Senator Smith.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon to you. And can I just add our appreciation to the members of the Australian Defence Force for the service that they provide to our country. Secretary, Minister Miles recently claimed that defence spending is approaching 2.8% of GDP. Is that a statement that Defence endorses, or is it a calculation that Defence endorses?
Senator, I might ask the Chief Finance Officer to come to the table to sort of assist me on that. But Mr Miles' comments in relation, we have calculated our defence expenditure and various comparators in the past. I think Mr Miles was trying to say that NATO and a number of other countries, and even within NATO, there's divergence and difference in how countries calculate their defence spend. So I think that...
Meaning that Minister Miles' 2.8% reference relies on the general NATO calculation?
The broadly accepted NATO calculation,
Sorry?
that's correct, Senator. The broadly accepted NATO model. The problem with GDP as a percent of defence spending as a percent of GDP is that it's not an accurate metric if you can't agree on what you're measuring and what you include in that metric. So as that has become a more widely used model for defence spending,
the general NATO
Minister
approach has become
looked at the
a
NATO
more
model.
widely accepted approach. Is that what you're saying?
NATO members and the way they measure GDP as defence spending as a percent of GDP is probably the most widely used metric. So if you want to compare apples with apples, you've got to use broadly similar metric and measurements.
So Mr Miles' reference to 2.8% is using the generally accepted NATO calculation.
That's correct, Senator.
Thank you.
Yes.
Mr Moriarty, you have previously provided information to the committee in regards to the medium-term outlook of defence spending as a percent of GDP. The document was addressed to my colleague, Senator Dave Sharma, dated the 24th of February 2025. The reference is from your office, it's the Office of the Secretary. The reference is EC25001244, and it specifically the request was, which you met, and which I'm asking you to update, was for information on the combined Defence, Australian Signals Directorate and Australian Submarine Agency appropriation as a percentage of GDP, and it was attachment 4 in your response to Senator Sharma. If you could just provide that to the committee on notice, or do you have it there in front of you? Perhaps you could table it.
Stephen Groves, Chief Finance Officer. I don't have the actual attachment, but if you could describe what it is, I might have the numbers here for you, Senator.
Well, it might be quite tedious, given that not tedious for me, but tedious for others. It is, and it's a little bit difficult to read, so perhaps when you do provide it, you might provide it in 12 or 12.5.
Sure, if you want to put that on notice, we can provide an update.
Yes, it says here on the last page of the document that the Secretary provided, combined defence, ASD and ASA appropriations as a percentage of GDP, and then it's got a various graphs.
Yep.
But if you could...
Certainly, I have the numbers for both 24-25 actuals. I have numbers over the forward estimates for those 3 categories.
What... okay, do you have the information in the same way it's presented here?
I will certainly be able to produce that, but obviously can't see it from here. But if you were looking for a particular year, I can provide that, Senator.
Well, if you provide it on notice, it'll be fine. But if through the line of my questioning it helps for you to populate your answers with that information, that would help as well. The table that is used, that's used uses the same methodology as the portfolio budget statement, excluding DHA and Veterans Affairs funding. For how long has the Defence PSB used the methodology of excluding Veterans Affairs and excluding DHA funding from its calculation of total defence funding?
Senator Smith, I will invite Mr Groves to respond very directly. But
Senator McAllister, I've waited all day and now you're interrupting me at question number 2.
I apologise.
You must be onto something.
Senator Smith, I think I may be able to see where you're going here. I think the point that the government would make is that we do not make decisions on defence spending based on the percentage of GDP.
That's not where I'm going. That's not where I'm going. I'm not going to. I'm actually, you're wrong, Senator McAllister. That is not where I'm going.
Thank you.
Your presumptuousness is wrong.
Smith.
Is incorrect.
If I may, Mr Miles did make reference to 2.8%, and I think the point of his reference was to indicate that there are some limitations on using that approach because different nations, different entities make these calculations based on different inclusions. I think that the defence spending is estimated to be 2.05% in 25-26 based on appropriations to the defence portfolio. The government acknowledges that. But Mr Miles was making the point that depending on where you draw the boundary, you can get a very different number. Our actual approach to setting the budget, as has been articulated by the Prime Minister and others in recent months, very clearly is to look at the capabilities that are required. The Defence Strategic Review and the strategy have been very important in this regard. But I'll ask Mr Groves to answer your substantive question, which is about historically how we've calculated.
My apologies, Senator McAllister. My line of questioning is very tedious and very dry. It just goes to calculations.
Senator, what I'd call the current calculation of GDP that we have done has historically been based on the appropriation funding provided to defence, and then as the Australian Signals Directorate was a separate agency, and as the Australian Submarine Agency came into being, we based it on the appropriation of those three entities as a total calculation for the portfolio. How long have we done that? It certainly predates me. I think it goes right back to earlier white papers, probably preceding 2009, I would say, but probably even before 2000. It's historically been based on the funding provided to the defence organisation.
So if you could just provide some clarity around that, or if there's any additional information you need to provide, if you could provide that on notice. So is it fair to say that the 2.8% figure that Mr Minister Miles, Deputy Prime Minister Miles, has used does not represent new spending, just different calculations?
No, Senator. And to go to your very earlier question, yes, the number came from my area, the 2.8%, and that was based on our best interpretation of the NATO methodology and how it applied to the Australian, I guess, financial framework, because obviously how it gets into, if you want to talk dry, we can really start talking about different superannuation models, different pension models that are in place in different countries, and it's probably something that we still need to do a little bit more work on to align. But certainly there is additional calculations in going. It's not additional funding. It is based on a methodology that looks at applying additional funding that sits already within the Commonwealth that could be considered as defence funding under the NATO definition.
On notice, could you provide me what are the key points of difference in the NATO calculation and the calculation that defence would do for itself in the Australian context?
I can certainly give it to you on notice, or I can give it to you at a very high level to describe what it is right now.
Let's go for the high level.
At a high level, it includes the additions over and above the funding to those three agencies, the direct funding. It includes the full cost of military retirement superannuation. That's currently reflected as an administered expense within the defence financial statements and PBS. It includes the full cost of defence housing. It includes naval infrastructure investments done, for instance, by the ANI organisation. It includes pensions and compensation payments to veterans that are funded, but doesn't include the medical costs, and they're funded out of DVA, Department of Veterans Affairs. It includes some elements out of the Australian Border Force to include what is considered a US Coast Guard equivalent, and finally some elements of the Australian intelligence community.
Thank you very much.
Have you got any questions left, Senator? Because I'll need to move the call around.
Is it 20 minutes already?
No, we're not.
We're in 10.
Oh, well, we're in a much more refined space at this moment.
Might indulge on your generosity, Chair. Here's the first time
I
I've
will
had
need
an
to come back to
opportunity
you. How long have you got? Have you got a bit more?
One question, but I'll come back
and then I'll
continue.
have to come back.
Can you just share with me also, and for the sake of the committee, the different approach in accounting standards or accounting approaches that might be used in the NATO calculation compared to our calculation?
But probably the simplest way, like we operate on an accrual framework.
Correct.
Certainly the US does not operate on that basis. There's a mixture of approaches. Canada does, UK does, other countries don't.
And in the general approach that NATO takes to calculating GDP funding, GDP percentages, what approach does it take?
It just has very broad language that talks about military pensions, for instance. How that then differs to both our pensions and compensation models and superannuation arrangements is quite different. And obviously it would then be, that broad language would be applied differently across all of the NATO countries.
Yes, I thought there was something to do in terms of when payments are made and how they're actually recorded.
I didn't see that.
I'll put that on notice. I'll get some clarity for myself and I'll put that on notice for you, and we might just continue. How much of the claimed 2.8% is actually appropriated to capability acquisition, sustainment and preparedness?
Well, if I exclude the additions that I said to get to the 2.8% calculation, go back to roughly a bit over 2% that is the current defence budget.
That's 2% of GDP?
Yes.
Yep, which is the current defence budget?
Yes, currently. A fraction over. I think the actual number's around 2.03%.
I think in this document here it has 2.02?
Yep.
Mm-hmm. The current defence budget is 2.02, 2.03 of GDP.
For 25-26, Senator, financial year, under the current model, it is 2.05.
2.05. And under the current model, what is it for the next financial year?
For 26-27?
Yep.
It is 2.07.
And for the following financial year?
2.15.
And for the following financial year? 2.23. Great. Thank you very much. So we were talking about what proportion of the...
Yeah, so of that, roughly 2/3 is around acquisition and sustainment activities.
So does that mean that the remaining 1/3 is preparedness?
No, the remaining 1/3 would be workforce costs.
Right. Do we calculate preparedness?
We are refining our methodology to determine that, but a lot of our preparedness costs are within our sustainment budget, which is around 1/3 of the overall defence budget.
All right, I will need to move the call along.
Sustainment is different from preparedness.
Thank you, Senator Smith. Unfortunately, we'll have to come back to you. Now, Senator Shoebridge, you have the call.
Thanks, Chair. I was asking some questions about nuclear waste, and I might just return to those questions. I was asking before, Secretary, about Minister Miles' statement about the process, and we got some evidence from Ms Perkins about the Grezkovac report.
We call him Steve G. It's easier.
No, and I mean no disrespect to Steve. I am a bit tired, that's all, so I apologise to him officially on the record. As part of that, the process, though, for naval nuclear waste, the Naval Nuclear Regulator will come into force, I think, in November, is that right?
Correct.
And in July, I think, the end of July, public comment closed on the draft regulations for Australia's naval nuclear power safety regulations. How many submissions were received?
Just a moment, Senator. 33 submissions were received during the public consultation period.
Now, I didn't, but people who are better at this than myself have been hunting for those submissions. Are they available online?
I might turn to Michelle Miller, who's been leading that work.
Good afternoon, Senator. Michelle Miller, Head Nuclear Powered Submarine Regulatory Design. No, those reports are not available publicly.
Well, they're not reports, the submissions is what I'm asking about.
Yes, the submissions are not available publicly.
Why not?
So the approach that we took when we commenced the public consultation was to open up widely and in order to have the greatest range of people be able to respond, we made a decision not to make them publishable, primarily around matters of privacy, and so that people could be respected in the submissions that they were making.
Well, sorry, we're talking about submissions for Commonwealth regulations for something as important as nuclear power safety. So there was a conscious decision at the beginning to keep them private and to structure the submission process to keep them private. That was a conscious decision at the outset?
That is correct, Senator. And then the intention, as we made public when we did the consultation activities and spoke to the communities, that we will then have a summary report that looks across all of the themes that had been raised in both the written submissions as well as in the meetings that we would have, and we would publish a summary report of all of those themes in order that there was information available to be able to respond to people about those matters.
So at some point the public will get a curated version of the submissions that have been made, curated by the agency that is going to benefit from the regulations?
So there will be, yes. So we're following the same pattern that our PANSA does with public consultation. So the pattern that our PANSA follows is there's information that's made available to the public. They have public consultation activities through various means. They invite written submissions. They then consolidate that into a written report, which is then made available. So for the new naval nuclear power safety regulations, we're following that same pattern that's been established here in Australia, and then that enables a more complete approach. I do understand that some of the submissions by certain community groups have been made available through their own sites.
Yeah. Well, have you asked those submitters whether or not they would consent to them being published?
No, we haven't, but we did make available on the site and say that we would consider all submissions as part of putting together the report and review.
All right. The end result is no doubt going to be a bunch of freedom of information requests that will go through and be churned through the process. Minister, do you think it might be a far more transparent process to actually make the public submissions available to the public?
Well, I don't really have anything to add to the advice provided to you by Ms Miller and Ms Perkins.
All right.
They have followed a process that's been used by the existing regulator. They have explained the grounds on or the public policy rationale for doing so, which is to encourage people, to give people confidence that they may make submissions. And, you know, as you are doubtless aware, and as they've advised you, there is not really any impediment to a submitter making available their own submissions subsequent to putting them privately into the review process.
All right. Well, putting the process to one side, what's the latest cost estimate for a solution for the treatment and storage of high-level radioactive waste from the AUKUS project? What's the latest cost estimate?
We don't have a cost estimate on that yet, Senator. As I described in my earlier testimony,
I can hardly hear you, Ms Perkins.
Oh,
I'm sorry.
Senator, we do not have a cost estimate yet. As I described earlier, we are working to develop a process. That process and site selection will guide design work. That's sometime in the future.
Are you working on cost estimates with the Australian Submarine Agency? Is that part of the shared project?
At the point at which we are considering more detailed design around a solution, that will be something we do together.
All right. Well, Mr Rex Patrick has put in an FOI to the Australian Submarine Agency seeking the latest cost estimates for a solution for the treatment and storage of high-level radioactive waste from AUKUS. He's been told that there was one document that falls within the scope of the request, but they wouldn't provide it to him. Do you know if the ASA has a cost estimate for AUKUS nuclear waste?
I do not, and I'd recommend you refer that question to the ASA.
Well, it was my intention to do that with the ASA, but I'm told you share it. Have they shared with you any documents that outline the likely costs for the treatment and storage of high-level radioactive nuclear waste?
Senator.
All right. If they had one, given the relationship you have with the ASA, I assume it's close and warm?
Warm.
Like the AFP and the New South Wales Police? Yep. I assume you share them? You would share such a document between you?
As I've said earlier, that piece of work is not really at a point where I need to be involved in development of costings. I feel that's some way into the future.
So I asked before about where responsibility lies. Would the cost of the project fall under the ASA's budget, or would the cost of the project fall under Defence budget?
What I could say, Senator, is Defence and the ASA have quite a comprehensive arrangement that understands how we support each other and share costs of various functions. In my role as the Estate Capability Manager, and under the terms of our MOU, I provide most of their facilities and so forth. So as we would move forward on work like that, we would consider land acquisition potentially and other infrastructure work as something that my team would lead on and support. There's good models that we've described in this committee on the priority infrastructure work at HMAS Stirling that describes how we share and develop costs and delivery around elements of the ASA's program.
All right, thanks, Ms Perkins. For your indication, Chair, I think I'm on the sort of closing rounds.
All right, good.
But I'm going to go on to a different matter. So thanks, Ms Perkins, for your help, and Ms Miller. Admiral Johnson, your opening statement, you said that it was a priority for Defence to work to prevent and address sexual violence with a range of reforms. Do you remember saying that?
Yes.
Yeah. Amendments to the central complaints and sexual misconduct policies to provide commanders and managers with clear guidance and instructions on contacting the Joint Military Police Unit, and including return to work protocols for people impacted by sexual violence. Do you remember saying that?
Yes.
I've been in ongoing contact with a member of the ADF who has publicly come out and made clear her very, very real concerns with how her complaint about sexual assault, which happened in April of 2023 when she was on training, and Leah Whittle has asked for me to raise this with you, given the statements you've made about sexual assault, and it's with her consent that I raise this with you. So I'll just make sure you're clear of why and how I'm raising this. Admiral Johnson?
I am clear, but she has given you consent, not me consent, about the particular nature of...
I understand the nature of the consent. Ms Whittle alleges, and I believe her, that she was sexually assaulted on training, and indeed the arrangements were such that she was sharing a king bed with her assailant as a result of, I can't imagine how Defence thought that was sensible for trainees. And then, having raised the complaint, she was told to keep quiet, and she wasn't given a rape kit by Defence. Now, perhaps Lieutenant General Fox, you might be the appropriate person to respond. Do the amended protocols and guidance make it clear that if a woman serving in the ADF, or anybody serving in the ADF, says that they've been sexually assaulted and raped, that they'll be given, at ADF expense, without question, access to a rape kit? Is that what the new protocols provide for?
That protocol doesn't actually say that specifically, is my understanding, Senator, but the actual primary care is for the victim, and so we would ensure through either contact with SEMPRO or through the health centre or through the military police unit that victim would actually be given the required support that they need in accordance with trauma-informed principles. And I'll just ask my colleague anything further about the rape kits.
Yes, so Air Vice Marshal Lara Gunn, Head of Joint Support Services. So regardless of the timing of an incident, where appropriate, if a victim survivor makes contact with SEMPRO or the Joint Military Police, they do discuss options related to forensic evidence preservation and support services. Defence does make available kits to facilitate the collection and preservation of forensic evidence, and personnel are informed of the availability of these kits, which are also accompanied by instructions on how to use them.
So is this as a result of changes to the protocol, perhaps some learnings?
No, this is not a new change. This has been in place for some time.
Well, perhaps you can take on notice, and I'll be clear, I've raised these concerns previously in correspondence with Minister Keogh, and whilst he's engaged to some degree, these concerns have not been clearly addressed. Can you explain how on earth that was not provided to Ms Whittle, or what, if any, system failures happened? And I'm more than happy for you to take that on notice. Ms Whittle also says, and again I believe her, that having raised the complaint of sexual assault, it was she who was actively managed, she who was moved, she who's faced disciplinary proceedings, while the alleged assailant has continued on his career path without any of the same kind of let or hindrance. Admiral Johnson, how is that victim-centred? How is that picking up the learnings of the Royal Commission?
Senator, as we've discussed when we have addressed personal cases before, I can't talk to, partly because I don't know the particulars of the matter, but I can be clear on the importance that we are placing on making sure our procedures are trauma-informed. As elements of the work we are doing, we are heavily focused on prevention. We are looking to make sure complaint management is improved, that support to survivor victims is enhanced, and that the experience of our people when they come forward is one where they are supported in their reporting, they are assisted to get the care that they need, and that the actions that we take against perpetrators is consistent with the full options available under law to us.
Well, you see, Admiral Johnson, when you hear those words, you think good. But again, in Ms Whittle's case, she was relocated because of the trauma she had and was suffering. And she was relocated to home to another state. And then her commanding officer issued a minute to the alleged perpetrator which disclosed where she had moved to, directly in contrary to, I think it's recommendation 19 of the Royal Commission, that says you need to protect the victims, you need to protect and ensure that their whereabouts are not given to the perpetrator. How is this happening?
Senator, I can't go further than I had in terms of, I can't comment on it because I don't have the detail, but we are determined to take that trauma-informed approach, and particularly to look after victims of sexual violence and provide them that safety and care and support that they need.
Well, again, those words are good. But it's not just Ms Whittle. There are a series of largely women, but not all women, who have raised deep concerns with how their complaints and allegations of sexual assault have been dealt with, and they're current. They're not historical, they're current. And Ms Whittle's matter was referred to the IGADF with a narrow referral that had the IGADF look at pretty much everything except for the sexual assault. Except for the sexual assault, the core allegation. Now Ms Lieutenant General Fox, would that be normal for a referral to the IGADF to look at about what happened to the treatment of a woman following sexual assault, or anybody following sexual assault, the concerns of a sexual assault, to look at everything but the sexual assault allegation?
Senator, I can't talk to the specifics of Private Whittle's case.
Well, I'm asking for the general practice.
I don't understand. I haven't seen the referral to the IJADF, that specific referral. However, IJADF has scope to undertake investigations either through own motion or through the referral mechanism on the facts of the case.
Now, putting to one side any individual case, I fully understand why you need to have protective arrangements in place so that if there's a police investigation happening, what Defence does doesn't cruel the police investigation, and I respect that. But that can't involve doing nothing about the substantive issue of a sexual assault. And that can't involve not putting any interim protections in place for a victim of sexual assault or an alleged victim of sexual assault, including those which impact on the perpetrator or the alleged perpetrator. Not wanting to interfere with a police investigation doesn't mean you take no action against the alleged perpetrator, but that's what's happened in this case. Putting to one side this case, do you accept that even if there's a police investigation on foot, that doesn't mean you take no action against the alleged perpetrator?
Senator, yes, I do accept. Those two things are not incompatible with each other. Looking after a victim while ensuring that we support and avoid compromising any law enforcement investigation that is occurring.
So could I ask you then to take on notice, putting to one side any individual case, what are the actions that Defence, the options and the advice that are given to Command in circumstances where an allegation of sexual assault has happened at a Defence facility or in the course of Defence work, the matter is subject to a police investigation. What are the options and what are the protocols in place to protect a victim, an alleged victim in those circumstances, including what, if any, actions would be proposed against an alleged perpetrator? Could you provide that on notice?
Yes, we can take that question, Senator.
All right. And it's hard raising these matters, and I want to acknowledge Leah's courage in coming out and raising these matters. It's pretty tough. I mean, these are tough conversations, and I don't pretend it's easy balancing some of those issues, but I also think Defence has so much more work to do to be victim-centred, to be protective and to be trauma-informed, and I hope that you are committed to that work. Admiral Johnson.
Thank you very much.
Perhaps if I may, and I appreciate and am pleased to hear the testimony provided by both Admiral Johnson and Lieutenant General Fox. The government understands the gravity and the seriousness of the matters that were raised through the Royal Commission and in other forums, and there can be no tolerance for sexual violence in our organisations or in the ADF. And there are a range of enterprise scale reform programs that are being led within the ADF to address these questions. As officials have indicated to you, it is difficult to discuss individual cases in this forum where no one at this table has permission to canvass specific circumstances, and we don't consider it would be appropriate to do so. But I think the officials have undertaken to address some of the matters that you've raised.
Yeah, and I appreciate those
But I did
constraints.
want to provide, again, and I have in this forum previously, the government's determination to address these issues in a serious way, and I will allow, though, invite Admiral Johnson to make some additional remarks. I know you wanted to.
Minister, thank you. I just wanted to respond to you, Senator, that I am unequivocally committed, as I know the leadership group is, to the elimination of sexual violence, to encourage people to come forward who have experienced violence in their service, to ensure that we deal with it, that we improve the support that we are providing to them. That is a very important focus for me and the leadership group.
All right.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you, Admiral. Now, Senator Smith, you have the call for about 5 or so minutes.
I'll just bring my line of questioning to a close. I might just ask Mr. Groves one last question. Thank you, Mr Groves. We're just talking about the proportionality around the 2.03% of GDP proportion of defence spending being 2.03% of the budget. And I just wanted to be clear that, that you were confirming to me that roughly 2/3 of the 2.03% is capability and sustainment and preparedness, even though the preparedness is a bit of a subset of the sustainment. Is that accurate?
Yes, that's correct.
Yep. And the remaining 1/3 is workforce?
Mostly workforce. There's some other, there's another component of our budget that we call operating, which is sort of a relatively small part, and another smaller bit around operations as well. But
so a relatively
in the main, it's workforce.
Yeah. So relative. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So yeah.
Senator Smith, can I just help, particularly because preparedness is one of my
perhaps,
roles.
Perhaps if I just sorry, sir.
Only very briefly.
No. So sorry, sir. I just want to continue my line of questioning, and then I'm very, very happy for you to add to it. But that was a question, subset A. I'd now like to continue with my question, subset B, to Mr Groves, and then, if you don't mind, sir, that would be my preference in terms of how to proceed.
I will wait.
Thank you very much. So then, Mr Groves, so then the remaining 0.77%, which is the difference between the 2.03% and the 2.8%, which Mr Miles has referred to, that can't be characterised as capability or sustainment funding?
Well, certainly not for the Australian Defence Force, no.
Okay. Thank you. So, yeah.
Senator, I was just going to say that what the Chief Finance Officer gave you was the breakdown that our budget is acquisition, sustainment and workforce. Preparedness is a sub-element of a number of those components. It's about state of our equipment, that has a sustainment link, the training and work, so there's a training and the state of the workforce. So preparedness
and
combines a number
of personnel and...
That's right. So it's a combination of a number of those budget elements. So that was all I was going to offer.
Thank you very much, sir. Minister, I was hoping that I might be able to get a private briefing from the government on financing and budget matters related to the defence budget as a way of perhaps accommodating other senators' time this afternoon and this evening. Could you take that on notice and inquire whether or not I might be able to secure a private briefing for myself?
Indeed, we can take that on notice, Senator.
Thank you.
Chair, I think again, go to Senator McDonald.
It's all right. Hang on a second. Hang on. I'm here. Hello, everyone. The chair's still here.
I'm just helping you out.
No, thank you. Thank you, Captain. Now, Senator McDonald, you have the call. Senator McDonald.
Good afternoon. I hope that you might be able to assist me with my question. I have questions around defence, specifically the Air Force's involvement with Townsville Airport and the decommissioning of the instrument landing system. Oh, and terrifically, there are some people moving forward, so I have come to the right place. I had directed my questions to Air Services and CASA, and everybody kept saying I needed to direct my questions here.
Senator, good afternoon. Air Marshal Stephen Chappell, Chief of Air Force. With me is Mr Pat Sowry from Estate and Security Group. I might let him talk through potentially the works that are underway at Townsville and then some of the engagements with various stakeholders, and I can then maybe answer any specific questions around the ILS and how that might affect air traffic control and therefore the local community.
Thank you, and I should flag that the Chair has only given me a very short amount of time, and whilst I'm very keen to understand this, it is the decommission period that I really need to focus on. But I do understand you've been speaking with Townsville Airport as well as, well, no, they're the only people I know you've been talking to.
Thanks, Senator. Yeah, Pat Sowry, the First Assistant Secretary, Infrastructure Division. As you've noted and as you're aware, we are undertaking works at Townsville Airport. The ILS, or the Integrated Landing System, is at the end of the runway 19, which is the northern approach at the airport. We're undertaking a 406-metre extension of the runway at that end. As a consequence, the ILS needs to be removed. That's scheduled to be removed on the 15th of January in 2026. That's been agreed with Townsville Airport Proprietary Limited and Air Services Australia. And ASA have the responsibility to procure and install a new ILS at the end of the extended runway, and that's to occur around August 27.
Thank you. So the date I had was the 22nd of January, but you've just told me the 15th of January, is that correct?
15th January is the advice I have, yes.
Yeah, thank you. So specifically, my concern is that there is also no ILS system at Mount Isa, and like many North Queenslanders have been the subject of not being able to land commercial aircraft there during the wet season or other, weather events. I'm very concerned that Townsville could have the same problem, particularly being closer to the coast, for this 18-month period. Now, obviously this is not of your design or your desire, but I don't think that it is acceptable that a major airport in the north be left without suitable instrument-rated services, instrument landing services for that period of time. And I seek your assistance to how we can solve this problem, that we don't end up without the capacity to land aircraft there during weather events throughout that period.
Senator, thank you. Just, I know we're short of time, just briefly, the instrument landing system allows for very accurate approaches in bad weather down to a low altitude above the runway. The runway 19 system, as I'm being advised, is the system that we're discussing here. There are other approach options into Townsville, including on the other runway, runway 01, the opposite direction runway. It depends on the traffic flows. Runway 01, in my experience, has been the predominantly used runway. So there may be options there to continue to facilitate most of the traffic during the bad weather periods. Could be the wet season, could be other periods. Townsville obviously has reasonable terrain in the vicinity of the airfield and the city as well. Yep. That is a factor. But I might take, I guess, a broader explanation or options offline and see if I can provide you more surety on what the options are, and therefore get a sense of what sort of impact is likely to be experienced by the aviation sector up there.
I would really appreciate that. You know where to find me, because it is extraordinary to find somewhere like Mount Isa. There are other airfields around Australia that are unable to take aircraft. And I'm not talking about cyclones. I'm just talking about low cloud places that Sydney, Melbourne, Canberra can all drop a plane in out of the fog. But Townsville in particular, I don't think that would be a great outcome, and I would appreciate you coming back to me. Thank you.
Thanks, Senator.
Thank you, Chair.
That's okay. Thanks a lot, Senator McDonald. Sorry? Oh, Senator McGrath. Senator McGrath, you have the call.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you, Chair, and good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
Minister and Secretary, I'd like to ask some questions in relation to infrastructure improvements involving access to HMAS Sterling in WA. So I don't know if the right people can come forward, please. Now, this follows a trip that I did to the West and some meetings I had with WA Senator Matt O'Sullivan. And I refer to the government's announcement from late last year in conjunction with the Cook government, where they said they would jointly fund 3 studies in the Rockingham region to investigate options to improve access to Sterling. And while the agreement and the investment in the region is very much welcomed by local governments and by residents, you'd appreciate there is concern about livability, in particular the transport issues. My understanding is the studies would commence in early 2025 and they would go for a period of approximately 10 months with the findings to be presented to both governments for consideration. How far have the studies progressed?
Senator, thanks for the question. Pat Sowry, First Assistant Secretary for Infrastructure. The agreement that was announced was that the Commonwealth would fund the studies. They'd be undertaken by the West Australian Government. That is still with, those studies are still with the West Australian Government. The intent was that they would be finished at the end of this year, and we're still awaiting advice from WA Government on the status.
As part of the arrangement to fund the studies, is it the case that the studies will be publicly released?
That hasn't been determined at this stage, but they would certainly be shared. The expectation is that would be shared with at least the local respective or affected local government.
So the expectation would be that they would be shared with the local councils in the region?
Yes, because the studies go to both state-delivered and local government-delivered road infrastructure.
And your understanding is you're sort of waiting for an update as to when they will be concluded. Do you know, did the department have any role in, apart from funding the studies, in determining what actually the studies would look into? You know, for example, modelling of the increased traffic that would be commuting to and from within the area?
Yes. So yes, the department has had a role in agreeing what the scope of the studies would entail.
So in relation to the studies, in terms of, I suppose, the terms of reference, are they a public document?
No.
Okay. Is there I'm just asking.
So they're being delivered by the WA government.
So in terms of
they're being delivered by the West Australian Government, so that's their responsibility.
So it's their responsibility, but you've contributed to the scope of the studies, to use your word.
Just in broad terms, the agreement would be to undertake studies related to roads, infrastructure and local transport, some environmental studies and heritage and constraint mapping related to specifically the Garden Island Highway.
Did you also provide a contribution in terms of who, within the studies, who they should consult with? You know, you mentioned local governments in terms they may get the report. The expectation is they may get the reports, but is there going to be public consultation, for example? Are you aware of that?
I'd have to take that on notice. It'd be a matter for the West Australian Government how they conduct the
studies. If you could take that on notice, that would be good. And in particular, whether the studies have also consulted the local parliamentarians, including the Premier, Mr Cook, and the Minister, Madeleine King. And Minister, question for you is, how soon after the studies are completed will the Albanese government fund the overdue transport infrastructure upgrades?
Oh, Senator, those are matters that the government will consider subject to the advice that's received. I don't have anything to add to the advice that's already been provided by Mr Sowry.
Thank you, Minister. Thank you, Secretary. Thank you.
Oh, thanks a lot, Senator. Who else? You? Okay, thanks. All right, Deputy Chair, you have the call.
Thank you very much, Chair. Look, I just want to ask about Defence's climate targets. In the climate commitments the Morrison government took to Glasgow, there was a clear exclusion of defence and security agencies from either reducing emissions or contributing to net zero commitments. In the 2023 Australian Public Service Plan under the Albanese government, this position softened. That plan said security agencies will take action to reduce their emissions aligned with the net zero in government operations strategy and will set emissions reduction targets where this does not compromise operational and capability requirements. As you know, on the 18th of September this year, the government released its 2035 target and path to net zero plan, and namely to reduce emissions by 62 to 70% below 2005 levels by 2035. So I just want to ask a range of questions in relation to this. Earlier this week, bureaucrats or officials from the Department of Climate Change and Energy said that Defence could provide more information on efforts to electrify its green military and white commercial fleets. Are you able to explain the targets or progress made in relation to both fleets of cars or vehicles?
Yes, thank you, Senator. Happy to. And I'd just confirm the point that we are in Defence very consciously working towards the government's net zero strategy. We released a Defence net zero strategy last year. It is a recommendation of the Defence Strategic Review and the National Defence Strategy that Defence work towards a clean energy target. We think that is important to our sustainability and resilience. Specifically on electrification and the transition to low emission vehicles, we're doing that work in a couple of ways, but guided by the Department of Finance's lead on that. They have set a policy for all Commonwealth agencies to follow. In the letter of that policy, that's restricted to what we call our white fleet, so vehicles, passenger vehicles, but my colleagues might be able to talk to some really important and exciting trials around more military vehicles, or what we call the green fleet. Under the Department of Finance policy, the policy requires Commonwealth agencies that 75% of new passenger vehicle orders should be low emission, and we've been working through that with new vehicles purchased. We don't hold vehicles for a particularly long time, and to support that, we've also been implementing and growing around the Defence estate charging infrastructure in that transition. So we've got 78 electric vehicle charging points now across 12 East Coast sites, and we're continuing the rollout with 70 more sites planned through to the middle of next year.
So can you explain the targets or the progress being made for both the white fleet and the green?
I think I might ask my colleagues from Army who run this program for us in the purchasing of vehicles for all of Defence to talk to the white fleet, and he looks like the right man to talk about some of the trials for the green fleet
Just keen
as well.
to see where you're at in terms of the target.
Hello, Senator. Major General Jason Blaine, Head of Land Systems. We are conducting a trial at the moment of low emission vehicles. It's a land trial within our commercial fleet. Within Army. That trial is gathering feedback at the moment and should conclude by the end of this year. The low emission vehicle trial comprises 68 battery electric vehicles and about 350 plug-in hybrid vehicles that we are trialling across our commercial fleet. So we generally call that our white fleet of vehicles. The feedback from that will go to providing advice on where we may go in the future. If we then spread that out to larger vehicles, trucks and cargo vehicles. But that trial is on its way at the moment, and we do that through our SG fleet contracts, which is a Department of Finance led contract.
Are you able to, I understand you're doing the trial, are you able to provide details on how you're progressing with meeting the climate targets in terms of both the green and white fleets?
I can't give you a result on what that target achievement is at the moment. I don't know if the trial will give us that sort of data. It's about the use of the vehicles, how they are performing in their roles, but others might be able to assist.
Senator, we might take some of that detail on notice, and I think the challenge between the evidence just given there is the Commonwealth policy is that 75% of new vehicle orders, so it's the vehicles you buy that year. I have numbers on our overall fleet. So we've managed, so the overall administrative fleet or the white fleet is I don't have the right number, I've got the wrong number, is 41%. We've now got to 41% of the administrative fleet are low emission vehicles. I don't have a new purchases from 2025 number, but we could do that.
All right, well, if you could provide all of that detail on notice, I'd be grateful. Yeah. Just trying to move as quickly as I can. Given the climate targets, are you expecting to invest in biofuel technology?
I might throw to colleagues down the end of the table.
Lieutenant General Susan Coyle, Chief of Joint Capabilities. We had certainly, through the National Fuel Council and through our efforts in renewable fuels and future energy strategy, are looking to do things in the biofuel security area. We have so far endorsed a 5-year funding strategy that allows us to accelerate to cleaner energy types. It includes costed options for the procurement of sustainable aviation fuel and renewable diesel, and these cost estimates haven't been finalised yet. However, we note that sustainable aviation fuel currently can cost up to 4 times more than conventional mineral or fossil aviation fuel to procure due to the current requirements for international importation. Lower carbon liquid fuels are currently the most viable option for us to reduce the carbon intensity of existing deployable capabilities, whilst ensuring our operational energy requirements can be supported on operations and throughout a platform service of life. So we are getting after those, Senator.
So is the investment in to electrify vehicles and looking at other clean energy fuels, is that inclusive or exclusive of the % of GDP allocated or for defence spending, or where you're at currently with defence spending?
It all comes from the defence budget, Senator, if that's your question.
And so in terms of this investment, what assurance can you give that such a cost, this investment is not taking money away from investment in other defence capabilities? And can you quantify what that investment is?
Senator, perhaps another perspective on why. So this work is clearly important to us from a climate change perspective and reducing our emissions. It also has great utility to our operational footprint. So in our deployed locations, the less that we have to take fuel and move it with us, so whether it is electrical sources, using alternative means of energy, there are operational advantages. So it's not just about an overhead or a detrimental consequence. The work also enables us, by being able to draw on a broader source of fuel stores, and particularly alternative fuel supplies, has operational utility to us at the same time.
Can I just ask in relation to electric vehicles, are you purchasing electric vehicles any made or manufactured in China?
Hello, Senator. No, we are not.
No, and is there any reason for that?
We purchase our vehicles through other means. We have no requirement to purchase Chinese-made vehicles. We have a range of electric vehicles that we are using, and hybrid vehicles as well.
And are you concerned that electric vehicles made in China present some sort of risk, including national security risk?
We are not pursuing electric vehicles from China, Senator.
Could you address that specific question though?
That's the policy that we've applied, that's been applied to this trial. It's vehicles that are from other nations, not those vehicles that are made in China.
Can I just go to the 23 Defence Strategic Review, which mentions China some 9 times and climate change or climate events some 17 times. In the department's opinion and from its assessments, does China or climate change pose the greater threat to Australia's security and the region's security?
Senator, I'll look at my colleagues for the answer to that question, thanks.
Senator, I think it's very clear from the government's position that deteriorating strategic circumstances represent the greatest challenge to Australia's defence interests. But climate change of course, is a contributor in some ways to the deteriorating security circumstances, but we are focused on the risk of coercion against Australia, the risk of potential conflict in our region, and I think that that's the appropriate place for the Department of Defence to put its focus. But I want to acknowledge that we are acknowledging that climate change is an international security concern.
Thank you, Secretary. Chair, if we could now hand over to Senator Collins, that would be great.
Okay.
It is well documented, Senator Smith.
All right. Senator Collins,
Thank
you have the call.
Not accepted by all senators, but well documented.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to ask some follow-up questions, please. What's the total white fleet?
We have about 6,800 commercial vehicles that are bought, what's called commercial off-the-shelf, Senator, and trailers. I can't give you a breakdown of that 6,800, but that's the quantum of what we would buy for our commercial fleet.
Okay, so you will aim to, is it 75%, have 75% transition to the electric fleet, or the entire electric, the entire?
Yes, thank you, Senator. If I can just be a bit more specific on the Department of Finance's Commonwealth Fleet Vehicle Selection Policy, 75% of new passenger vehicles. I'll make this more challenging from a defence perspective. We would call that the administrative fleet. What the General's just described is a broader range of vehicles than that, but we can look at that breakdown.
Okay. What is the cost of each of these electric vehicles? Not the hybrid, but the electric vehicles.
Senator, I don't have the cost per vehicle for you. I'd have to take that on notice and give you an answer by the vehicle type.
Okay, thank you. I've seen in one of your reports online that the ADF cars only contribute to 1% of the ADF's emissions. So I'm just wondering whether converting nearly 7,000 cars is an efficient use of ADF resources, given that we do have budget pressures and given that we have heard many, many times today about the dangerous circumstances in which we live.
I think, as I've said earlier, Senator, Defence complies with whole-of-government policies. The Department of Finance has set the Commonwealth Fleet Vehicle Selection Policy. We're applying it to that administrative fleet. As was recognised in earlier questions from the Deputy Chair, there are important carve-outs in the net zero legislation for national security. So we are balancing the benefits to defence that the CDF mentioned, our compliance with the Commonwealth policy, and the overall benefits that we hope will accrue over time, and we are seeing in other energy work in other areas. So, for instance, savings on fuel and so on and so forth.
Okay. Do some of the white fleet vehicles interact with combat vehicles? You know, if you're perhaps doing a training exercise, or if we were in a live conflict, would some of those white fleet vehicles be interacting near or close to green vehicles?
Senator, we would term these vehicles as administrative vehicles.
Okay, so they would be carrying VIPs?
Carrying, sorry?
VIPs, shuttling VIPs?
Well, if it was in the Australian environment, they may be doing so.
Sure.
These are vehicles used normally domestically to allow us to conduct our day-to-day business outside of operations and training.
Okay. Do you foresee a risk in electric vehicles being able to be disrupted by an adversary?
Well, I think there is obviously risks to anything that actually has the ability to be disrupted by electronic warfare or other systems, cyber systems, and of course that is taken into consideration when we design, manufacture and deliver capability.
Sure. Can I just ask about, just back to the electric vehicles and the brands, are you able to share with us the brands that you're currently using?
I can, Senator, if you wish.
Thank you.
So from our battery electric vehicles, we use Hyundai Kona electric vehicles, the Kia Niro vehicles, the Nissan Leaf vehicles, BMW iX40 and Kia EV3, different quantities of those vehicles. In our plug-in hybrid electric vehicles, we use Mitsubishi mostly, the Eclipse Cross from different generations, and also the Mitsubishi Outlander vehicles.
Sure, thank you. And the solar panels and batteries for the defence bases, are they sourced in China or elsewhere?
Senator, I'll start and Mr Sowry might have more detail. So we've been running a program for a number of years now at sites around Australia to install solar and battery power. I think as the CDF said earlier, that has shown us tremendous savings and resilience in reduced diesel use in particular. We've started with quite remote sites. I don't have details with me on the sourcing of the solar panels themselves.
If we could take that on notice, but also the charging infrastructure for the electric vehicles as well, that would be
the
terrific.
charging infrastructure, from the top of my head and physical inspection, are not Chinese. I believe we ended up with a French solution.
Wonderful, thank you. I just wanted to ask about the future energy strategy, which calls for Defence to intervene in the Australian energy market to influence it towards renewable energy acquisition. I just wanted to understand what this looks like in practice.
Senator, I can talk to that in some detail. In terms of the future energy strategy, it was announced by Minister for Defence Industry in October of last year, in 2024. The strategy provides us that framework for Defence to adopt future energy sources for deployable capabilities. Accompanying the strategy is an implementation plan. It includes clean energy acceleration pathways and was approved by our Defence Committee in May of this year. It includes options to increase Defence's usage of sustainable aviation fuel and also renewable diesel. And the Clean Energy Acceleration Plan will form part of our response to government as directed by the DSR.
Okay, we heard this morning from Air Marshal Phillip, who noted that the Defence Department is looking at increasing sovereign content in response to Senator Whitten's question about ammunition supply chains. I could imagine that the industry behind, creating ammunition would be quite energy intensive. So I wonder whether, which priority trumps here, having energy intensive sovereign capabilities and industry, strong domestic industry, or low emissions and lower climate change risk.
Senator, I don't think the choice is as binary as that it isn't one or the other. In making choices around sovereign defence industry priorities, we understand what might be needed, the risks or consequences, and they inform the extent that those priorities are, or the choices around the implementation of those priorities. So in all elements, we look both for the value for money proposition, how it impacts operational capability and the advantages it may present to us. But I don't think it's a choice of whether it's meeting a defence priority or an alternate target. We look at the spectrum, which is where most of these choices lie in between those two.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate your time today, and thank you to everybody who gives their service to the nation through the Defence Force.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot. That's excellent. Thank you. From your end? Okay, excellent. All right, well, on that note, I've got some good news for the department. You may go home. Now, unless you are connected to the Australian Submarine Agency, if you can just hold.
Thank you, Senator.
But what we'll do is we'll suspend briefly and allow the changeover from the department to our agencies. Broadcast? Yep. All right. All right, welcome back, everyone. I now welcome Vice Admiral Jonathan Mead, AO RAN, Director General of the Australian Submarine Agency, and officers of the agency. Vice Admiral, welcome. And do you have an opening statement?
I do, Chair.
Is this something you've got that you can circulate just in light of time? Maybe circulate that and get straight to questions, or would you prefer?
No, we can circulate and we can get into the questions straight away.
Okay, thank you so much. All right. Now, happy to hand the call over to the opposition first, and then to Senator Shoebridge. Senator Henderson.
And good evening. Thank you very much for your attendance. Look, I just wanted to ask you about the Submarine Rotational Force West. Has the agency set aside any funding to meet the housing needs of Submarine Rotational Force West?
So thank you, Senator Vice Admiral Jonathan Mead, the Director General of the Australian Submarine Agency. The US and the UK governments have placed a very heavy emphasis on personal support for their people, and housing is one of those aspects. And we have been in deep engagement with US policymakers over the last 3 years on housing, and also as part of that, very strong engagement with the local communities all around the perimeter of HMAS Stirling, and also Defence Housing Authority. Admiral David Mann is our lead for Surf West, and will be able to provide you in more detail aspects of the housing.
Senator, good evening. Rear Admiral David Mann, Head Virginia Workforce and Commercial, the lead for Surf West, as the Admiral said. That's correct. There are allocations of funding made for housing for the Surf West personnel that come from the UK and the US. That is coordinated through Security and Estate Group, so the previous group, Celia Perkins' team, and obviously very close liaison with Defence Housing Australia, and of course the US Navy and the Royal Navy as well.
And so how much has been allocated?
We're still presenting those options to government for funding, Senator.
And so what have you advised in terms of their funding allocation?
The allocations, sorry, I'm not at liberty to say what the allocations are for that particular housing effort, but I can assure you that allocations are being made and business cases have been developed to do that.
Well, I am seeking that information, Rear Admiral, as to what you have advised government in relation to the funding allocation.
Well, Senator, we'll take that on notice, because I think
Thanks, Minister.
Official has explained to you that they're not able to provide it right now.
Well, I'm just going to, again, to the rules of estimates, which do require an answer, unless, of course, it's in the public interest, or there's a PII claim made, or otherwise it complies with the rules. How many dwellings does ASA anticipate it will need to house those workers?
Senator, over time, we expect up to 1,200 personnel, so to progressively move into Western Australia as a combination of the United States personnel and UK personnel. Obviously, that is, members of the Navy, but also the staff that support them, and of course, depending on individual family circumstances, that may include obviously single members, members with families as well.
And so are we talking roughly 1,200 houses or so?
1,200 service personnel and their support staff, and then, depending on the family makeup of those individuals, obviously we could have, multiple children in a family, or some single members as well. And it depends. The United States will probably, Navy will bring their families with them if they have families, whereas the United Kingdom, so the Royal Navy, have a different model for operating out of Surf West.
And Senator, just to elaborate on that, why we're still working with the US and UK is we have accommodation at HMAS Stirling, excellent accommodation for single members, and we've shown US policy people that accommodation, and they are most satisfied with it, and it presents a lot of advantages because it's close to facilities on the island and close to where they would work. So until we know the actual composition of
the crew of the submarine and of the command team and the number of people that they're bringing across. The exact breakdown of whether it's a house or whether it's on base is yet to be determined.
And so how many agreements in relation to housing have currently been agreed? How progressed are you in that respect?
So I'll get David.
So thank you. In terms of agreements, obviously we are waiting for that family composition and the timing for the first cohort. We expect the first cohort of support personnel to arrive either late this year or early next year. Obviously there are some family constraints if you are sort of moving country and noting the sort of shutdown period or leave period that we have over the Christmas break. So those negotiations on the specific numbers and the timing of arrival of our the first cohort of US personnel is yet to be determined, but we expect to have those answers in the near term.
And given some are just about to arrive pretty shortly, do you have sufficient housing in place right now to meet those needs?
You certainly do, Senator. So we have, as the Admiral said, a range of options from single-person accommodation on the island to different levels of accommodation that's available in the Rockingham area. And to prepare for that, the United States Navy will set up what's called a naval support activity in Western Australia. The prospective commanding officer of that support activity is already in Western Australia, and she has brought her own family out here and has gone through all those processes that you would expect when someone moves overseas. And so she's experiencing life in the community in Western Australia and understanding the specific requirements that she has the lead into before the rest of her team arrive.
So how does ASA operate with the state government and with DHA to secure housing? How do you work together?
So the housing is done through, as I said, Security and Estate Group in Defence, in close consultation with Defence Housing Australia, and so they are able to. We provide projections of numbers so that they can confirm housing, which they have done for what we expect to be a reasonably small cohort initially from the United States, and then progressively they understand. As those numbers get refined in terms of when those cohorts are expected to arrive, we continue to provide that information through Security and Estate Group into DHA. Engagement with, engagement with Western Australian Government continues. We have a very close relationship with the South West Metro mayors and also with the Western Australian Government, and the Western Australian Government and the mayors have been, the Western Australian Government have been informed of the likely progressive increase in numbers from the United States initially.
I mean, I guess I'm concerned to raise whether funding is coming. Is there any additional funding out of the agency's allocation to support the construction of new homes? How many new homes will be required?
Senator, that's a question for DHA, but they have provided information previously on their intent to increase the number of houses in the Rockingham area to support not only the ADF but of the increased numbers that we'll expect through the United States and Royal Navies.
And how many numbers roughly are we talking about?
So as I said before, up to 1,200 progressively. That number increases through to 2030, Senator.
And are they new builds? So how many are new builds as compared with existing stock?
I'd have to take that specific number on notice. There was a press release that was done last year, but I can't recall the numbers. But they are certainly aware of the numbers that are required.
Senator Henderson, this would be a good thing to explore with DHA.
Yep.
They take a portfolio approach to the provision of housing and they are best placed to answer those questions and will be able to do so.
So could you just, I did ask you about the funding. You weren't able to address that, but in terms of the housing needs of support personnel, where is that funding going to come from? Is it all going to come from your existing allocation?
Yes.
Or will you be appropriating additional funding?
Housing to support that will be a combination of funding from our program, but then there's also a number of arrangements that need to be made with the United States and the UK on apportionment of funding for their housing for their personnel.
So they'll be making a contribution as well?
That's correct, Senator.
What sort of contribution?
That's still in negotiation, Senator.
And so will they be providing funding to accommodate their personnel?
Yes, that's correct, Senator.
And can you provide more? You must have had some discussions about what sort of quantum of funding that you're talking about.
No, I haven't personally myself, Senator, but some colleagues might be able to provide additional advice on those negotiations.
Could you take on notice and provide any further information, please, in relation to those discussions, including any correspondence or briefs or advices which have been prepared in relation to that particular matter?
Yes, Senator.
Does ASA make an attempt to use their procurement power to unlock new housing supply?
It's probably a question best answered by DHA. They are the ones who do the purchasing and leasing through their extant arrangements. And
we are going to go to a dinner break. I am keen, given this is a big issue, making sure that our service personnel are properly accommodated. This is a big commitment, not just for Australian servicemen and women and their families, but also for those from the US and the UK. If it's being funded out of the agency, what is the actual funding allocation?
I'd have to take that allocation on notice, Senator.
So has that been determined?
Not at this stage, Senator, no.
And so has there been any proposal for a funding allocation at all?
We're developing advice for government, Senator.
And so what advice have you given to government so far in relation? So are you seeking more funding from government?
No, I'd have to take that on notice, Senator.
So there has been significant advice given to government about US personnel, about housing requirements, approximate numbers, and we said that we are in discussions with government about potentially how we would work with the US and the UK on apportionment of costs. That's all been discussed with government. I said we are in very regular dialogue with government. We have been for the last 24 months with respect to housing and personnel support.
And so could you please just advise the committee the nature of those discussions? So what have you been advising government about?
Sure. So we have been advising government, first of all, on we needed to get an idea of the numbers of how many US personnel and the flow of numbers between 2026 really and 2030, and that also now potentially includes UK personnel for UK rotational forces. So we've been working on that. We've been then working on what are the requirements that the US are seeking from not just a housing perspective but a personnel perspective. They have different standards in the US to what Australia does. How do we come to an agreement on that? The same with the UK. We'll be providing advice to government on that. And so every step along the way we work with our partners on what their needs are, how we can best satisfy those needs, and then we provide that advice to government.
Can you provide any other detail about, Vice Admiral, about what sort of funding that will be required and whether you have provided government with advice that further funding or further funding allocation will be required to the agency? So
we're still in discussions and we haven't provided advice to government yet on what we think the cost of this is. As I said, there are many variables on this. Some of the variables are whether we're talking about houses or whether we're talking about on-site accommodation, the flow of the people coming in. So we have not yet worked out the cost, the final costings, nor sort of the year-by-year allocation that's required.
Vice Admiral, I am surprised about that, given you've got personnel arriving before the end of the year.
Yep.
Building houses doesn't happen overnight.
Yes.
So it requires a lot of lead time, and if personnel aren't properly accommodated, that can give rise to all sorts of issues.
So I can give you a guarantee, Senator, as the Minister said, that we have all the arrangements in place to accommodate personnel that are coming at the end of this year. Defence Housing
With
Authority...
existing housing?
Correct. Defence Housing Authority has multiple options from buying houses, to building houses, to leasing houses, if they're single members, to use the on-site accommodation, HMAS Sterling. And so I think those questions would be best given and asked to Defence Housing Authority, who can go into great detail. I've just had an hour conversation in the corridors with the head of Defence Housing Authority. He can go into a lot more detail than what I can, but just to say, we are absolutely satisfied that we have a very strong plan to provide excellent housing for US personnel that are coming this year, early next year, 2026.
But Vice Admiral, to plan for the future, you need funding certainty. You need to understand what funding is required and whether any additional funding will need to be appropriated, whether you can manage this within your existing funding envelope. Do you believe that additional funding will be required?
So we are providing advice to government on that.
So I'm asking you, is it your view that additional funding will be required?
So I'll need to take that on notice.
Senator Henderson, I think obviously Vice Admiral Mead has given you quite a lot of information about the discussions that are taking place, both to understand the need but also to understand the funding arrangements between the different AUKUS partners. Those are part of an intergovernmental agreement, and we're working very closely with partners to understand that. I do encourage you to ask questions of Defence Housing Australia, because they have taken a series of quite significant decisions in the last 8 months in particular as part of their preparations as well, not just for the international workforce but also for other workforce requirements for defence in Rockingham.
Thanks, Minister. Vice Admiral, just finally, when do you think that the funding matters in relation to housing will be resolved?
I can't give you an answer for that. What I can give you an answer is that I'm totally satisfied that we will be able to provide the appropriate houses for the US and UK personnel. There are some significant commercial sensitivities and international sensitivities with costings on this. We will take the question on notice, but you can imagine that we are in discussions with contractors to build, and we're also in discussions with partners. So I would not want to put out a number publicly.
No, I'm not seeking the cost of one build of one home, and where you've got different builders maybe tendering for different numbers. I'm seeking an overall funding envelope.
I understand that, but you could probably, by breaking down what we've already said in the number of houses and the people and the approximate, if we gave a quantum, then you could probably then work out the value per house.
Right.
That would remove the leverage that the Commonwealth has from a commercial perspective. It also would remove any leverage that we have with discussions with other organisations. So I think we want to put the Commonwealth in the best possible position as we go forward to get the best possible outcome for the taxpayer from a value for money perspective there.
All right, Vice Admiral, thank you very much. I'll leave it at that, and thank you, Chair.
Thanks a lot, Deputy Chair. Now, Senator Shoebridge.
Just
to be clear, we're going to go to dinner break at 7, so Senator Shoebridge.
All right. Thanks, Chair, and Vice Admiral Mead, good to see you and your team.
Good to see you as well, Senator.
To be clear, when you say costs to the Commonwealth for the housing, how would the Commonwealth be liable for the housing? You want to minimise the cost of the Commonwealth for housing. How would the Commonwealth be liable?
Well, this is a Commonwealth initiative, so and DHA as the supplier of accommodation off base, and SEG, the supplier of accommodation on base, are Commonwealth entities, and if they are required to build, buy, lease, obviously that becomes a Commonwealth obligation, which requires Commonwealth funding.
And to be clear, Can you just describe the scope of the housing you're talking about?
Sure. Could be a member from the US coming with 3 children, so it would be equivalent to the accommodation standards that we provide Australian service personnel that had 3 children.
All right, there might be a 4-bedroom house or whatever's the equivalent. And there might be some single personnel and they may stay on dormitory.
Correct.
More dormitory accommodation.
No, not dormitory.
Or single unit
correct.
accommodation
correct.
on Garden Island.
Yes.
And there's a mix of the two.
Correct.
Yep.
Yes.
But this is for the US and UK personnel and also, I think, foreign defence contractors.
This is for...
That's correct, Senator, yeah.
Yeah.
Contractors, but also support personnel that are not directly associated with the submarine, i.e. not the crew, but command personnel, support personnel.
Yeah, so it's uniformed personnel from the UK and the US,
yes.
Potentially non-uniformed members of their respective defence departments, as well as civilian contractors, overseas civilian contractors associated with the project. Is that right, Rear Admiral Matt?
Yeah, in direct support of the United States and the UK, Senator.
And
is that where the 1,200 comes from? Is that whole pool, or is 1,200 only the defence personnel?
No, the 1,200 progressively evolving through to 2030, Senator, is all of those personnel.
Right.
And eventually, Senator, these houses that say are built would be accommodated by Australian defence personnel. So once the Surf West initiative comes to an end, then those houses could then be accommodated by Australian defence personnel.
Well, you see, defence housing normally works on on a model whereby the defence member actually ends up buying and getting the house. Often they buy and get the house. There's a financing arrangement.
I don't want to get into specifics because I may say technically the wrong thing. There are multiple methods for defence housing to provide housing for personnel.
But just to be clear though, none of this is intended to provide ownership at the end of it to foreign defence personnel of any of these 1,200 housing units. They'll stay with the Commonwealth.
Correct.
All right. And they'll be the responsibility of the Commonwealth, therefore, to pay for the housing units.
Correct, and it creates a greater stockpile of housing in Western Australia.
And Senator, I do encourage you, I know I've said this already, but Defence Housing Australia has a range of ways that they provide housing, which is essentially procured by Defence. And it's probably best to address the questions about the business model for that to those officials, and they'll appear later this evening.
Well, I think it might be useful to do both. So the is the funding going to come out of the ASA budget, or is it going to come out of a separate defence budget? Do you understand, Vice Admiral?
I understand what you're saying there. It could come out of multiple appropriations. We need to work with the other agencies, DHA, SEG, on what is...
Sorry, DHA...
Defence Housing Authority. That will be...
And who else?
Security
and Estate Group in Defence.
That's Ms Perkins.
Yep.
Who was here just
that's
earlier.
Defence.
And work out who pays for what. I know DHA are watching right now, and the CEO of DHA would be saying, please, Admiral Mead, leave the rest to me because I can best answer this question.
Well, I think it probably will be useful to get some clarification from Defence Housing. But you see, out of that funding mix, when we're talking about US and UK personnel, that there's no reference to the UK or the US funding any of the housing. Now, previously we had statements to the effect that it was subject to a tripartite funding model, and therefore the Commonwealth wouldn't be on the hook. I've heard no reference to the UK or the US in this exchange.
I think Ms Kelton, in charge of our program policy area, may be able to best answer this aspect.
So, Senator Shoebridge, Alex Kelton.
You'll have to get the mic a little closer, Alex.
Too short. Senator Shoebridge, Alex Kelton, Acting Deputy Director General Program and Policy. So when Rear Admiral Mann referred before to conversations and negotiations that are ongoing with the US and United Kingdom with respect to cost sharing arrangements, that's what he was referring to. So we are currently in those discussions.
And as you'd understand, and I think I did say this to the Senate during the passage of legislation, there are some limitations about what may be publicly disclosed about those negotiations, which for reasons which I think are quite obvious.
Are there established cost-sharing principles?
Yes, there are.
What are they?
I think during the course of the Senate debate, we indicated that that was a matter which we didn't intend to publicly disclose. So I'll take that question on notice, Senator Shoebridge.
Well, I'm asking Vice Admiral Mead if, sitting there now, you know what the cost-sharing principles are, and as has been made clear at the opening statement by the Chair, to the extent that officials have knowledge, they're required to provide that knowledge unless they take some kind of public interest immunity claim. So, Vice Admiral Mead, do you have the knowledge about the cost-sharing principles?
I will take the question on notice, Senator Shoebridge, so we can consider what might appropriately be provided to the committee.
All right. So we can't find what the Commonwealth budget is because that is commercially sensitive. We can't find what the UK or the US may or may not contribute because that's got some kind of national security problem on it. But we do know we're going to start building the houses. When?
Again, Senator, they are really questions you should direct to Defence Housing Australia. They are shortly to appear.
Well, when are the first UK and US personnel scheduled
Senator,
to arrive?
They're going to arrive by the end of the year, and then they will. That flow of people will continue in 26 and continue, obviously in 27 when the first boat arrives. DHA have a range of options. In the immediate term, obviously, if you wanted a house next week, you wouldn't be building it. You could buy the house very quickly. Or you could lease the house very quickly. So those members that are going to arrive in the next couple of months, it would be unrealistic to think that DHA would build new houses. But these are questions for DHA because they're the experts.
The personnel are going to start arriving at the end of the year and then ramp up after that.
Correct.
Right.
And Senator, I think you'll recall from the debate in the Senate in relation to the recent ledge that reference was made during that debate to some of the contractual arrangements that DHA has entered into with West Australian businesses to deliver additional homes. But I suppose I do keep encouraging you to raise that with the appropriate agency because I can reference that, but the officials who have the deep knowledge of it are not at the table at the moment.
Has there been a map? Is there detailed estate planning that the ASA is doing on Garden Island for the location of the accommodation?
We have the accommodation there now for personnel that are what we would claim to be unaccompanied, and we have taken US officials, including Admiral Houston, the Director of Naval Reactors, through that accommodation. As you said, it's essentially like single apartments, excellent housing, close to facilities on the island, and that's already there now.
All right, and there's spare capacity on Garden Island for some single unaccompanied personnel?
Correct.
All right, understand. I might just quickly get started on the nuclear-powered submarine partnership agreement.
Do you want to do that after dinner? Because we're only like 2 minutes away from the break. We might as well wrap up now and then come back. All right.
Well, I'll just indicate we're coming back to that. It might be useful to have a copy.
You said the partnership agreement?
Yeah, with the UK.
Oh.
As in to get a copy?
The treaty?
Understand.
Yeah. So I'll be asking questions about the treaty when we get back.
Okay, that's good to know. All right. Okay. Well, on that note, we'll now suspend for dinner. Be back here at 7:45.